In, I walked away with 500. Oh.
All right, we still got like 10 minutes if this thing's running right. If this thing's running right. Assuming it's running right. There was enough kinks today where I was a little nervous. Oh, here's better.
Yeah. I was looking for one. I just said, yeah, dude. My favorite fucking tune. This is my jam. I really feel like 3 of the 4 every game options for this game are on the table today. You know, because like every game, there's 1 of 4 options is going to happen. One of the 2 teams wins close. One of the 2 teams wins comfortable. You know, like that's about all there is. Can't end in a tie in fucking playoffs. But like, I really feel like everything other.
There we go. Now they can hear me, and now they should be able to hear you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, love. You're all a bunch of whores. What's up, sluts? Hello. Welcome to our podcast. We're going to watch American football.
Oh, football americano.
Goal! I remember you did that last year.
I'll try to provide.
And last year, I let it go for about 3 seconds, and I was like, stop that.
Right.
I remember you just going, go! And stop. You're like, okay. Let's see. Let's see what happens. All right, so last year we did a bunch of prop bets, you and I. We should do prop bets again. Oh, first of all, we should tell people in the description, there is, I should probably just put it in the chat too, huh? I wonder if I can do it here.
Super Bowl prop bets have become one of my favorite parts of the Super Bowl.
Let's see here. We're going to go.
Like, you can bet on literally everything.
I'm going to put it in the chat here. And then I got to switch profiles, though. Hold on. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Thanks for joining us. I don't think there's anybody watching yet, which I'm not surprised by. But whatever. People will probably jump in here in a little bit. I remember last year, like, we ended up having a lot of people watching, which was kind of a surprise to me, but... Okay,
I have a similar recollection, yes.
So here's the deal. I'm going to put this in the comment section, but it's basically DraftKings game you can play with us. It's a single man showdown.
And that's why I'm staring at my phone right now. I was trying to figure out my lineup.
Yep, there it is. Pin that message to the top. There we go. Okay, so you guys can join that contest, DraftKings.com/contest/draft team/ a bunch of numbers that are on the screen. So you can use that. Hopefully it comes through. I put this on YouTube. If it didn't come through on whatever platform you're watching, we're on a bunch of shit today. We're on fucking Twitter.
Sweet.
Yeah, we're going to be on Twitter today. I wonder if this is working. That's what I got to check. I got to see if we're actually... Yep, we're live on Twitter. Okay, so we're live on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. We should be live on Twitch. I'm double-checking the Twitch feed now. And some people are going to be like, yeah, I should have done this beforehand. You can't. You can't verify that you're live on these platforms without being live on the platforms. Scotty, would you do me a favor, bud? Will you grab me one of the beers out of that mini fridge?
You betcha.
I got plenty more, too. In that big fridge, I got 2 more 12-packs. I got plenty of beers. And then I got Little Smokies coming in a little bit. And then in the second half, I got... we're just going to do pizza rolls. Yeah. Yeah, and since I have no problem being perceived as a little bitch, I am going to put a lime in that motherfucker. Where's those limes?
I am, man.
Yeah, nice. And then I got cookies here if you need it. If you got
Sweet.
a fucking sweet tooth.
Oh, I'm munching on some cookies, man.
I know. I was like, well, I know Scotty's coming, but there could be 2 more guys that show up. There might be nobody that shows up, so I didn't want to go too ham. I remember last year I basically went fat kid on that queso by myself. Made me feel bad. Yeah, it's a Sam's Club special, baby.
Heck yeah.
I have a friendly argument going with a colleague of mine, I should say, as to which one's better, whether it's Costco or Sam's Club.
Okay. I would lean towards Sam's Club. But I think it depends on what you're going there for.
Same exact thing.
Yeah,
I think they're the same exact thing. It's just one's red and one's blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know because I'm not a Costco member, but
see, and me and my wife actually have a membership at both.
Do you really?
Yes, really. Yep.
I was thinking about getting one at Costco. I heard Costco's got one of the best meat selections around.
Costco meat is good and better.
Sam's Club's meat's all
that
right.
That said, I do love Sam's Club's filet mignon steaks.
Filet mignon?
Yeah.
Filet mignon?
Yep. No, those are.
If you're going to pronounce it mignon, you can't pronounce the second
mignon.
Yeah, it's filet mignon.
Oh,
mignon.
Well, those at Sam's Club are the bomb, though. I get those all the time.
Otherwise, it's filet mignon.
Super easy to cook them. Hard to ruin them. Like you can't you overdo them, they're still juicy and tender as fuck. Like that's just and fairly decent price. But both of them come in handy for the gas if you need gas at their gas stations.
Yeah, buddy. Gripping sports talk as we discuss Costco versus Sam's Club. Now we're just getting started here. I'm looking for some shit. Well, looks like the live stream is in fact working in the stupid group we started. Okay, so here's the point of that group. I want to be able to actually talk shit without worrying about being reported.
Sure. Yep.
That's really what it boils down to. Real shit you would say
a
on
safe
the
haven for smack
field.
talk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know there's that one group, NFL Trash Talk, but it sucks. Oh, let's test the thing, see if it's working. It should be working. Everything else seems to be working. I'm trying to see if this will switch back over. Feel like it should have gone already. I don't understand why this fucking thing doesn't want to work. It's so irritating, dude. It's so fucking irritating. Let me go back and do it again. There we go. All right, let's try it. Well, I don't want to try it again. We'll get fucking banned already.
I'm sorry. This whole fucking thing that they're airing right now on the TV.
The Wizard of Oz bits.
I gotta go. Whatever the hell this whole thing is, this is just a segment of it. But whatever the hell this whole thing is, I gotta go frickin' Crew Despicable Me on it, man.
It's a no for me, dog.
People actually like this. This is garbage.
It's a no for me, dog.
A 2-year-old could write this better than this.
Fucking.
It was a horrible ending too.
I'm not going to say who it is because I ain't trying to embarrass anybody, but somebody on the local scene, somebody in their crew sent me one of their songs they're recording with a producer that both of you and I are very familiar with and have talked about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm genuinely a fan of this band, but I had to be honest with them, man, because I pride myself not on being right, not on knowing everything, but being honest and genuine. So if I think your song is fucking dope, I will call you and be like, dude, this is fucking amazing. In fact, I called you one day.
That's why I was
like,
love
dude,
you.
this silly little song you have is fucking perfection. I was like, the only thing that sucks is the drums. You know, the drums are a little, and they don't even suck. There's just a couple weird spots in where I was like, why? You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm usually too flashy. So for me to go, dude, you don't need to do that is really saying something. It's really saying something. But anyways, dude texted me and he's like, what do you think of this song? And I was like, I texted him back like it was Randy from American Idol. I was like, it's a no for me, dog. The production's great. It sounds phenomenal, obviously, because I know who's doing it. But the song itself, there's just nothing actually, there's nothing wrong with it. It sounds great. It's cool, but it's not actually catchy. There's nothing truly good about the song. There's nothing unique. It just sounds like a stock song.
It's really, you're right.
It came off an assembly line.
It's very mid. It's very mid.
Yeah. I don't want to embarrass who it was, but it wasn't you guys. Don't worry. This isn't some weird. It wasn't you guys. Don't worry.
I mean. Hold on. Let me retake that.
No, it's not you.
Thank God, I was so worried. Oh man.
No, I've never been critical of you guys, but I've been honest with you where I'm like, man, You know, I remember way back in the day, I was like, you guys sound too much like Creed. You know, it just sounds like another version of Creed to me. And you were like, I've heard that before.
I feel like that's where me and you just kind of bond and get each other anyways. Like we're both really similar in our, straightforwardness.
I noticed you've been getting a little cranky old man lately on Facebook.
A little bit.
And it's funny to me because I got in an argument with Adam D on this podcast about his politeness, right? And I find his politeness off-putting because I find it to be disingenuous.
Right.
Like, it's like, oh, dude, why are you, when you're this polite, it's like, come on, dude, nobody's this fucking polite. Like, just, like, let down the guard, just be a bro. Come on, man, let's just hang out, right? And he just wasn't buying it. He just wasn't letting me win that argument, which is fine. But I've noticed that given enough time, everybody eventually gets rid of that fucking trying. Because here's what it seems like to me, man. It seems like when people are that well-mannered, it's 100% political, and they have motives, not motivations. They have motives, and I don't fucking like those people. I don't fucking trust those people. I'm not into it, right? And over time, and there's a difference between that and being well-mannered, right? But I believe over time, as we get older, especially once you achieve some success, and you've had to suck a few dicks, not literally, but metaphorically.
Gotcha.
You've had to eat some shit. After a while, I've noticed everybody gets burnt out on it, and they'll just start telling people, dude, fuck off. Like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
Yep.
And whether it's online or whatever. And I noticed... And I love it because for me, it's a sign of authenticity. Like, okay, now we're getting to know the real version of this person. And I notice there's also the in-person one, and then there's the online one. And the online one is the most fake. The in-person one is usually the most genuine.
Absolutely.
And I noticed you've been ditching some of the online politeness, and where you're just laying into motherfuckers lately, dude. And I commented in one of these groups. I was like, damn, Scotty's got an old man overnight, it seems like, dude. So what's going on? Like, what is causing you to lose your patience with idiots? What is causing you to lose your patience with idiots?
That's exactly it.
But what is it? What caused it?
I think,
because I think it's
sitting here reflecting
hilarious.
on it, I think it's kind of my beliefs regarding the First Amendment and free speech. More than anything, we've altered that practice in American culture to mean that everyone is free to say whatever they want, no matter how unresearched or idiotic or whatever its nature may be. It's all completely free to just put out there in the world. And immune to zero criticism or rebuttal or critique, anything of that nature, and like that's not what free speech is at all. That's actually the opposite of free speech. That's just giving one side the freedom of speech, and the other side of things, imposed silence.
You know what I've noticed?
I don't know. I'm just
along this path.
Just fed up with it in general, and I don't know, finding a couple random idiots who just spout insane stupidity.
Where's Josh Siegel?
In a comment section of something is just, I don't know. It's an easy way to to try to make the world a better place by reminding these idiots that not everything they freaking speak publicly and share with the world is respectable and credible and deserves a place. You're free to think whatever you want, and you are free to say whatever you want, but I'm free to say whatever I want back to it. So think hard about what you're going to say before you say it. You know
what I've been noticing more and more of?
It's an abuse of the First Amendment. This is America.
What I'm noticing the most of, though, is, and this goes back to kind of the manners thing, right? It's the self-censorship, which you used to self-censor because you didn't want to hurt somebody's feelings, and now you self-censor because you don't want to get canceled.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Or
you see what I'm
fired.
saying?
Or
Like,
fired, man.
but you'll say whatever the fuck you want, even if it hurts somebody's feelings.
Yep.
Like, dude, I was on Twitter the other day, and I seen this fucking I started really contributing to Twitter, like, in a genuine way. Like, I actually am, like, trying to, like, do the Twitter thing right, and I fucking hate it. I hate it. But I'm on Twitter for only two reasons. It's to yell at Elon Omar, because I think she's a fucking nut job, and for sports, because it's the quickest way to get the most relevant real-time information for sports. Anyways.
Because of the character limit, you get the facts.
Well, it's also just where news is broken, like Adam Schefter. All that kind of shit. Long story short, I'm trying to diversify. I see this fucking thing. It says guys be working 87 hours a week, bragging about it, but they don't realize they're the victim, and they don't even get to live a life. And I was like, or they'll be retired at 45 while you work deep into your 70s. Bro, the shitstorm that came after me on Twitter, and I'm talking like dozens of comments. Dude, they were fucked up. They were fucking dumb, right? Like really dumb Rube takes. But then they also went mean, right? They went super mean into like, oh, a musician with 40 followers, I bet you'll be working into your 80s. It's like, number one, you're not wrong, right?
Yep.
Like that's kind of my example, right? Because I'm not putting in 80 hours a week into my social media shit. Number two, I wasn't actually even talking about me. I was talking about people I know. I already know two people who've done exactly that, and I know a third one about to do it. Not 45, his number is 50, but it's basically the same thing. Like he's always had one full-time job and another basic full-time grind.
Yep.
I mean... So it wasn't even me bragging about myself, but people lashed out and said some mean ass shit, dude. Like, and another dude commented, he's like, guys have two paths when they hit 30.
No,
they either settle down and have a family with a good woman, or they start a podcast that no one listens to while they give life advice. And I was like, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
It's also true. And again, you're not wrong. If I want to like actually make money and be financially free in the next 7 years, by the time I'm 45, I should probably work way more because I fucked off a lot in my 20s. I partied a lot in my 20s, and I made a lot of fucking money in my 20s. Like, we did really well comparatively. But still, I'm not retiring by 45.
Yep.
Like, there's no fucking way. Right now, I'm probably on pace till 60, which is still pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
But it's because I didn't put in that early work. And if I could go back in time, and this is the age-old cliche, if I could go back and tell myself at 18, I know you want to make it in music, and I know you have a chance, right? But you have to make sure you constantly do these three things. One of them would be save money. One of them would be take better care of your teeth. And the third one would be, I don't know, I'd have to think about that third one. What about you? If you went back to 20, 2 pieces of advice you'd give yourself. Knowing what you know now. Like, I get it. All this cool shit you want to do, have a family, all the good shit you did. I get it. You can do all of that. But here's what you fucked up and left behind that you shouldn't have done. And I wouldn't have had to change anything. Oh, the third one would have been go to college. I should have gone to college. Because I could have still been a musician in college. People do it all the time. But I was so dumb, I thought I had to keep going. So those are my 3. Stay in college, save money earlier, and take better care of your teeth.
It's a tough question, man.
It is, right?
It's a tough question.
Yeah, it just fucks me up that if you start at 18 and you save like 150 or 160 bucks a month starting at 18, by the time you're like 60 or whatever, ready to retire, you're already a millionaire. You're already a millionaire. Just with that. If you start that same thing at 40, it's $1,000 a month. You know how hard it is to save $1,000 a month?
Yeah, I don't know. That requires quite a bit of thought.
You excited for any commercials this year?
Always curious for the commercials.
All right, DraftKings, baby. Let's see.
Yeah, I haven't even freaking select one person yet.
Yeah, you got to pick your lineup. You found a bunch of prop bets last year.
I know there's a couple free ones.
Like, I don't even remember where those are. Like, how do you even get to them?
I don't know.
free pools, it's probably this. Crown Royale. Here we go. Crown Royale Super Bowl 57 prediction challenge. Entry is free. All right. Which team will cover the spread? I am horrible at this. I never understand this, right? So basically, the Eagles, and you do understand this, so I'm going to say something, and you correct me where
I got it. Yep.
The Eagles are minus 1.5, which is essentially saying the Eagles are starting in the hole 1.5 points, or the easier way to look at this would be the Chiefs are going to start with 1.5 points before the game's even started. The Chiefs are going to start with 1.5 points, and they're still going to lose. So if you're minus 1.5, that means the Eagles are going to win, and they're starting in the whole 1.5 points.
Okay, so here's my response to that interpretation of it. I would consider that not an inaccurate understanding of it, but it is a slightly overcomplicated way of looking at it.
So is it the Eagles are going to win by 1.5 points or less?
All that says is for you to win the bet taking the Eagles, they have to win by more than 1.5 points.
So they're going to win by 1.5
they're
points
win
or
by,
less.
They're going to win by 2 points or more because there's no such thing as
so
1.5.
What this is actually saying is they're going to win by
You are betting on the Eagles to win by 2 points or more if you take the Eagles. If you take the Chiefs, you are betting on the Chiefs to lose by 1 point or win the game.
But I think the Chiefs are going to win.
Then you definitely want the Chiefs on that.
And
they're giving you a free 1.5 points. Which, since there is no half a point, it's they're giving you one free point where even if the Chiefs lose, as long as they lose by 1 point, you still win the bet.
Okay, that actually makes more sense.
And then, like, if the Eagles win the game, if they only win by 1, you did not win the bet. They have to win by 2 or more for you to win the bet.
So, who are you thinking?
And that's why it's always a 0.5 is so that there are no pushes.
You taking the Eagles?
I have been taking the Eagles all week. And then as soon as I did my last little bit of actual tiny little deep dive, looking at like rushing touchdown scored, passing touchdown scored, allowed, field goals made, turnovers, that type of thing. Just basics. Just basics from a point standpoint primarily. It was like, well, I totally see now where it's 27-24 Chiefs is the big popular leaked script, or whatever going around.
We always do this. You and I. Hold on, let me jump in.
Yep.
We always do this. We think about the game differently, right? You're very analytics. You go into that sabermetric style shit, right? Yep. Borderline sabermetrics. Yep. I don't think you really do sabermetrics.
Right.
I think you just deep dive real normal stats.
Yep.
It's all about the human element for me. It's all about the will, because I'm that old John Madden shit. 50% of the game is 90% mental or something. 90% of that game is 50% mental or whatever the fuck his stupid. It didn't even make any sense, but I actually got it because I played football, right? So here's why I am now picking the Chiefs. I've been Eagles the whole time. Here's why I'm picking the Chiefs. Bro. I'll tell you why. Because the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator has already been named the head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. And it sounds like the Arizona Cardinals are going to name Philly's defensive coordinator their head coach. Why does this matter? I'll tell you why it matters. Because in order for that to have actually happened and been decided, that means during the 2 weeks, while these teams have been preparing for the Super Bowl, their coordinators have also been interviewing for other jobs. And once they shook hands, these guys' minds are no longer in Philly on the Super Bowl. No matter what they say, it's not true. They're already thinking about moving. They're thinking about where their kids are going to go to school. They're already assembling a coaching staff. Even if it's just in the back of their minds, that all I'm saying is 100% of their brain is no longer devoted to this game. And the Vikings suffered this by losing.
That's where I was going.
Did you? Okay. And I believe this is a real thing. I truly believe this is a real thing. So I'm taking the Chiefs. I've officially decided I'm taking the Chiefs. All right. Next question.
Because we as Vikings fans saw it firsthand in the NFC Conference Championship game with Pat Shurmur 5 years ago.
And I've seen it many times before. And after that,
That
yeah.
is a great, like, deep dive, very, at least worthy of factoring in.
And this is how I think about shit. Great, like, how focused are you on doing your job? And this actually comes from sports, but then music, and then back to sports. So again, the bands I was in where the singer was worried about what the bass player was playing, that singer was never that good. The guitar player who worried about what the singer his lyrics were. Dude, fucking worry about your guitar riffs. The bands who focused 100% on their own individual parts, and then they'd go, hey man, I don't really like what you're doing there. And be like, oh, okay. I'd hear you out. We'd collaborate. We'd be a real band. But at the end of the day, it's not like I can't sing this part because the bass player is doing something too weird. No, that means you suck. Because if you were really 100% all in on your job as a vocalist, it doesn't matter what the bass player would play. You would be able to do something. And the better you are, the catchier your vocals would become, which would make the busy, weird bass player even more irrelevant in that situation. The fact that you're allowing the bass player to distract from your vocals just proves that your vocals suck.
Your inadaptability is a weakness of yours,
right? Not his, right? Exactly. And
okay,
he may need to tone it down.
Like you might be coming from a legit perspective, but that's not the full circle perspective. That's not the entire perspective.
Right.
Right.
And
even though it may be an accurate perspective,
and this is a nuanced
thing. Doesn't make it full.
Where, like, if we were in a band together, right? It's a formula, but there's a lot of variables in the formula to where it's like you can't just in 30 seconds explain how I feel about this, right? But this is the quickest, dumbest version of it. All right. So next question is total points over under 50.5.
And I think that's such a great line. Eagles defense is pretty awesome for the most part. They can be exploited against the run. The couple times they've lost, they've tended to struggle against the run. So, like, Pacheco, for example, could be a great kind of value pick in daily fantasy. But I think that 27-24 outcome for either team is very, like, that's like a 66%.
And in that case, 27-24 is 51 points. That would be
that's like 2/3 probability to me is that one of these teams wins. Either of the teams wins 27-24.
Sure.
That just barely hits on the over.
All right, we got to speed this up.
So yeah, sorry, I would just barely go over.
Okay. I picked the over. Yep, and it doesn't matter how much over, right? Like it could be 59 points. It could be 51 points.
Yep.
Over is over. Under is under. The line on DraftKings is 50.5. So I picked over. Will the opening kickoff be a touchback? I'm actually going to say yes.
I said yes too. Yep, 100%.
And here's why: because both those motherfuckers got legs.
Well, and I feel
nobody wants to give up a kick return to open the game, so you're trying to get a touchback.
I also feel like if you look at the sabermetrics analytics or whatever, you will see that well over 50% of kickoffs end in touchback. I mean, we're talking like 80%. Probably,
legit,
give or take,
for good reason, for exactly what I just said. Again, it's like the actual stats, right, versus the psychological aspect of the game. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to give up an opening kickoff. The easiest way to do that is to kick a touchback. Plus, I would guess 88%, and I'm saying 88 specifically, 88% of NFL teams script that opening drive from the 25.
Yep.
They're not building it from the 12. They're not building it from the 37.
Because
they're scripting a 75-yard drive because
probably 88% of them start from there.
Who scores the first touchdown? This is tough for me because
it's tough too.
And this is the next question. It's not like I skipped anything because it depends on who gets the football, right? So if the Chiefs get the football, I believe it's actually going to be Kadarius Toney.
Sure.
I think he's the next version of Tyreek Hill. He was compared to Tyreek Hill when he came out of college.
Florida Gator, Kyle Trask, quarterback.
And he's being used in a very similar way. Okay, he's not scoring at the volume because he's not Tyreek Hill, but so I'm going to go any other player because
as far as a team,
I mean, who, like you said before we started this goddamn thing, when you're trying to pick who on the Eagles is going to be good, the problem with them is they're a lot like the Eagles, but but in every way, meaning like Jalen Hurts could have a bad day, but the team still scores 41 points.
Here's the one piece of analytics I want to throw into this particular bet, and then we can move on to the next one. I feel like red zone defense is relevant to this particular bet, given it's who's going to score the first touchdown, and the majority of touchdowns are scored in the red zone.
Good point. Good point. I'm going Travis Kelce.
It just so happens.
I just changed my bet.
It just so happens that the Chiefs' defense in the regular season was had the second worst red zone defense in the entire NFL. Out of all 32 teams for the whole
Kansas City?
the season, Chiefs had the second worst. So to me, that suggests that even if the Chiefs win the toss, because slight advantage will go to the team that wins the coin toss, which is we don't know, because they get possession first. So they've got first real crack at scoring that first touchdown. The Eagles defense has a better chance of holding the Chiefs offense to a field goal on that first possession than the Chiefs defense does to the Eagles offense. I think an Eagles player makes a little more sense from a probability standpoint. But that said, if the Chiefs get the ball first, that swings the probability. That swings the probability.
All right, next question. We gotta rapid fire these now, or otherwise we're never gonna get through. Patrick Mahomes passing yards over under 289.5. I'm going under.
I'll go under too.
Travis Kelce receiving yards over under 79.5.
Over. I'm thinking 85, 95, 110.
88 was the number in my head. Miles Sanders rushing yard over under is 59.5. I'm going
over. I'm going to go over on that. I'll differ on you on that one. I'll go over.
AJ Brown receiving yards over under 74.5. I'm going over.
I'm going over too. One of them's getting 90 or more.
Jalen Hurts, at least one rushing touchdown, yes or no? I'm saying no. They're going to make sure that's what he doesn't do today.
Also no.
Will the last play of the game be a QB kneel? No, it will not. This is coming down to the wire. What will the largest lead of the game be? Over or under 14.5 points? I'm saying under.
Under as well. Oh, yeah, definitely under. I think it'll be closer at half.
Who's winning the MVP, buddy?
Well, I'm picking Eagles. Ultimately, finally, I'm picking Eagles. And so I got to pick an Eagles player. I am going to go
99% of the time. That is true.
Yep.
It has happened.
Yes, you can win it losing, but it's only happened once or twice. It's super
so
rare.
Fucking rare.
Yep. But so that said, I'm gonna go with whoever gets the most touchdowns on the Eagles, which is likely to be someone on the ground. So I'm actually gonna go with a dark horse, Miles Sanders.
I'm going.
Like if we were in Vegas, that payout would be worth the bet. So.
He is a straight option on here. I'm going Patrick Mahomes. All right. And these are the free pool. If you go to DraftKings, it's the free pool prop bets right at the top.
Super fun to do. I love doing
Entry
them.
Submitted. All right, back to upcoming.
They have them every week for various events. It's fun, like to just go into something you have no idea about, and just answer 10 random questions, like do a UFC
all right, you
one.
Ready? Big game entertainment.
I got my
pool.
lineup in.
Big game entertainment pool. Here we go. It's free to enter. All right. Which team is going to win the game? I picked the Chiefs.
And I'm going Eagles.
Coin toss result. Heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails never fails. Heads is best. We've got things that rhyme for everything. I'm going tails never fails. What will be the first offensive play of the game? It'll be a run.
I think both teams want to be aggressive, so I'm going to go pass.
Okay, I'm saying run because
I think run
I'm
is
going run.
I think run is the priority to establish for a game plan on both of these teams. So I definitely
jersey number of the first touchdown scorer over or under 11.5.
Fascinating prop bet. I'm
over 11.5 because there's way more numbers over 11.5, dude. It's way over. Which team will make the first coach's challenge? That's going to be the Chiefs. Chiefs.
Or no challenge at all. I'm going to go Eagles on that. I think Sirianni's a little more feisty and wants to, yell at people and be all.
What color will Rihanna's hair be during the halftime show? I'm going black.
Pink.
You say pink. I'm going black. I'm going black. And the reason I'm going black is because during the commercials leading up to this thing, when she had the fucking Dr. Seuss Mr. Grinch hair thing going on, it's black.
Yep.
So I think that's a look that is important to the show.
That's got the lowest payout. That's the favorite in Vegas.
Will any field goal or extra point attempt hit an upright or crossbar? My answer is no. The kickers are very
that's
good.
Safe. That's an easy bet.
Will there be a 2-point conversion attempt by either team? Yes.
This is very tough to me. I'm going to go no.
Okay. Well, you're not doing it for real, but
I've already done these actually. I did these.
Really?
Yeah, yep.
Okay,
I did these right before I left to come. Yep.
We did them together last year, which is what I thought we were going to do this time. Which is why I planned it this way. But it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's still good either way. You guys can join us with these. You guys can join the $2 league we're going to do. You got to jump in, and I'll probably do a couple more of these because we can do quarter by quarter. They do these cool flash drafts. We'll probably do some of those. All right, which player will win Super Bowl MVP? We already did this on the last one, so I'm picking Patrick Mahomes again.
And I'm going Miles Sanders.
What color liquid will be first poured on the winning team's head coach?
Well, you got to think.
I remember this from last year.
You got to think. You got to stay consistent on this stuff. Okay, so if you pick the Chiefs, you've got to pick a color that's compatible with the Chiefs. You've got to assume that there's different colored Gatorade on each side of the sideline. You know,
true.
So since I'm going Eagles, I'm picking yellow/green.
Okay. I'm going clear/water,
which is compatible,
which does work for either team.
That's smart.
And white Gatorade is the best flavor Gatorade. I don't remember what it actually is, but it's such a great flavor. So you stayed
consistent with your team picks prior to that, but you also stayed neutral and gave yourself a little flexibility too. 100%. I like it.
100%. All right, Hawks, Hornets. No, that's fucking basketball. Who gives a fuck about basketball?
Yeah, right. I think there was only the 2 or 3 Super Bowl ones.
I hate this guy. DJ Khalif.
Yeah, I can't stand him either. You know what? I get a massive
one.
You know what?
Another one. I'm the Don.
You know what? I got a massive kick out of.
No, you're not. You fat fuck. You little dick motherfucker. I would fuck him up in a dark alley. I would fuck him up, and I don't give a fuck. You can make fun of me. I know you motherfuckers. The internet is savage. You're gonna talk so much shit. Jared, you little bitch. You're too skinny. You can't fucking train nobody. Listen, motherfuckers. I've been in the shit, and I would fuck that big motherfucker up. I'm the Don. You ain't the Don of shit, bitch. I bet you ain't been in a fight since you've been 12 fucking years old, and you were fat then, so you were the biggest fucking kid in school, and you probably bullied kids with Down syndrome. Fuck you. That was a pretty good rant.
That was phenomenal.
That was
phenomenal. That's what people tuned in for.
That was a pretty good rant.
Oh my god.
I'm not even going to be humble about that.
It was so good. Oh man. No, what I love that I
should do another entry. I should do one more that's not involved with us. Okay, hold on. I got to do this.
My second biggest sports love from a pro standpoint is the NBA. I'm a big NBA fan. Despite how much it has sucking in
Sanders,
some style
Pacheco,
and some reffing. But anyway,
Goddard.
I don't want to get into that.
And then I want to go. Actually, no. Fuck this. I'm not doing another one. I don't want to think that much. I just want to hang out.
But anyway,
I can't do this many things. I'm producing a podcast. I'm hosting a podcast. I'm a guest on the podcast, and I'm trying to gamble. I can't do it. It's too much.
So about a week or so ago, I started seeing commercials for the NBA All-Star Game, which is being held in Utah this year, and they've got Post Malone in the commercials wearing a Karl Malone jersey. And I just think that is freaking fantastically hilarious.
I mean,
I just think it's fantastically hilarious. Like, wait, what, the All-Star Game's in Utah? So somebody pitched the idea, to the high-ups in the NBA marketing office and stuff.
I know why you think this is funny. You need to explain to everybody else why this is so funny.
Here's what we want to do. Funny. Here's our go-to for promoting the All-Star Game. Since it's in Utah and Karl Malone is the most famous Utah player ever, let's get Post Malone to be involved and wear a Karl Malone jersey because it says Malone on the back. And
okay, do you not understand why that's hilarious?
And then a room full of powerful people went, yeah, that's fucking brilliant. Let's do it.
But do you not understand why it's hilarious?
I don't know.
Malone
It's
was
just,
a Mormon, like a deeply religious man.
yeah. Well, there's that's why it's
Malone
great comedy.
has tattoos on his face. And openly does drugs.
That's
in public.
why it's brilliantly hilarious. Is because there's layers to the fucking comedy of it, man. Like there's layers to its humor. That's why it's
DJ
brilliant.
Khalif is the worst.
Yes, agreed.
I am excited for the Kelsey Bowl, though.
Dude, I really think this is the big debate, the super hot button issue that could possibly divide the country during this game. Which is your favorite Kelsey brother?
Jason. It's Jason
it is
for me.
Jason.
And it's Jason
for me too. It's Jason for me too.
Jason's blue collar. He's more relatable. Travis is obviously
my
dope,
younger sister would
Travis
passionately argue
good.
Travis.
Travis is so good looking.
Exactly.
He's all smooth all the time. And he's
man.
like trying to be cool all the time, and like he kind of talks like he's black a little bit. Like I can't really relate to him as much.
No,
even though I talk like I'm black a lot.
My little sister would passionately be on the Travis side.
Of course she would, because she has a vagina.
She lives in Kansas City
and
too.
She has a vagina.
She lives in Kansas City too. It's like, all right, so what club are the players going to after the game? That's where find it out. That's where we're going.
People are talking so much shit about the fucking Eagles fans. I'm not going to do that. Here's the thing, man. I think they have the greatest fans. I think they have I wish Minnesota fans would violently assault visiting fans when they came to Minneapolis. I wish we were that team. I fucking wish we were that team. Instead, we're the fucking nice guys that literally when opposing teams come to Minneapolis, they're like, it's not that bad. They're from the Midwest. They're not that loud. They're too nice.
See, and
I hate that.
I'm willing to meet you in the middle on that.
Hate that about
I'm willing to meet you in the middle on that. I think when it comes
to see fucking blood.
I think when it comes to almost all language, I'm completely on board with you. But when it comes to almost anything physical, that's where I'm like, dude, it's just.
I want blood.
It's just fucking sports.
Dude. I want to see blood, dude.
Well, that's what the UFC is for.
No, that's what football's for.
No, that's what the UFC is for.
What football's for.
I
want to see UFC in the stands during football.
That's what your ideal version of football. That's what your ideal version. And I'm not saying it's wrong.
I think the
bad.
only people that should go to football games are people who are willing to be in a UFC style fight during the football game.
But I'm just speaking from like the actual promotions perspective.
I want to see people thrown from the top deck.
From the actual promotions
WWE.
views of themselves. From the actual promotions views of themselves, that is not what the NFL is or wants to be, and that is what UFC is or wants to be.
That's why they're gay.
That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not even trying to talk you out of. It
sounds like you're trying to talk me out.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Sounds like you're trying to talk me out.
Not at all. Not at all. You do you, brother.
Hold on. This stream is already lit.
Oh, we got people watching? Anybody commenting? Comments are the best.
No, I'm commenting that on your post.
Oh, right on.
I don't know. There might be people commenting, but I don't think the chat relay is working properly. There might be. Who knows?
Is it Chris Stapleton doing the national anthem, I believe I heard? Yep.
Fuck
there
knows?
It says right there, performed by Chris Stapleton.
Who's Chris Stapleton?
Modern country artist, very like hip and progressive, and collaborates with, Justin Timberlake.
Careful
and
saying
all kinds of people.
That has a weird meaning nowadays.
Okay, sorry.
That is a weird political meaning nowadays. Some people will be like, oh, he's a progressive, I'm out. I'm one of those people.
Very, very modern and legit on the country side of things, music artist, but not traditional country.
Sounds like he sucks.
A little more of a southern rock type of guy.
Sounds like he sucks.
He's actually pretty awesome. And that's definitely not like my preferred musical wheelhouse, And I still enjoy him usually quite a bit.
Apparently, there's like 3 or 4 people watching on Facebook. I can see that much.
The over-under on the anthem, I believe, is 2 minutes. That's right. I believe the prop bet on the anthem is over under 2 minutes. And I happen to actually sing, anywhere from 20 to 50 national anthems at sporting events every year.
Every
on
year?
average? Yeah, every year. On average. Yeah.
You're full of shit.
No.
You
no.
bullshitter.
Dude,
40 to 50 a year?
I work at a freaking high school. I work at a high school for my
okay.
day job.
Okay.
And I'm a professional singer. So like I constantly get like Tuesday afternoon at like 12:30, AD comes up to me, "Hey, you doing anything tonight? Can you sing the anthem?" Yeah, I'll come sing the anthem. You know, it's 5 minutes away from my house.
Okay.
You know, so yeah. But that being said, like as soon as I heard that prop bet, I'm like, ooh, interesting. Okay. And so like I started doing like my normal version of the song. And I timed it out and I'm like, well, shit, this is 1:55 seconds. As usual, Vegas knows what they're doing. You know, so then I was like, all right, what I need to know for this bet, if I was going to make this bet, is does this time start at the first lyric, the first word sung, or does it start at the first musical note? Because I'm pretty sure that Chris Stapleton will have other people accompanying him and not just be, you know, a cappella singing this or you know, or not instrumentally accompanying himself. There will be instrumental accompaniment to this performance, so there should be about a 10-second intro instrumentally before the actual singing starts. Like if it's from the first note,
you know what they should have
had? If it's from the first note and it's someone who's like not a pop singer, I'm going over that 2 minutes. If it's a pop singer, then I'm going under.
You know what they should have had as a prop bet?
Country guy's going to slow it down over the 2 minutes on the national anthem.
What they should have had as a prop bet was during the halftime show, will they not just have, because having is irrelevant, will they feature any trans people?
Ooh.
My answer is yes, because everything is so fucking woke right now.
Yeah.
That trans people need to be in everything. Otherwise, you're the devil, basically.
Well, I think that's just in general, we have misinterpreted non-inclusion as the same thing as exclusion. And that's not the case. Not including someone or something is not the exact same thing as excluding that same something or someone.
Correct. Dude, my wife was doing a diversity training at work the other day, and one of her coworkers was shocked when they showed the population statistics. And what I'm about to say is going to kind of like, just hear me out for a second. So basically, this person was shocked, and I mean shocked. This person was shocked to find out that black people are only 14% of our population, because the way black people are represented on camera nowadays, you would think they're literally 50% of the population. You would think America's half black.
They make up more than 50% of our entertainers in all fields of entertainment.
I'm talking about like commercials and shit, dude. I'm not talking about entertainers, bro.
Well, I'm talking about everything that is on film, recorded, presented, whether it be commercials, whether it be sporting events, whether it be
what I'm saying is like
anything.
People claim about being underrepresented. Okay, the reality is it's actually quite the opposite. Okay, like minorities are well represented in commercials and in TV and in Hollywood and in sports.
Currently, absolutely. Historically,
the way we show these things on TV, you would think that the country is half black. So this person was blown away when they found out. That, I mean, I can't stress this enough. Blown away, shocked when they were like, "Wait a minute, the country's only 14% black." Like, you and I know what reality is because we're almost fucking 40 or over 40, whatever. But the younger generation at 20 years old, they don't look at stats. They weren't raised on stats like we were, right?
Yeah.
They didn't. That generation is so well represented that they were fucking they had a hard time believing that there was only 14% black people in this country.
My I guess.
Oh, and same thing. Guess this was what I was getting at. Sorry.
Yeah. Guess, I'll give you my take.
Guess how many percentage points. Guess how many Americans self-identify as gay? And I'll tell you what, I'll already give you an out.
Don't give me any hints.
There's a give or a take of 0.5%, depending on that person's definition of gay.
Sure.
But it's still only 0.5% difference.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
Because I know a lot of listeners are going, well, what does that mean? Well,
I'm gonna say
self-identify.
18%.
3%.
Dang, that's
But
insane.
if you watch TV nowadays, you would
By
think...
the way, this is over 2 minutes. This is
You
over
just
2
started.
minutes. Yeah, this is over 2 minutes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If you bet on the length of the national anthem and you took over 2 minutes, you have won your bet. Not only is it
And bright stars.
not only is it very, very slowed down, it is also being done in 4/4 time, whereas the original, most traditional version of the song is done in 3/4 time. So that extra beat for every measure also extends the length of the song. So yeah, you definitely won money if you pick the over 2 minutes.
I don't hate it. I think he's actually pretty good.
That's what I was trying to tell you, man. Like,
Oh,
this
that guy's
guy's
crying.
legit.
He's crying.
Wow.
That's Nick Sirianni.
Yep.
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 Eagles are losing. You know why? Because Nick Sirianni's a little bitch. You can't cry. You can't cry before a football game, man. You just wasted energy.
There's no crying in football.
It's wasted energy.
I
man.
got to go Tom Hanks from A League of Their Own on that. You're crying? There's no crying in football.
It's a great sports reference. One of the greatest. That's a genuinely great movie. A League of Their Own, in case you guys don't know what we're talking about. Tom Hanks, classic. Madonna was in that movie. Madonna was amazing. Rosie O'Donnell was in that movie. I'm not looking it up. I'm looking at something else.
Dude, that anthem was a 10. Like,
Yeah, that was pretty good.
or at least a 9. I mean, that anthem
I
was at
actually
least
like
a 9.
the fact
that
that he
was dang
settled
good.
it down, like
Mhm.
including the end. You know
Mhm.
how they always try to go Whitney Houston on the
Yep,
bit?
yep,
He went the other
yep.
way. He was like, no, we're going to make it subtle. We're going to make it chill as fuck.
Yep.
All right, let's go Chiefs.
I always ended on a straight flat brave, but I do tend to Whitney Houston it up a little bit right before that.
Dude, I still think Christina Aguilera should do it every year.
You could have the over-under bet on Christina Aguilera anthems be like, how many notes in the word brave? Over under 11.
407. The over-under is 407. That was still only 12.
Right? Yeah, right.
You just hit a couple of them more than once.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Christina Aguilera, it's 407. No, there's only 12
It's like-
she can hit.
Google, how many notes are there?
Technically, 12. Well, unless
Like, wait a minute, we're throwing in
Middle East shit.
flats and sharps, though.
That's 12. In the diatonic
Yeah,
scale,
yeah,
it's 12.
right. Yeah,
But
but
if-
yeah, if
if
you're
you go
throwing
like-
in, yep, Middle
But if you
Eastern
go like
scales and
Middle
stuff.
Eastern, dude, they do
Yep.
quarter notes and they do some weird
absolutely,
shit, bro.
100%.
Yeah, what is it in the pentatonic scale? How many is it? It's 5 whole notes. And then is it still 12? It's still 12.
I think it's still 12. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It has to still be 12.
Well,
I'm not a big music theory guy. All right, I already get a piss.
yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Is there anybody watching this fucking thing yet? Is anybody hanging out with us? Or you guys? Yeah, there's a few people. Dude, there's a few people watching on each platform. That's funny.
Cool.
Glad you guys are with us. Drop some comments in the chat, dude.
Yeah,
We're
give us stuff to talk
This isn't
about.
a normal podcast.
Yep.
Like, we're not going to sit here and like, well, maybe we will. If the game gets boring, that's what we always say, right? If the game gets boring, like, we'll stop watching the podcast and we'll start facing each other like a
If
normal
the
podcast.
game gets boring, it's going to be with the Eagles on top and not the Chiefs.
That would be my assumption as well. But
If-
honestly,
if-
I won't be surprised either way.
If.
Dude, because Chris Jones is a goddamn monster. We never decided that. Remember, last year we picked
Chris Jones is a legit monster.
He might be MVP,
but at the same
he
time,
might get defensive MVP, Super Bowl MVP.
Plays defensive tackle, and on the other side of the equation is first-team All-Pro center Jason Kelce,
Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
Jason Kelce has to be a Hall of Famer because he's been the best center in football basically since he's been in the league.
40% of the first-team All-Pro offensive line is Philadelphia Eagles. So it's going to be interesting to see if one's able to win out over the other or if they kind of meet in the middle. Got more prop bet time coming up here, too. Find out if it's heads or tails wins the coin toss, which team wins the coin toss. I did not have any timer going whatsoever, but I would love to know if anybody watching who feels like commenting could find out what the official runtime on that national anthem was. I'm going to say it was closer to 2.5 minutes than it was to 2 minutes. But I also don't feel like looking that up. So, but I might because I'm really curious. I also feel like eating another one of these cookies because there's a lot of cookies. Because you're fat. And that first one was really good.
And you're fat. Going fat kid, huh?
Yeah. Oh. It's Super Sunday. Got to allow some indulgence every once in a while.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Seriously, we probably got already fucking 20, 30 people across all platforms.
That's awesome.
That's not bad. That's not bad. There's only a handful on each platform, though, as I slowly go through each one and look at them. I could have the thing up there, but it makes it wonky when we're trying to watch the game. At some point soon here, I'm going to have to get that fucking...
So much scripted presentation.
I'm going to have to get the graphic working soon.
Nothing against any of the content of any of it. Just saying, like, so much manufactured, stuff that's not football related.
That's Kevin Costner. I recognize that voice.
How much money does it cost to get this big of a spot at this moment in the Super Bowl presentation? After the national anthem, right before frickin' coin toss.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what.
Several minutes.
I'll tell you what. When I was a little kid, I remember them reporting, and I mean little kid, like 10, 11, 12 years old. I remember them reporting like it was $1 million for a Super Bowl commercial. So now I gotta guess 20 million. I gotta guess every single commercial spot is a $20 million spot.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that's based on increments too. Like that's probably your 30-second spot. Whereas if you want a 60-second spot, or something that's going to change your price tag then.
Yeah, and I wonder if like the prices change depending on what quarter.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure the stuff before and after the game is cheaper than the stuff during the actual game. Stuff like that. Halftime is probably going to be your most expensive time slot. I would think maybe not.
Probably going into and coming out of the halftime show.
Right.
Those are probably your two most expensive, right?
Right. That's what I would think. I'm not sure, but that's what I would guess.
I would guess too, because like as popular as the Super Bowl itself is, the halftime show is I mean, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but that's why a lot of chicks watch.
It's a pop culture event in itself.
For the halftime
it's
show.
a pop culture event in itself with a broader demographic.
Yeah, a lot of people watch
than the actual like middle of the first quarter. Like the end of the first quarter.
Philadelphia won the toss. They're taking the football. I didn't catch what the call was. I don't know if it was heads or tails, so I don't know if I won that or not. Scotty was too busy yapping over here.
My bad.
Jesus Christ. Look at all those people on the field for the coin toss nowadays. That's way too many people.
Mm-hmm.
They showed one of the earlier Super Bowls. There was like 8 people out there, and it was all players and the
Well,
refs.
nowadays every
Now
team's
there's
got 7, 8, 9 captains,
well,
team
not
captains.
only that, but they had fucking camera crews. They had assistants. They had all the refs out there. It's like fucking. That's too many people, man. Well. Yeah, if we go silent, you guys, for long pauses, I apologize, but it's probably because we're watching the commercials and they're actually good. Like, so we already got a Marvel trailer.
You can put our screen in there too, right? So, like, when we do go quiet, they can see what we're watching?
Yeah, but we
Not
gotta
really?
be real careful about it.
Gotcha.
We gotta be real careful.
No,
So
I get it.
we absolutely can't, but I
get
usually
it.
save that for like the actual replays
I
of the
get it.
game.
No, totally get it.
Like if we get a hell of a play and we're like, oh, let's fucking show people that, you know, and like especially if we want to break something down. When I do the replay, by the way, you have 10 seconds essentially. Like when I hit it, it'll play for 10 seconds. It'll show that screen up on the real deal. We'll be in a picture-in-picture on the bottom so they can still see us pointing and shit. And they'll hear us. They don't hear any audio from the game whatsoever. But the whole thing is only supposed to last for 10 seconds, and then it's supposed to bounce back to the regular this overhead cam that you see up there. Which, by the way,
I don't know. This commercial's pretty epic.
if all things go well, Scotty, this is going to be one of the last podcasts we ever do in this spot. I might have found a real spot, like a separate studio, but I gotta officially file the LLC. I gotta get liability insurance. Like I gotta do this.
That's
for real.
definitely the number one Super Bowl commercial so far. Is that cat rocking out on the frickin' keyboards?
This is the epitome of our
doing
sportscast.
Sunday Ticket, man.
This is the epitome of our sportscast. I tell Scotty we might be moving into a real studio, and he starts applauding.
Did you see that cat?
He starts applauding a cat playing the keyboard on TV.
Dude, that cat mashed the fuck out of those keys, man.
This
That
is
was
happening,
awesome.
sweetheart. Will you please grab me another beer?
No, yeah,
Since
absolutely. No, I'm
having
really
easier access.
that's awesome to hear, man.
I'm tied up. I'm tied up. I got too much going on. I tell Scotty we might be moving into a new studio, a real studio, and he starts applauding for the cat playing the keyboard on TV. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. I think we're starting off on a great foot.
Oh, man.
I can't be happier. I couldn't be happier. And I don't think he did it on purpose. I don't think
Not
he was
at
doing
all.
it
No,
to troll
no,
me.
it was just. No, it was the most innocent, organic thing ever, man.
That's pretty funny though, because you just started like clapping. I'm like, this might be one of the last podcasts we do here. He just starts clapping, like, you fuck. Drop a
No,
comment.
but it's good news, man.
I know there's a handful of you guys watching.
It's good news.
Drop a comment. Hopefully this thing works. I want to see this chat pop up over here. Hopefully it's not just YouTube that's showing up. Hopefully we get to. I'm gonna go
really,
test it.
Really, chat interaction is like the only thing this thing's missing. I think personally, because the more interactive it gets, just the better it flows and funner it tends to
Funner?
be. And
The
yeah,
funner?
funner. That's right.
Funner?
More fun.
Dude, funner is such an egregious destruction of the English language that autocorrect on Facebook changes it to dinner.
Nice. That's right. You messed up 2 letters, neither of which are close to your intended letter.
Funner? Oh, it did. It popped up here. Okay, so yeah, we
Nice.
definitely can see the. We can definitely see the chat coming through on Facebook.
On Facebook, yep.
We
'Cause it's
definitely got
the
it on YouTube.
Got the little logo.
Let me
and
bounce
that's
over
the
to
test.
Twitch and see what's up. Let's see if we get the chat coming in from
starting
Twitch.
starting to understand this language on the screen, on this second screen over here a little bit.
Yeah, this one here is our link. That's just a pinned comment. But if you still got a couple minutes, join this fucking chat, dude, or join this DraftKings lineup. game.
Doug
matchup,
Williams
whatever the fuck you
being
wanna
the
call it.
honorary hoister of the Lombardi Trophy there as the first black quarterback to ever start in a Super Bowl. When today we are seeing, for the first time ever, both starting quarterbacks in the Super Bowl being of African American heritage,
Top
and descent. So
notch.
very, very worth noting and celebrating.
Virtue signaling.
But
Top notch virtue signaling by the NFL.
But not worth exploiting and marketing and things like that.
It's all working.
So
Maybe
that's as usual. I have a middle area view of it.
Final test. We're going to
People
Twitter.
don't like that.
We're going to Twitter. We're going to see if this works.
You know, that's what sucks about having like a centrist perspective on most things in this country, is it makes you the minority always. Like, it doesn't matter who the fuck you're talking to.
Everything.
Everyone else,
virtue
everyone on
signaling.
both sides is your fucking enemy. You know, it's like, no. Trying to be the fucking friend on both sides.
Everything is virtue signaling.
Kick off. Oh, shit. Okay.
Touchback.
I was going to say, that was low enough.
I won that prop bet. Yeah.
It's a good thing that was over to the left, or if that thing would have been more in the middle of the field, it would have got returned.
Yep. Okay. It looks like the only thing we can't see is the Twitter chat. We got everything else.
Now, if you played daily fantasy, I think big question marks from the Eagles side is who's going to get the rushing touchdowns and which of the two big name receivers is going to get more. You know, because we've seen Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown go back and forth between which one gets the bigger numbers from week to week.
My boy's got two TVs going. Check this out. My boy just texted me. He's got two TVs going.
Nice.
He's got the game on the big screen, and he's got us commentating it.
Yeah,
I love it.
dude. That's the coolest thing ever. That made it worth...
Shout out to my boy, Mock
That made it worth my hour-plus drive to be here seeing that, knowing that is the
cheers, by the
thing,
way.
man.
Cheers
That's
to
awesome,
Scotty Ball.
dude.
Every time Scotty Ball shows up, I hope you guys understand, he drives an hour and a half to get here, and then an hour and a half home, just in case you guys don't know how time works.
Time is actually imaginary, but that's a different subject for a different podcast.
It's just a construct. It's just a construct, man.
I was...
All right, here we go, baby. Empty backfield.
second
Jalen
and
Hurts is going to
11.
sit with the fucking ball. He's going to squat like he's taking a dump. He throws the ball. It's complete to Devontae Smith,
all right.
it looks like. Is that Devontae Smith? That is Devontae Smith to the left-hand side. It's going to be a gain of about 5 yards.
What that does for the Eagles offense is it gets them back on pace with the chains. Now you're at third and manageable instead of third and long.
I miss first down.
That's the point. From a coaching standpoint on the Eagles side, that was a successful second down play.
Fix this
got you
graphic,
back
dude.
on pace with the chains.
I got to fix this graphic.
Both third down offenses for each team, I want to say, are tops in the league. I'm not sure about the third down defenses. I'd have to glance at that real quick. Ooh,
right.
Eagles defense is great on third down. Chiefs defense is not.
Oh, what a hit out of bounds.
So another little deep dive when it comes to third down in this game. Both offenses are great, but only the Eagles defense is great. The Chiefs defense is not great on third down. And as I mentioned earlier,
Hold on.
he got popped, man.
I missed it.
As I mentioned earlier in the podcast today, the Chiefs' defense on the regular season, at least, was the second worst red zone defense in the entire league. So the more the Eagles are able to get in the red zone, the more likely they're going to have touchdown success, given the matchup.
Little token fake. He was wide open right in the middle of the field. Damn.
Boom, there's your shot. Ooh, there was some helmet to helmet there.
I'm okay with it.
I am okay with it too.
Let him play.
I am okay with it too. I don't think that helmet to helmet should be penalized, just acknowledging that there was contact between the two helmets.
Did you know the vast majority of players are not in favor of helmet to helmet and concussion protocol injuries?
Sure, I believe that.
They're more worried about the lower body knee injuries.
Yep.
This is a direct quote. I'll worry about my head. I need you to protect my legs. That's a quote from people in the players'
You know what
union.
that tells me about the majority of our society is that they value their livelihood more than they value their health if forced to choose between the two.
Yeah, because they're like, listen, man, I can move my head out of the way.
Beautiful job knowing where the sticks are there.
That's what he's saying, is I can keep my head protected. I can't protect my knees. Now, granted, modern medical science has fucking changed a lot, so an ACL isn't a career-ending injury anymore.
Yep.
But Jalen Hurts is complete.
That was
to
a
Goddard.
perfect pocket. I also felt that Goddard was a nice value in daily fantasy tonight. Guys like Goddard, Kenneth Gainwell, Boston Scott on the Eagles side, and then guys like your boy Kadarius Toney, maybe some Marquez Valdez-Scantling, some Juju Smith.
I wanted to grab Kadarius
on the
Toney in
Chiefs
our
side,
league this year,
or a Jerick McKinnon, former Viking Jerick McKinnon, even possibly on the Chiefs side. Although Pacheco really has kind of taken over that RB1 role.
I told you in the draft. Remember, I was in the draft.
That's my boy Devontae, man. That's my boy Devontae.
This year, I was in the draft, and somebody else drafted Isaiah Pacheco, and I said that might end up being the steal of the draft. And remember, Anwar came in and he goes, "Okay, Mel Kiper." Yeah. Here's the irony: Anwar's the one who taught me how to scout running backs.
Ooh. Into the red zone here, definitely looking for a rushing touchdown from the Eagles.
Shotgun, handoff.
And that is not RB1 Miles Sanders. That is RB2 second-year man Kenneth Gainwell out of Memphis, a guy who I really liked coming out of the draft.
Yeah, I ended last season with him on my fantasy roster, and I didn't pick him up this year. He's the more red zone guy.
He is an early freaking guy to value higher than you have next year in fantasy drafts. Sure. Absolutely.
The biggest question of fantasy football next year is going to be Derrick Henry, because Derrick Henry's not going to have that breakout long run next year. He's going to become almost exclusively a goal line back, but he's going to be the guy who scores 20 touchdowns next year
for me
from inside the 5.
For me, the A topic for fantasy football philosophy next year is how much do we continue to overvalue the running back position than we do the quarterback and wide receiver positions?
Sure. It's going to be interesting.
Not saying that they don't get overvalued a little
watch
bit.
A.J. Brown at the bottom of the screen here.
A.J. Brown and
right here.
A.J. Brown and Goddard are your primary red zone threats.
That's a touchdown.
But again, the Eagles are always looking to run for their touchdowns when they get close.
What did I say?
And that was Gainwell.
He's the red zone threat. Sanders is the 50 to 50
Sanders
guy.
is the move the chains guy.
Sanders is the move the chains guy. That's a stupid way to say it. I don't know why I said 50-50.
He will have a games every 4 games or so. Sanders will have a game where he's the touchdown running back. Like, that's what I was trying to say. With their 4-man running attack, they can rush on touchdowns from the quarterback position with Hurts, or with Sanders in the backfield.
That's not a touchdown.
Nope, it's not. Or with Sanders in the backfield, or with Gainwell in the backfield, or with Boston Scott in the backfield. So you have 4 legitimate threats for rushing touchdowns on the Eagles team every week, and they take turns. Holy shit, do they take turns from week to week. Boston Scott will come out of nowhere once every 4 to 5 weeks and have 2 to 3 touchdowns. And you just on like 2 to 3 carries.
Yeah, you can see
and you
right
just be
here,
like,
you
what
guys
the fuck?
See, he's short, right?
Yeah, he's definitely short. That's
and then he hits the ground right
and then the
there.
elbow hits the ground,
That's
and the ball has not crossed the plane of the goal, which is the front.
It worked perfect.
All the ball has to do is cross the front of the white line. Excuse me, but you can see right there, it clearly does not.
And in case anybody's confused, he was touched on the way down, so he doesn't have to be touched after he hits the ground, because contact is what caused him to touch the ground. Therefore, he's down as soon as his elbow hits the ground. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, Gainwell it's interesting because I feel like we talked about this in one of the football groups, right? This is why I'm trying to get everybody to come into NFL hardcore. Here we go, Jalen Hurts on the sneak, and he's got the touchdown.
That's easy money for the Eagles. And then I really like the post.
I hate that.
I really liked the statement that Hurts not going to the ground and coming out standing.
Hold on. I got to say this, dude. I hate the fact.
All right.
Absolutely hate the fact that we were in 2022 and football has literally gone back to what it was in 1962.
Sure.
It's all about the quarterback option again.
Sure.
I had a whole conversation with Patrick.
For the rare few who can do it with all the surrounding parts. That's I think where it's still there is a little bit of balance.
It's not the future, though. You got to hear me out.
That's fine.
So it's not the future. And here's why it's not the future, because it's the past. Because we've already done this before. This is what college football was built on, was this college option, RPO, triple option. These are all things that have already been done for 100 years in this game. And then the best of the best coaches and the best of the best strategists made it to the NFL, and they shut that shit down. Mm-hmm. And they said, no. You're not. That's not going to work anymore. If you're going to beat us, you have to sit back and throw the football. And then they invested millions of dollars in years and years of training into training offensive linemen to create what's called the pocket. Mm-hmm. And this is revolutionary, you guys. Mm-hmm. This is mind-blowing information. They pay millions of dollars to these guys so the quarterback can stand in the pocket where it's safe and he won't get injured and he can throw the football
where it is easier for him to do his job, and B, less risky for him to be doing his job.
But what happened? Here's what I'm getting at. And I talked about this on the podcast with Patrick, so I'm trying to kind of truncate it because I already went on a rant about this once. But basically, after 40 fucking years of this, there was no need for people to understand how to defend the option anymore. So every fucking defensive coordinator who knew how to shut down that shit, like I said before, they're gone now. They're retired. And 40 years later now, running the RPO and the fucking college option offense suddenly seems like you're revolutionizing football. You're not. We've gone backwards in time. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Football's cyclical is what I'm saying. So within the next 10 to 20 years, the future of the NFL and these athletic quarterbacks, I guarantee you with 100% certainty, I've never been more sure in my life, it will come full circle once again in 20 years from now. It's going to be your Joe Burrows and your Tom Brady's and your Peyton Mannings again. Because right now, the biggest problem is running quarterbacks. So the guys who are getting defensive coordinator jobs are the ones who are able to stop or slow down mobile quarterbacks. And eventually teams are going to go, I can't win with a mobile quarterback because everybody in the NFL knows how to beat them. I need a guy who can read pre-snap defenses and who can stand in the pocket under pressure and make the throw, which I've gone on fucking multiple podcasts ranting about the throw. If you guys don't know what I mean by the throw, I'm not doing it tonight. Not doing it tonight. You got to go back and watch a different sportscast. But the throw is what matters. And when you're the best athlete on the field and you can run away from all your problems since high school, you never practice making the throw. So it's not an issue for you. But someday it will be. And guys like Jalen Hurts will turn into guys like Michael Vick. That's why Patrick Mahomes has already gone from old school Brett Favre to the newer version of Brett Favre. Like, yeah, they do a little scrambling, but they're still looking to make the throw. Mm-hmm. They're always looking to make the throw. Mm-hmm. And that's why I picked... Even Pat Mahomes is always looking to make the throw. That's what I said. Yep. Joe Burrow, always looking to make the throw. Maybe I misspoke. I meant Patrick Mahomes. But they do have the physical tools to do that other style if and when called upon. For now. Right. Until they're too old to do so. Right. And that's why you see guys like Dante Culpepper start here, and then they end way down here. I don't disagree with anything you said. End down here. I don't disagree with anything you said, but to contribute both like-minded thought and counter perspective thought, I definitely think that you're totally right that like it's incorrect to think of that as that's the future. No, that's the present. Okay, that's right now. The present. It's hard to make the present also the future. That's rare. Not only is it the present, but it's always been the future since back in the day when it was Fran Tarkington and then Randall Cunningham and then Michael Vick. Like this whole idea that mobile quarterbacks are the future of the NFL, I've been hearing my entire fucking life, bro. The two uniquenesses of it happening now is the uniqueness that you already brought up in the schematically. All the counter experts are gone, and all the counter expert information is
lost and in need of retrieving,
right.
From a schematic standpoint.
Right.
Okay. So that's part A of right now. And part B is the physical tools married to skill sets that are at an all-time high as far as having guys of high athleticism and high size and high skill. Typically you were choosing one or two of those three in the past. And now,
Kelsey,
and now there simply are more human beings that have all three. Like a Pat Mahomes.
Well, and that's basically where I was going.
So
you just said something that brought me back.
So those two things coming together is what has resulted in its current reemergence.
Well, and that's what's bringing me back to the beginning of this conversation.
But it will then get countered again.
Right. And that's why I say it's cyclical, right? So
yeah, exactly. That's the perfect word.
So we started off talking about quarterbacks. What I was really getting at and where I wanted to go with this was running backs, right? So there was a period of time where you needed a feature running back. And then there was a period of time where you had a committee.
That one, too.
And then it went back to feature, and then it was committee, and then it went back to feature, and now it's committee again.
Prop bet on Pat Mahomes' first rushing attempt being over 3 yards. Hit
that was
on the over on that.
Second and 2. Mahomes in the shotgun, running back to his right.
Whole playbook's open on second and 2.
Pacheco's got it. He's loose. Pacheco with a big run down to the 20. Isaiah Pacheco.
If I were establishing prop bet lines...
You fucking call me Mel Kiper, you cocksucker.
If
you're the one who taught me how to scout running backs, you piece of shit.
If I were,
you can't teach me how to scout running backs and then make fun of me for picking out Isaiah Pacheco and saying he might be the steal of the fantasy draft, you cocksucker.
For my own fun, I try to establish some realistic prop bets when it comes to like rushing touchdowns per game or sacks per game per team, stuff like that, just for fun.
And off to Pacheco again.
I'm going to be very curious to see if ultimately I ended up putting the Chiefs rushing touchdown line at 0.5. I thought about putting it at 1.5, but I ended up putting it at 0.5. The Chiefs do not have a rushing touchdown in the entire postseason, and we're near the bottom of the league at like 1.1. rushing touchdowns per game throughout the regular season. Combine that with the freaking Eagles red zone defense being, top 5. It's going to be hard for the Chiefs to get a rushing touchdown in this game.
All right, we're in the red zone. Kelsey's
got it! Touchdown, the Chiefs should be able to get at least...
Chiefs. Oh my God, I said Eagles.
Chiefs should be able to get at least 2, if not 3
Eagles.
passing touchdowns. So, and we just saw, and they're on their way there. So... everything kind of going according to chalk.
Wow,
so
what
far.
A move. What a move.
That was pretty amazing.
Here's your replay. Impressive. And
a beautiful throw, too.
It's a perfect throw. It's a perfect fucking throw.
The loft, the arc on that pass was... They really couldn't have made it much more catchable.
What the fuck is going
or
on
been more accurate with it.
God damn it.
Getting it over the defender, but still dropping it down into the hands of the receiver. Beautiful throw, phenomenal route running by the big man tight end, Travis Kelce. We are all nutted at 7. That's my favorite Kelce right there. One guy's dancing in the end zone. The other guy's on the sideline eating a freaking protein bar, man. Give me the guy eating the protein bar.
Some dumb shit in one of those NFL groups. Right now, one of those dipshits in one of those NFL groups is this is why the Eagles suck, because he's eating a candy bar. That's a protein
100%.
bar. That's a protein bar.
Yep.
And yes, he's intaking sugar, which is something that alpha males do. Well, I shouldn't say alpha males. People with high metabolisms. I'm one of those people who in the gym consume sugar. Yep. People go, it's the worst idea. I can't believe you're drinking a Coke. I need and can handle the Coke.
This brings
That's not
up
a problem for me.
You totally unintentionally, to me at least, as a former offensive lineman in high school and before that. Look at Jeff Saturday, for example. Look at Alex Boone. Look at all these retired offensive linemen. Look at their bodies now compared
They
to their
thin out.
bodies when they were
thin out.
in the
Matt
league.
Burke.
These people, Matt Burke, another perfect example. Almost all of these guys are going beyond their natural body size
Right.
to do their job
Yeah.
while in the league.
Being 300 pounds is not normal. It's not healthy.
No.
Even for
No.
these big ass alpha males.
And so you're already beyond what's natural. Now to maintain the functionality of that, yeah, you might need a freaking protein bar on the sideline, bro. Like, dude, it's all legit. No issues with that.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's always like wide receivers and quarterbacks that get fat after they retire.
Yes. Yep. Or maybe a running back, but typically not.
Typically, offensive linemen and defensive linemen, if they're healthy, they thin out after they retire.
Yep. Because they added mass
Yep.
that was not natural to their body design.
Mm-hmm. Come on,
And
you fucks, put
vice
something in chat.
versa. Vice versa, when you're playing wide receiver or running back or whatever, like you've got to maintain peak physical condition while you're working, so like there's more room in the other direction for both sides.
Hit us up in chat. Let's talk some shit. Let's have some fun. It sounds like everybody across the country is fucking drinking and having a great time. Super
Good.
Bowl
That's the way it
Sunday.
should be, man.
Shout out to Mark Ba.
I do greatly respect and admire the cultural event that the Super Bowl is.
I mean, it's a
and has
worldwide
grown
event.
into.
You gotta give him props, right?
A global cultural event, not even just a national cultural event, but evolving into a global cultural event. Props, man. Recognition, respect, appreciation, all that shit. Definitely, most games too, regardless of who's playing, you do see a little more offense, back and forth, fast pace in the first half than in the second half once adjustments have been able to be made, and what's working has a chance to be countered schematically and things like that.
Shout out to Dave Merritt. I'm friends with him on Facebook. He is the defensive backs coach for the Kansas City Chiefs tonight.
Hell yeah.
That's another reason I'm cheering for the Chiefs.
I am cheering for the Chiefs as well. Even though I picked the Eagles, I'm cheering for the Chiefs.
I became friends with him through a cigar group, lovers group.
Nice.
Yeah. And today he shared a video in this group. Actually, he shared it on his own private Facebook page, but he shared it, and it was literally a DB hype video. So the Chiefs put together a highlight reel of their DBs to hype themselves up to go into this game. So I'm going to be interested to see how this pulls out, because I'm cheering for David Merritt. David Merritt, cheers to you, brother. I hope you guys do well. I know he's on the sideline right now hyping these boys up.
Oh, that would have been some nice receiving yards for Gainwell there. Heard some prop bets on the way. listening to satellite radio on the way here.
I'm going to try to get David Merritt
I wanted to mash
podcast.
all of the Gainwell overs. I wanted to mash over them, all of them. His over for total yards was like 30. His over for rushing yards was 20. His over for receiving yards was 10. And I'm like, I want to mash the over on freaking all those prop bets.
All right,
if I
here
was
we are
doing
in the
that.
pistol, which I believe the pistol is the actual future of the NFL, and here's why. Look at this formation. Oh, you missed it.
I seen it pre-snap.
Okay, so the reason I believe the pistol is the greatest formation in the history of football is because you get the best of both worlds in regards to your quarterback lining up in a shotgun type formation, meaning he's not under center, meaning he's farther back, which allows literally when you're farther back, you can see more. Right, that's why Russell Wilson drops 18 fucking steps back in the pockets because he's so goddamn short.
Because he's so short, he needs to see.
That's what you got to do, right? So it's physics, it's simple physics and geometry, right? Okay. So the pistol gives you that. The pistol gives you that. But the reason I don't like this formation, which right now the Eagles are in shotgun, running back to the right of Jalen Hurts, is because the running back has no forward momentum during a handoff. Okay, he accepts the football from zero. Do you understand? Meaning the entire defense, if they're watching, has the ability to identify the running back has the football and the running back has zero momentum. Okay, that's a disadvantage. That's -1 right there out of the gate. -1 for the running back.
And it also,
however, in the pistol, the running back still lines up behind the shotgun formation quarterback. So he still has the ability to gain momentum before he even has the football, which means he's traveling faster, which allows him to do all the same things as you can do as if you're in a single back formation. So basically, you need a running back like an Adrian Peterson who did better in a single back formation than he did behind a fullback, but a quarterback who does better in a shotgun formation than he does under center, unlike Kirk Cousins.
Right.
Kirk Cousins is one of the very rare quarterbacks who's better under center than he is in the shotgun. It's one of the problems I had with KOC in this offense for the Vikings. This is a first punt, by the way. What did I tell you?
And a swing in field position. And a swing in field position.
They're not going to allow Jalen Hurts to run all over him tonight. They're going to make Jalen Hurts beat him out of the pocket, which is the right move.
That is the right move.
Nice return. I don't care if that was 8 yards. That was a brilliant 8-yard return.
The Eagles average more rushing.
Tony.
The Eagles average more rushing touchdowns per game than they do passing touchdowns per game. That is almost unheard of in today's NFL.
Correct.
And that's just, and everything I just said is just a fact. It's not my feelings or opinion or anything.
I'm going to tell you right now. If you guys want to know how the Eagles will be permanently defeated forever, like how do I beat Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense? Here's how it is.
What's the blueprint?
I want you to go back and I want you to look at Super Bowl I, Super Bowl II, the Green Bay Packers,
Bart Starr,
and the Vince Lombardi offense. That's what this is based on in NFL football terms. In college football terms, I have no fucking idea. There's probably 30 different coaches over the last 100 years that you could quote, right? I don't know. I'm not pretending to be a college football guru. But in modern day NFL football, all you have to do is go back to the first 2 Super Bowl teams, and it's Vince Lombardi. You understand what Vince Lombardi was trying to do on offense, and then you understand what people like Bud Grant did to stop them. And that's how you beat this version of this modern day football. The Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. It's this constant RPO battle. It's not that hard. It's not that hard because there's only one quarterback in the NFL who can actually do this and defeat that. And it's Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is the only guy who can run on you, and if you shut all of that down and lock him into the pocket, bro, that is not better. like honestly, Patrick Mahomes is more deadly from the pocket than he is anywhere else. It's not true for Jalen Hurts. It's not true for Josh Allen. It's not true for any of these other fucks.
Yep.
It's that simple.
To me, the only honorable mention you can throw into that conversation is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow might be the same type of cat.
But Joe Burrow got injured his rookie
mobility.
year.
It's Joe Burrow's durability is the issue, but his mobility is not.
Joe Burrow got injured his first year as a rookie, scrambling out of the pocket. Ever since then, he's done exactly what I said needs to happen. Because we did a podcast about this.
To protect the investment.
Me, and Anwar did a podcast about this. He needs to learn how to stay in the pocket and become Tom Brady.
He needs to get that post-rookie contract.
Stop. He did it. He did what I said he needed to do. He learned how to be in the pocket and shift the shoulder. So when that defensive line is coming around and trying to grab his arms, he can dip his shoulder, take 2 steps out, still make the throw. That's what Joe Burrow did. That's why last year Joe Burrow made it to the Super Bowl, and that's why this year Joe Burrow almost made it to the Super Bowl. Going out of the pocket, he got injured and almost ended his fucking career.
Right, but it's not an ability issue with him. It's a durability issue with him. That's where I throw him in as an honorable mention.
That's a human issue. That's not a Joe Burrow issue. Running outside of the pocket as a quarterback is a fucking death sentence.
That's true.
It's only a matter of time. That's why John Elway, Brett Favre, Jim Kelly, all these, Steve Young, all these guys were scrambling quarterbacks until they weren't. And the reason they
or you get a guy like Robert Griffin III who doesn't get that far.
Dante Culpepper.
Yep, exactly. No, I'm with, dude. I hear you, and I'm with you, man.
I will never fucking stop on this.
I hear you, and I'm with you, man.
I've said this a million times. I want to be right because it's the right answer, not because I came up with it.
Right.
I didn't come up with this, you guys. I didn't invent this. This was taught to me.
And you're also discussing probabilities and likelihoods given massive sample sizes with multiple variables on size and style and everything like that still lead to the same conclusions and results.
I got a new prop
more
bet.
Often than not.
I want the viewers to vote. Who's the podcast MVP? Jared Singer, Scotty Ball, or the ice bucket? Because right now, dude, my vote is for this ice bucket.
I was going to say I'm putting $5 on the ice bucket.
Dude, my vote is for the ice bucket, bro. The ice bucket is the MVP, bro. The podcast MVP is the ice bucket.
Oh my God!
Dog.
Mahomes out of the shotgun, 1st and 10, deep down the middle, wide open to Travis Kelce.
30, baby. Woo!
How is Travis Kelce always open?
Because he's that good. It's
unbelievable.
Travis Kelce is a quarterback at the tight end position.
It has got to be the most frustrating thing for a defensive coordinator trying to call against the Chiefs.
Look at him. The way he jukes defenders, he's like, watch this. He
this guy's route running ability as a tight end is off the charts. For his position, his route running ability is off the charts.
Empty backfield, 5 wide.
If there is a chink in the Eagles' impressive defense,
nice play,
defensive armor, to me, in my opinion, it is the next level of their defense in the middle of the field. So the inside linebackers and the safeties. That is the weakness of the Eagles' defense, if there is one. They are solid across that entire defensive line, as well on the edges and with their outside corners. But if there is,
shout out to Tonevelt Audio for providing the cables that make this podcast sound so good, by the way.
If there's an area where the personnel isn't top-notch on the Eagles' defense, it's in the middle of their defense on the second and third tiers.
How many times have you pissed?
0 so far.
What?
0 so far.
I've already pissed once, and I got to piss again.
Okay.
You fuck. All right, it's third down. It's what, 3rd and a half a yard? 3rd and 1?
3rd and 3.
3rd and 3. My ass. That was a terrible spot.
That might be true. Ooh, well defended.
Ooh, well, they'll get the field goal.
Well defended. Definitely, if you're looking at over-under on field goals made for either team.
Let's play this replay. Here we go. So he tries to do the play action, but the running back missed the play action, so Patrick Mahomes wasn't able to do it. And then he just tried to do the shovel pass.
McKinnon kind of whiffing on that chip block really limited what Mahomes' options were.
I'm gonna piss.
But if you're looking for which kicker has the better chance to make 2 or more field goals in this game, it's this guy right here, Butker of the Chiefs. Absolutely.
He's my favorite kicker to draft.
It is a rare occurrence for the Eagles to ever get more than 1 field goal in a game. 2 tops.
Butker's
but
my
usually
favorite
just
fantasy.
Usually just one.
Butker is my favorite fantasy kicker, and he missed it.
We got that, and it hit the upright.
Oh,
you gotta be kidding me! We missed a prop bet,
dude.
Dude,
bro.
Just the fact that was a prop bet should have sent off the damn alarm in my brain and went, nope, it's got to be yes.
Because there's people just jumping in.
Okay, so if you're just tuning in, there's all kinds of what's called prop bets, and a prop bet is just like odd stuff in games. So like there's prop bets on how long will the national anthem last and things like that. One of the popular prop bets, at least that we participated on DraftKings in one of their contests, was will a field goal attempt or extra point attempt hit a crossbar or upright at any point in time? And obviously if you've watched a football game in your life, you know that the odds are much more in the favor that will not happen. It is fairly rare. But lo and behold, first freaking kick attempt, well, first field goal attempt, I should say. There have been extra points, but the first field goal attempt of the game is missed after bouncing off of the left upright. Insane. And so what I was saying to Jared right after he left, because both of us saw that bet and were like, just like, we didn't even have to think about it. We were both just instantly mashing nope, that ain't gonna happen, because it doesn't usually. But what I just said to him when he took off here was that, like, just the fact that was one of, like, the 10 most popular prop bets that they chose to include in their little contest, like, that should have set off an alarm in my head. And that it was gonna happen. Somehow Vegas knows. There's been a lot of talk last week or two of, leaked scripts and, how much of it, if any of it, is influenced or, manipulated or predetermined or anything like that. And so I don't know if you are of the conspiracy theory type of mind on that particular subject. I think that kick hitting the upright does lead you a little bit in your favor.
There's no way, though, Vegas
No,
knew.
you can, dude, but that's the thing with a play like that. I know these guys are really good. You cannot hit the upright on purpose more than 1 or 2 times out of 10. Period. It is so hard. Like, dude, it's like
Need some more scotch?
Sure, why not?
It's not scotch. It's
like,
just whiskey.
It's like it's maybe maximum 12 inches
do you need more
wide.
ice?
Yeah. It's maximum like 12 inches wide, a foot. To hit that.
Your mother's been talking about me again, huh?
Well played, sir. To hit that with an object that's only 6 feet wide,
That was
from
really good.
from 30 plus yards away, like, dude, you could not do that on purpose more than 1 out of 10 times if you were the
ice
best in the
bucket.
world, and you tried. So, but wow, what man, you got a nice payout if you threw $10 or $100 down on
that prop bet,
because the odds were in the favor. Like, that's if it happens to happen, I win big. I don't just win, I win big. Like, dude, good for you. Well on you. Happy for you. And I didn't risk anything in any of my bets, so I don't really, it doesn't matter if any of them work out or not.
No, dude, this is fun, man. I'm having even more fun than we did last year. Cheers.
For sure, man.
Cheers.
One more thing I will say, and I think we
got to start
discussed this
doing
before.
all the championships, by the way. We got to start doing all the championships.
Agreed.
Even the ones that are series, I
Count
don't
on,
even care.
count on Championship Sunday next year, in addition to Super Bowl Sunday, for sure, man.
Yeah, because we did do the playoffs last year, didn't we? We did
I think
divisional.
we did once
No,
or
we did
twice.
two. We did
did once or twice.
No, we did 2. We did
2.
divisional. We did the divisional round, and I think we did both games on that day. And then we did the championship game, and I think we did both championship games.
I believe you're correct on that.
And then
I have
Super Bowl.
recollection of Championship Sunday.
I know we did because it was in my settings, like when I wanted to do this one. See, what did I fucking say?
Yep.
There, and this is the smart play, you guys. This is football, right? This is old school shit. So you have to pick a priority. Are you going to take the quarterback on these options? You have to pick, and certain guys have assignments. And then you have the team assignment, and I would sell out on the quarterback. Sell out.
I wanted to
stop Jalen Hurts on the option.
That's what I wanted to chime in on. That's what I wanted to chime in on.
Keep him in the pocket. Force him to beat you as a
I don't even think
passer.
it matters what the name on the quarterback's jersey is in that situation. Just simply forcing him.
If it's Minshew, then you sell out to the running back.
No, I mean with someone who can actually run it. Like if you've got a guy that's just a strength of his, like a Josh Allen or a T-Law or whoever. Anytime you've got someone who can actually just run that legit, quarterback should always be the top priority, because just forcing them to eject the ball from their possession and hands to another player creates risk.
A possible fumble.
Creates
Yes,
risk for the
yes,
offense and potential opportunity for the defense. So you keep playing those odds, man. You keep playing them, and you force them to beat you with the running back multiple times before you start respecting the running back the same way you respect.
I don't care if it's Gainwell.
Exactly. That right. That's what I'm getting at.
Good job on the Chiefs defense.
That really isn't a personnel philosophy.
I mean, it can be.
It can be. Absolutely. Absolutely.
If it's Adrian Peterson in that backfield, you're selling out on Adrian Peterson.
Right, absolutely. But if it's Gardner Minshew at quarterback, you're probably not running RPO anyway. Right. You're probably not running RPO anyway.
Tried.
You know?
They
did. Yeah, they did.
It did work.
And no, it did not.
But Gardner, I actually am a big Gardner Minshew fan.
Dude, how can anybody not love Minshew, man?
I am willing to put money on. Here's your prop bet.
The guy's my favorite backup quarterback ever.
Over under. Here's your prop bet. Over under. Gardner Minshew's got a hog over under 8 inches. I'm saying way over. Gardner Minshew's got a 12-incher, bro.
I know.
Gardner Minshew's got a 12-incher.
I know a really bad, inaccurate betting line. When I see one, I'm hitting heavy on the over on that.
Bro, Gardner Minshew over under 8-inch hog. I'm saying way over. Like when it was first touchdown over under the jersey was 11.5. I said way over. We were wrong. It ended up being number 1 because
Gardner North Minshew.
Way over. Was this? Oh, this is Flashpoint. So did you hear about this? Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't know anything about elderly Batman.
So Flashpoint is going to be a multiverse movie in DC. Right?
Okay.
So literally Michael Keaton, his Batman shows up, even though it's...
And there might be another Batman too, possibly,
Maybe, right? But there's 2 or 3 different Flashes in that movie, and one of them is from... the Ben Affleck universe, which everyone sucks.
So just trying to take the Spider-Man multiverse stuff and create their own multiverse.
If I remember right, this actually happened to DC first.
Well, I mean from like a modern Hollywood standpoint. I don't mean from like an actual creative origin.
Whatever.
I mean like I'm just talking modern Hollywood formula.
Dude, I'm not going to debate that because I'm not the comic book guy. Right?
Just because we have recent example of like multiple incarnations of Spider-Man.
What I was actually getting at was that this is the end. It's over. DC it's all done. So your Supermans, your Batmans, your Flash, Aquaman, the reset button has officially been hit. And James Gunn's restarting the whole thing from he's Kevin Feige of DC now.
Do you also believe that is Dwayne The Rock Johnson's fault?
No, I think Dwayne The Rock Johnson tried to save it.
Okay.
And then when James Gunn took over, he was like, I don't give a fuck about The Rock. He's like, no. We're gonna do this well.
And I have to do this shout out, even though this person isn't watching. I have not seen Black and Atom. I haven't seen that movie.
Black Adam was pretty decent. I mean, it was when you watch the actual movie, it's clearly rushed and truncated because of editing, not because of what they did. Sure. Like it's an editing problem.
Totally get that.
So when you watch like the OG Justice League, it's kind of bullshit. And then if you watch the Snyder cut, it's like, wow, this is actually really good.
Sure.
Black Adam's like that. When they release the director's cut, Black Adam is going to be dope.
For sure.
It doesn't matter because it's done.
And I'm 100% someday going to watch Black and Atom. But
Jason Momoa's Aquaman canceled. He's done. And they said it's because they want Jason Momoa to play a different character in the DC universe.
Okay.
So
I think
we'll see.
I would think it's also in part to Momoa kind of wanting to draw that line of, no, I'm done with this character. I don't want to have to be this guy for the rest of my life.
Oh, we got to get our graphic back on. I've been bad at maintaining.
There we go.
Graphic.
That's pretty.
All right, here we go. Pistol formation. This is my favorite formation. Jalen Hurts out of the pistol. He fakes hands off. See, that's actually a little bit of a and it's deep.
Look at how well he's able to survey the field. That was extremely well covered until dude inexplicably tripped over his own feet and fell on his ass.
Well, it's tough when you're
double
covering
coverage.
AJ Brown.
That was double coverage, though, until the dude in position fell on his ass.
I'm going to slap this replay in here. Here we go.
Because you will see the defensive back in front of AJ.
Here he comes.
As well as the defensive back behind AJ. Yep.
Well, and the reason is because the way AJ Brown turned, the DB thought the ball was going to be right there, right then. And then when the DB had to turn around and recalculate again, that's when the DB stumbled.
It's also the reason that A.J. Brown plays offense and the other guy plays defense.
A.J. Brown is an absolute fucking monster.
He absolutely, 100%.
2 years in a row, I wanted A.J. Brown on my fantasy
100%.
team and couldn't get him in the draft. Oh, I was so pissed off.
Well, I was one of the few people who came out of that draft scouting process going, no, I like both of these Ole Miss receivers. They're both look pretty legit to me. I like DK Metcalf and I like A.J. Brown. They should both be able to play.
A.J. Brown is built different, though.
But A.J. Brown has the higher odds of being better because he does all the little things better.
A.J. Brown is built different, dude. Wow. Impressive. Very impressive, dude. Very, very impressive. When we pop up this graphic on the bottom of the screen, you guys, you can use the timestamp. If you want to try to sync it up with the game, you can use that to sync it up. That's why that graphic is sitting on the bottom of the screen. Man, we got a grip of people hanging out with us between
Cool.
Facebook, YouTube.
Awesome.
Nobody's commenting. Nobody's in chat, which is disheartening. Comment in chat, guys.
I
Give us
think they're
something
still
to chat
just
about.
building up the buzz is priority one here probably for most people.
Building up the buzz.
Yeah.
That's so optimistic.
Well, thank you.
I'm into it. I'm into it. I honestly, I can't even hate on it, dude. So optimistic.
That was actually the hairdo I woke up with this morning, but I decided to comment.
There we go. Man, I got a nice little buzz going on.
Odds did also suggest that both teams were highly likely to each commit one turnover. But that if one team was less likely to commit a turnover than the other, that it was the Eagles who were more likely to not commit a turnover than the Chiefs. And I do feel that if at this juncture in the game the Chiefs were to commit their one turnover, when that moment happens in the game is really influential. It's not just that the turnover happens, but when and where it happens too.
You do me a favor,
I feel
bro?
like if that moment happened on this drive, that's a big swing and a big shift. If it happens somewhere in the mid-third quarter when it's tied up again, not as big of a deal.
Will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Will you go in that fridge over there and
Yep.
grab one of them 12-packs? I'll put it in this
You betcha.
fridge. If you just grab it for me from over there,
I
I'll put
can
it in this
handle
fridge.
the final leg of the labor, but I appreciate the offer.
Oh, man, these beers, these land sharks, dude. I have developed a new love and appreciation for super light beers. We're drinking land sharks, and I'm dropping a lime in this motherfucker, and it makes Corona taste like shit.
If you like Corona, you will absolutely adore Land Shark.
It's so much better.
It's a million times better. It's for me, it's kind of like going from Mountain Dew to Sundrop. Like, holy shit, the quality difference is just mind-boggling, man.
Like Sundrop is better?
Like a million times.
What?
Sundrop is Land Shark to Corona's Mountain Dew.
What?
Yeah, man.
Get out of here.
Yep.
You're being
Yep.
crazy.
Nope.
You're saying
Nope.
crazy things right
Nope.
now.
Nope. Those who know, know.
Here's your knuckle buster.
Those
by
who
the
know,
way.
know. Sweet. I'll hit that up halftime. I got a case
This is
of
my
beer
man's
to
over
grab
here
by
drinking
request.
Sundrop. Are you sponsored by Sundrop?
I wish. God, I wish. Like that's like number 2 on the freaking life goals list, man. Only because the number 1 spot is always vacant.
We have had a couple of flags, but were they legit? Were they actual penalties?
I think so. That was one of the few things. I did way less deep dive than I normally do. One of the few things. The only other thing, other than like touchdowns, field goals, and like third down, red zone type of stuff that I threw in there, turnovers and sacks, was penalties, penalty yards. Typically,
Nice.
penalties do go down in the postseason from the regular season. Was definitely an obvious thing from the research. Like, okay, they throw more flags in the regular season or over the course of the regular season,
Of course, yeah.
than they do in the postseason. That comes down. But that the The Eagles were a little more likely to get called for more penalties, although both of them were kind of hovering around that expect 4 to 5, But if it's 5 to 6, it's probably going to be the Eagles, not the Chiefs. But from a yard standpoint of what the penalties actually punish them, while the Eagles consistently get a little bit more penalties than the Chiefs penalties are consistently more costly than the Eagles penalties are from a total yard standpoint. So the numbers was like Eagles will get 5 or 6 penalties, 35, 40 yards.
Oh, we got little Smoky.
Chiefs will get 3 to 4 penalties, but it'll be for close to 50 yards. So
Thanks, babe.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, those are good.
I went for the double.
Wow. No, those are bomb.
Mm.
It may be
Oh,
the
my
beers.
goodness.
It may be the
Oh
beers.
my goodness. Well, Will Ferrell in a commercial, that's already a good one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I love the little Smokies, dude. Well, I'm not going to lie. Jalen Hurts does look legit. They're talking about Jalen Hurts being $50 million for his contract.
From a physical tool standpoint, I always felt like, yeah, he's kind of it's really hard to tell him.
Sure.
Like, dude, no, or you get it's bold.
It makes you wonder if you're benched for Tua, was it just a mental thing? Because I don't see any physical tools. Right, so like attitude, personality, work ethic. Yeah, it makes me wonder because like it makes me wonder as Scotty's going to the bathroom here. We're talking about Jalen Hurts getting benched for Tua, and it makes me wonder because when I see Tua is just Kyler Murray. It's these really small guys who have some great athletic ability, but they definitely should have played baseball. They definitely should have went to the MLB. They're too short. They're too small. They're too acrobatic to play NFL quarterback. I mean, it's a nice play. It's a nice play, but this shit is not sustainable for Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts' game is not sustainable in the NFL. Yeah, this is it's great for him now, but it's not going to last much longer. Hurts out of the shotgun, hands off. Looks like it's Gainwell, number 14. He goes up the middle with a weird 8-yard gain. That's a weird 8-yard gain. Wait a minute. Are they calling that a 9-yard gain? They're calling that a 9-yard gain. That was okay. Okay. That's pretty generous. Jalen Hurts out of the shotgun, running back to his left, 2 wide right. No first down. That's going to bring up 3rd and inches. It's going to bring up 3rd and inches. Dude, we got so many people watching. How come we have nobody in chat? You guys talk your shit. Come on, bring the shit. Talk some shit. Talk shit about me if you got it. Jesus Christ, we need something in here. False start, Philadelphia. It's gonna knock them back 5 yards. It's gonna be 3rd and 6. This is a big difference. Oh, there's a bunch of people on the... Dude, a bunch of Philadelphia offensive linemen moved. You could have called that on 4 different people. The only guy who didn't move was Jason Kelsey, which means it was probably Jason Kelsey. Hey, there we go. Spiking Viking in chat. He says, fuck you, Jared. He said, fuck you, Jared. Vikings Super Bowl next year. I would love it. Oh, fumble! Oh, the Chiefs got it, and he's going.
Oh, snap! That's it. Defensive score.
It's gonna be a Chiefs touchdown. It's gonna be a tied game. Woo!
Damn it! Because that was a talking point I had several times that I don't know if I actually brought up.
No, you did. We talked about this.
While
when
the
they do
Eagles,
the handoffs and the RPOs.
While the Eagles were less likely to turn the ball over than the Chiefs are from a frequency standpoint, when they do turn it over, it is more likely to result in a scoring play than when the Chiefs do or turn the ball over. That the numbers showed that pretty obviously. So
fuck the Eagles. I really like the Eagles, but fuck the Eagles.
That's awesome. We got a game again. Not again. It's been a game the whole time.
Shout out to Spiking Viking. If you guys are fans of the podcast and you notice we've been gone for a while, we came back last week, tentatively, subtly. We didn't do a lot of promotion for it, but I actually should put out another post. Patrick Olson from the 93X, you did some voiceovers on, these are early. These weren't supposed to come till 3rd quarter. Oh, Jesus. Now there's too much food. There we go.
We'll just move the Smokies closer to me.
Can we get some sriracha and some ranch? Anyways, we did a podcast with Patrick last week.
Hey, I remember that thing.
Those fucking Smokies are bomb.
Yup. I'm just shoveling my face.
Thanks, love. That's my grandma's barbecue sauce. That's she actually sells that shit. What I need to do is get I need to get a link to my grandma's fucking barbecue sauce. Start pimping that shit out on the podcast. Yeah, like how much did this commercial cost? WeatherTech. It's not funny. It's not a good commercial.
Nope.
It's just a really expensive commercial.
Yep.
No, those Smokies are bomb, dude. That really set me right.
There's companies who can afford both the time slot and the production of a new commercial for that time slot. And then there's companies that can only afford the time slot. Yeah. So we're just running the normal frickin' 30-second ad, man.
We just want to make sure. Oh, Spiking Viking says 4.5 million. So I'm going to assume he's talking about what we were talking about earlier. $4.5 million per commercial. That's what I'm going to guess.
Man, that is another high payout, low probability prop bet that worked. The hitting the upright and the will there be a defensive or special teams touchdown. Or like both of those have really big payout odds, but have the vast majority of people on the other side, you know. Vegas always has their butt covered. Whichever way it works out, Vegas has their butt covered.
I'm surprised that Greg Olsen is doing this because Greg Olsen sucks. I'm sorry, I have to say it. Greg Olsen kind of sucks at his job. He's trying to be Tony Romo, but he has the personality of someone who's not Tony Romo.
Sure.
He's trying to be Tony Romo, but he has the personality of Greg Olsen. Oh, wait, he is Greg Olsen.
Great.
All right, let's see. Let's check in on our DraftKings. Let's see. Is it just me and you that's competing?
Probably.
Yep, it's just me and you. All right, so here, let's see if we can create a new one for the next quarter. We'll see if we can create a new contest coming out of this. Let's see. Create NFL.
By the way, my apologies.
In-game showdown.
I didn't even consider offering you that last Smoky. Like it
came and went.
The thought didn't even come into my head until like halfway through eating it. It's like, oh, maybe I should have been considerate. Nope.
I have more.
My God, those are good. I think if you like any kind of barbecue sauce, you would like that kind of barbecue sauce.
Dude, that shit's
because like people have different preferences when it comes to barbecue sauce, but this is one of those hard to find. Universal. Like, dude, yeah, 100%.
And honestly, this is one of those great barbecue sauces that would be a base. So if you want to create a spicy barbecue sauce, you can do your habanero peppers. Sure. You can add to it.
Yep.
And make it what you want.
You can customize it, right?
But if you got a kid or a wife, maybe a husband, who can't do the super spicy, like this is it.
Yep, absolutely. Or maybe you've got someone who doesn't typically care for barbecue sauce at all. Like, well, try this kind.
Sure.
You know.
Yep. No, you're right. That's legit.
Again, throwing into double coverage on Brown to Brown. What did I just say, Greg Olsen? God, you are worthless. Your last name might as well be Baldwin. Start calling you Greg Olsen Baldwin. You are where first error Olsen Baldwin. You are where first error.
All right, here it is. Third quarter Chopin.
There has been no Miles Sanders in this game. It has been all Scott and Gainwell as far as actual tailbacks, running backs, halfbacks go for the Eagles. And that I was trying to point that out earlier on just how tricky and from game to game it changes with those three running backs on this Eagles team. There'll be a bunch of games where Sanders will have the 60, 70, 80 yards rushing. Gainwell will get a touchdown or two. Scott gets a touchdown or two. They all ended up with like 10 to 15 fantasy points. You know?
All right.
Easy conversion there. I have noticed a lot of rugby in these NFL playoffs.
Yeah, it is odd how that's even coming back a little bit.
Like, because this is very much rugby.
All right, here we go. All right.
Keeping your legs moving.
Apparently, Patrick thinks Olsen is great.
When you're an offensive lineman,
you just like him because he has the same last name.
When you're an offensive lineman on a play like that last play, where it's a short yardage sneak like that, and everybody knows where it's going and what you're doing, it is extremely difficult to keep your feet and legs moving forward while also being the low man, and having the weight of your competition on top of you. And you need the leverage. You need to be the low man to have a chance. If you don't have the leverage, then it's a stalemate or you get pushed back. But to keep that momentum moving forward while you have and maintain the leverage is extremely hard to do.
All right.
Very taken for granted on a play that only gains 1.5 yards, but
All right. Here it is. Third quarter invite. $1. Pick your lineup. Pinned comment.
ooh, third quarter, huh?
DraftKings
I'll have to
pick
do that
one-
during halftime.
$1. Pick one lineup.
I need to know more about the likelihood of the game script at that juncture than I can know right now.
Well, it makes me pick a bullshit lineup just to create the deal. I'm going Travis Kelce. Actually, I can't say this out loud, can I?
And kind of something I brought up earlier, too. As we see the game play out more and get deeper into it, we see a little bit less of the offense and a little bit, we see the ball movement and the points and stuff tend to settle down just a little bit. Not come to a stop, but not keep up this, every other possession we're going to score a touchdown type of pace.
Yeah, it's not going to stay with
Right,
that.
right. Exactly. The sustainability of it.
Wow, 4th and 5, and he's going for it. He's going to get... Oh, he got it!
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. So someday he's not going to be fast enough to do that.
Yep.
I mean, I suppose, honestly, man, the more I think about it, the less it matters, right? Because these guys are at the potential of making $50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Who gives a fuck if
That's
you
what
can
I'm
play
saying
15
about
years?
valuing livelihood over health, from earlier too. Exactly. But just the choice to go for it on 4th and 5 there was your odds and what the cybermetrics or whatever say on whether or not you should go for it was greatly affected there by the field position. Because they were at midfield and a little bit past midfield and in the other team's territory, it made the risk or damage of not getting it on a 4th down attempt much lesser than if you do it from your own 30, 35.
Well, that's where I get into the argument where that's not sabermetrics.
Like you've got right. That's just football
odds.
IQ. Yeah, man.
That's just odds.
Yep. Yeah. Right. Exactly. But if that would have happened at the Eagles' own 35, that 4th and 5, as opposed to the Chiefs' 40 or 45, you probably get the punt call 9 times out of 10 in that situation, as opposed to the going for it call. But also being down to our last 1 to 2 possessions of the half and it being a tie game, that's also factored into the decision as well, not just the field position. But to make the best decisions and get the most consistent results, you want to be factoring all of that into your equation, and not just the whole, well, what are the odds? How often does a team get it on 4th and 5? Toot. Okay, I like that. Let's go for it on 4th and 5. Mm-hmm. Make sure your equation is full and complete. Oh, you got to kick the field goal here.
Yeah, you should kick the field goal. Philly's so insane, though, from their coaching staff to their players.
It looks like they are not.
These guys are so out of their fucking minds, they might actually go for the touchdown.
Might just be trying to get a draw off sides.
There was zero hesitation. They're going for it. You see the way Jason grabbed that fucking football?
Letting that play come down. Hard count. Motion. Got it. Got the free offsides. Boom.
They did get an offsides. Son of a bitch.
This late in the half, with all of your timeouts and being on the offensive side, you gotta at least try. You gotta try to get that free yards. The free first down. I mean, you have to try for it. Like you're silly to just go, no, I won't even try to get a free first down from you guys. And that's what they did. And yeah, he's already lined up in the neutral zone. Scott and
you
Jared.
were right. I was wrong, dude. You were right. I was wrong.
Oh, that's all right,
honestly,
man.
I didn't think they were going to do that. I didn't think this was the play. So I'm that defensive guy because I'm going, no, they're going for this. This is real. And I'm going to get that jump on that snap.
Yep.
And I'm the guy who makes that offense.
And that was
I create that penalty right
That
now.
was the look that they showed you, though, to be fair from that standpoint, too.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, rushing touchdowns for the Eagles, passing touchdowns for the Chiefs. That is this game.
Honestly, though, if you're the Eagles, you're relieved right now.
Mm-hmm. Gosh,
you have that you need a second linebacker.
That play could not have worked to perfection any more than it did. Like, you can't draw that up.
I should have hit the replay button, but when you look at that was a pretty obvious read.
You can't set up the lane and account for the bodies on defense any better than what they did on that.
Well, it's also an obvious read. Like, it was a bad defensive call.
Right, yes, yep.
That's the biggest thing there is, like, you can compliment the Eagles all you want, which they deserve to be complimented because they made the correct read. But honestly, man, that was a bad defensive call because there was only 100%. One linebacker
100%.
to seal that zone.
Yep.
And then it was just a wide open lane. There's no middle defense right there.
And if you've studied the Eagles at all, you know they're looking to run the ball. They get rushing touchdowns, man. And Hurts running the RPO is like, that's their plan A, so
which is what I said. If you're
to call a play where your personnel
they should be
set
selling out to stop Jalen Hurts on that option.
Yep.
Like, that was 100%. The wrong call.
100%.
It was a bad defensive call.
Dude, that brings up an interesting thing I wanted to get your take on because, like, all of the coaching talk I've heard going into this game is, Chiefs advantage, Andy Reid, Chiefs advantage. Does Andy Reid have a winning record in conference championship games in his career? No. Does Andy Reid have a winning record in Super Bowls in his career?
It's 500.
No. So he's 33%. He's 333.
He's 1 and 2.
Yep, 1 and 2 exactly. So why are we just assuming that this guy who's won one big game, getting there 3 times, and only won 3 conference championship games, getting there like 10 times, is the best big game coach in this game? I'm not saying he's not, but it just feels like there's just like an automatic assumption that he is, given like the body of his work.
Sure.
And I'm looking at more just like this, how does it apply to this specific situation, and going, he tends to be more of a loser than a winner in moments like this. He's won some and he's lost some, but he tends to be more on the losing side of these big games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it makes you wonder, right? Like, not everybody can be Bill Belichick. Like, his record in big games is insane.
Right.
Is that
well
the measuring
over
stick?
500. Well over 500.
So is that the measuring stick, right?
I don't know, but
less than Bill Belichick is a loser?
I think you got to at least give some respect to that 50% mark, that 500 mark. Have you won more than you lost, or have you lost more than you won? I think that at least has to count for something. I don't know how much, but it's got to count for something.
Here's why I don't put too much weight into that. I got 2 words for you: Donovan McNabb.
Yeah. Oh, the Eagles
quarterback who got tired at the end of games and underthrew footballs.
His tenure with the Eagles definitely skews the results of that to the one side much more than his Chiefs tenure does. And his Chiefs tenure is the one that matters now because that's what's happening now. So I mean,
and he also has Patrick Mahomes.
Right, exactly. So I do agree that there is also value to the recency information.
Man, we're going to scream past that 50.5 over under.
Might keep slowing down though. We're kind of on pace with what we were. I think it's going to be right around. I think it's going to flirt with being right around it.
There's already
result of this drive
scored, bro.
Result of this drive though being 0, 3, or 7 might be the difference in that over under on the total score at the end of the game. Like in hindsight, when we get there, I'm good. In hindsight, when we get there, whether this drive with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go produces 0 points, 3 points, or 7 points might be the difference in that total score or over-under. I think the more, like, obviously if the Chiefs manufacture any points here, pushes us more towards the over.
Dude,
if they don't,
open this for me.
If they don't, we're only at 35 out of that needing to hit 51. 2 more touchdowns still doesn't get us there.
Nice.
You know, so
it'll be interesting, dude.
It is often, not most often necessarily, but it is often that the non-obviouses are what tilt the scale.
100%.
You know. I don't know, man.
This is a cute commercial.
Yeah, it's cute. But like to me,
it's cute. You made the venomous cobra seem friendly.
To me, it's most appealing to children though, because it's cute. How many children are going to buy a freaking automobile? None. You know.
This was marketed to young women. Let's just be honest. Young women who think bears are teddy bears and they shouldn't be hunted.
And as long as
young women who don't realize like bears are apex predators,
as long as they considered who they were targeting, who their demographic was, then I'm all cool with it.
I can't stand her. I can't stand her. I don't know what it is. Can't stand Brie Larson. Actually, I know exactly what it is.
I love her in Community, but I don't really like her in anything else.
She was in Community?
Yeah, she was in Community. She was Abed's girlfriend.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Yep. She wasn't on a ton of episodes, but man, do I love the show Community. Man, oh man.
I was a huge fan. God. That's where I became a fan of Brie Larson. And
yep.
Half the writers on there.
Ken Jeong, Kevin McHale, Dan Harmon with frickin' Rick and Morty.
There's a girl named Megan Gans who was one of the writers who became a writer for It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. She left Community to join It's Always Sunny. She's actually the producer of their podcast. If you watch the Always Sunny in Philadelphia podcast, Megan Gans is the producer of that podcast. It's a great podcast. They basically go through each show. They do one a week. They rewatch a show and then talk about making that show on their podcast. So it's basically like they took the old school DVD commentary and just turned it into a
live.
Podcast.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yep.
It's a great podcast. It's one of my favorites. And it's funny too, because like as you watch like the first 100 episodes of the podcast, you see them evolve like they evolved.
That's interesting.
Show.
Only one seat next to the commissioner. It's occupied by Mama Kelsey, and in the seat next to her is Damar Hamlin.
Interesting.
Obviously, very chosen, very hand selected.
Oh, of course.
You know.
Yeah, Roger Goodell is no better than Vladimir Putin.
Oh, dude. If he could have got adjusted to that ball in the air a little better, a little soon, just a split second, a second sooner.
That's what I always talk about. It's footwork. Watch his feet. Watch his feet.
That's on the receiver. There was no reason for him to believe that the ball was going to be inside given where the coverage was.
100% of that was his feet.
His outside shoulder was open the entirety of his route, and the inside was never open. So he shouldn't have expected that to be inside shoulder. He should have been prepared for that to be outside shoulder, not have to adjust on the fly. That's a false start.
False start. 57. Everyone saw that.
False start, Tony Orlando Brown.
You don't have to be a professional NFL referee to see that false start.
No, you don't.
My mom saw that false start, and she's not even watching.
Any thoughts on the first song of the halftime show? I know it's a popular prop
'cause
bet too.
I think Rihanna is a diseased. I can smell the STDs.
I
from
personally
here.
think Umbrella is definitely like one of the two top candidates.
We did this last year, and I remember this. Here's the problem: I greatly dislike her. Like I dislike Rihanna so much that I can smell the STDs from here. I'm in Minnesota, and
All
I
good
can
to each
smell
their
the
own.
chlamydia. She grosses me out so much.
3rd and 15 is not on pace with the change, though, man. That
Now,
is not where you
Beyonce,
want
on
your
the other
offense to be.
hand- Beyonce, on the other hand,
Perfection.
there's a reason she's called Queen Bee.
Amen.
If Rihanna was given a nickname, it would be Princess Slut Hobag. Seriously, the
Yeah, you can't pass the ball anymore, Pat. And Pat might be hurt. Another interesting prop bet I heard on the way here, which I would have mashed the over on.
oh, that ankle's fucked.
Over under.
That ankle's fucked.
Over,
look at
under.
him, look at him. That ankle's fucked. He's done.
Prop bet before the game. Over under 2.5 players attempt a pass. That was an official Vegas prop bet going into the game. I wanted to match the over on that big time. I'm like, given Mahomes' ankle injury.
That's a different ankle. It's not the same ankle.
But still.
Watch the hit. It's the left ankle.
But either way, knowing that Mahomes is a little more susceptible to injury than he might normally be, and knowing that guys like Kadarius Toney and Miles Sanders and whoever can frickin' throw an option pass, like
go in the tent.
Give me
get
the
a
payout.
fucking cortisone shot.
Give me those monster odds on the over on that, you know?
Why is he over there wincing on the sidelines in public? Go in the fucking tent and take the Toradol. Uh-oh. This is what I was afraid of. This is what I was genuinely afraid of, man. Oh, wow. This flipped completely. This totally flipped. Just a second ago, I was winning 360, and now you're winning 360.
Oh, yeah.
Cocksucker. You piece of shit.
Oh, I thought you were talking about this guy.
You bitch. No, I'm talking about you. Talking about you fucking dick. Little
That sounds like me.
You little bitch ass.
That sounds like me.
Join this third quarter battle. The $1 to get in. It's going to be interesting. That's for damn sure. Oh, now we're even. Oh, you got me by a couple points. That's why. That's what happened. Yep, Jalen Hurts. Cocksucker. Interesting. Miller Lite and Coors Light are now collaborating.
I did a prop bets thing that was entirely based on Coors Light, Miller Lite.
No, wait a minute. It's because they're the same company. That made it seem like they were competitors. Miller Coors is one company.
Mhm.
And that took me a minute to. I remember
Correct.
this. Miller Coors merged because they couldn't compete with Budweiser anymore, and then they bought out a bunch of small breweries, including Blue Moon.
And I did a prop bet thing today that was based entirely off of like Coors Light and Miller Lite ads being together or whatever. That was the only reason I knew that there was going to be stuff involving both of them. Kind of a throwback to the old Budweiser, Bud Light, Bud Bowl type of thing a little bit. Because again, that's the high value nostalgia stuff that's in right now.
I do remember
Yeah.
the Bud Bowl, and it was Bud versus Bud Light.
Yep.
Which anyone with a brain knows that Bud should win that every time.
Exactly.
There's no way Bud Light is like tougher than
Never.
Bud. It's just not possible. Bud Light was for chicks.
Even all 5 out of 5 dentists can agree that Budweiser is better than Bud Light. Because it's always 4 out of 5 dentists think that toothbrush is the best toothbrush. There's always 1 of the 5 dentists is like, nah.
Exactly.
Seriously, that guy's over on receiving yards for the entire game was 10. He just got more than half of that on that one freaking play.
He's got it. That's a catch.
That looked like control to me. He definitely wasn't out of bounds. The only question is the control, because he was clearly in bounds.
He got it.
And yeah, it looked like control to me.
Right there, it's secure. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if he got a second.
They're going to call this incomplete.
I don't know if he got a second body part in after establishing possession.
Correct. In real time, it looks like a catch.
From the time the ball gets to him, he got three feet in.
But that left foot was
but by the time he establishes possession,
after the catch was made.
Yep, exactly.
So no catch, no catch, no catch. Ball secured right here, and there's only 1 foot. And then it hits the ground.
I think that's a hard one to uphold. I think that's a really hard one. You got to say right there is when he has possession.
Yeah.
You have to say on that second foot getting down is when possession starts. Yeah. And I don't think that's the case. I think it's right there when third foot and only foot.
You have to call that an incomplete.
Did that left hand happen to touch inbounds?
See, with the ball
before
hit the
anything
ground like
else? That was the first time, though, I noticed in a replay that his left hand might have touched inbounds before any other body part touched out of bounds.
Hands don't count. Hands don't count. It's elbows,
so that
forearms.
that foot is indisputable. And then that
has to be
the
called
first
incomplete.
body part
Has to be called incomplete.
Not overturning this, I believe, is the wrong call. I think overturning it is the right call. It's not a completion, but
has to be called incomplete.
Nothing they would do would surprise me. And well, the ball touching the ground there too.
Has to be called incomplete.
Because at that point, then too, you can establish.
I should have traded you Gabe Davis for him.
I would have never. No. Nope.
You told me.
Never a Gabe Davis guy and always a Devontae Smith guy.
I asked you what you wanted for him, and you said it would have to be Gabe Davis. And
like several other people. That was just like the... I never said I was fine with a Gabe Davis, Devontae Smith straight up trade.
That's what you said.
Then why wasn't the trade made?
Because I wasn't willing to give up Gabe Davis.
No way. Wrong.
Dude, I'm not wrong. I wouldn't make that up.
No way, dude. I did not decline or not accept an offer to give you Devontae Smith for Gabe Davis.
I said, what do you want for Smith? Because he was down. And you said, you don't want him. He's spotty. The only way I would trade him is for Dave Gabus.
I paired him. My quarterback was Hurts.
Dave Gabus.
My quarterback, my starting quarterback
Dave Gabus.
was Jalen Hurts. Why would I be looking to get rid of my freaking combo pair, man?
Dave Gabus. Dave Gabus. Dave Gabus. No one's catching on. No one's seeing what I'm saying.
I love it, dude. Davis. I'm a huge fan of Dave. I'm a huge fan of Dave.
But not Dave Gabus?
Yeah. Dude, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Took you long enough.
It. No, I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to like point it out. Like I wanted to play along with it. I thought it was good.
Took you long enough, Scotty. Dave Gabus.
Dave Gabus. Fucking drafting that son of a bitch next year.
He did not.
That's the right call. That is the right call.
Maintain. Good call.
Good job getting it right.
Jalen Hurts, you little bitch.
Good job getting it right. What? then that commentator is giving him.
Mike Pereira says,
that
I
commentator
don't disagree with it, but there wasn't enough to overturn
that
it.
analyst is crediting
retarded?
him with possession a step too early.
Are you retarded,
yeah,
Mike
dude.
Pereira? What are you doing, man?
It doesn't count. Possession doesn't start the second the ball touches his hands. It starts the second he has control of the ball in his hands.
Yeah, you fucking fuck.
Jeez.
You fucking piece of shit. Mike Pereira, you goddamn cunt. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. We talk mad shit. Oh.
Okay, so given where we're at in the game, another prop bet I heard that I thought was interesting, and a fairly smart way the guy played it, even though it's not going to work out for him. The odds were 1,000 to 1 that, or no, 2,000 to 1, something like that. It was 1,000 to 1 or 2,000 to 1 that the game is tied at half and the Chiefs win, and then equal odds that the game is tied at half and the other team wins. So he just put $50 down on both. And that meant that as long as the game was tied at halftime, dude won $1,000 off of his $100 bet. And it didn't matter who won or anything. I was like, dude, those are good odds. That's a nice payout relative to, how much you're actually risking and putting in. And it's like,
looks like he's about to lose
that's a smart way. If you're going to do that bet, that's a really smart way to do that bet.
But it also looks like he's about to lose
$100.
$100.
But he's still, ultimately, he's going to lose $100. So.
Fumble. Oh.
Kansas City Chiefs with only one offensive touchdown in the first half.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I'm not that surprised, though, because what I talked about all week was like, I didn't see the Chiefs defense truly stopping or slowing the Eagles, but I did see the Eagles defense being good enough to stop and slow the Chiefs.
100%. 100%.
And it wasn't because of the defensive line. It was actually because of the secondary. Like, that's what I really looked. Now, granted, tonight I changed my mind last minute because I went with the psychological factor that the Eagles' offensive and defensive coordinators were checked out because they were already doing their own thing. Looks like I was wrong.
Well, and where I still leaned on the Eagles side, if we're looking at the coaching advantage and stuff, because like I brought up the perception of Reed.
Wow, what a move by A.J. Brown. Watch this.
I brought up the perception of Andy Reid.
Holy shit, Scotty.
There being a coaching mismatch.
Watch this. Here's the replay for the fans. A.J. Brown comes inside, stops, and goes back outside for another 10, 20 yards.
Just the way he shed that press coverage initially to get open.
So impressive.
Before the yak was impressive. And then what the move he made on the yak was equally impressive. But that's where I still leaned Eagles was because to me there's plenty of examples. It might not be the majority of the time, but there are plenty of examples where you've got better horses than the other side, and that negates any coaching disadvantage you might have.
That's it. That's it.
You got bigger, better horses. You got bigger, better horses.
Okay.
So because of that, the coaching disparity is less of a factor than it might otherwise be. Will still be a factor, but how much? And that was where ultimately I was like, okay, even if I do come on the Chiefs side of that being a mismatch in their favor, I still think that ultimately it plays out for the Eagles. So. We'll have a little halftime pause off air, right?
I'm going to smoke the Brickhouse Traveler. That will be my second cigar of the night.
Eagles going for a 10-point lead at half.
To Tubo. Is he going to hit it? He hit it.
He hit it. That is a 10-point lead for the Eagles at halftime. If my memory serves me correctly, the Chiefs do get the ball to start the second half.
All right, I got to piss. We got a halftime show coming up. I'm smoking the Traveler, the Brickhouse Traveler coming out of the tubo. Ooh. I got a cedar stick to light it up. Where's our cutter? Will you hand me that cutter?
Still over
Thank you,
here,
brother.
Yep.
All right, this can go away because these are gone.
That's right.
Put that right on top of that box. All right, there we go. You got to go to the bathroom?
Nope.
I do. I have to piss like a racehorse. Okay. All right, so this is how you light a real cigar. Back in the day when torch lighters didn't exist, this is how they lit cigars. You took a thin slice of cedar, which usually comes wrapped in the cigar. The cedar does a couple things. It has a toxic odor and formula to it that kills tobacco beetles. Okay, so that's why really high-end cigars are wrapped in cedar. It's to prevent any tobacco beetles from hatching inside your cigar, right? So that's number one. Number two is back in the day, we didn't have torch lighters. So you would take your cigar, your cedar, you would take your cedar, and you would light it with your match, which in this case is going to be a Bic lighter. Will you give me that one, please? Thank you. And you would light your cedar like this. And the thin cedar burns really nicely like a candle, but without any wax, without any residue. Oh. So you light your cedar. And then you would use the cedar to light your cigar. And it has an incredible smell. Such a good smell.
Very pleasant aroma. Very pleasant aroma.
Burning cedar is I mean, it looks like we're starting the house on fire. We're not. It's totally contained. Look at the screen. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a well-lit cigar. Actually, I missed a chunk. Son of a bitch. Where's my torch? Oh, it's right here. Jesus Christ, dude. There we go. All right, you fucking weirdos can get ready for the halftime show. I got to take a leak.
Are we going to stay live the whole time?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no real way for us to take a break during halftime, but we can like
Yeah. I'm ahead of you.
enjoy your halftime show, you fucking weirdos.
Yeah. Nice job lobbing that pass over the defender there. It's also having athleticism. Like, instinct alone will not allow you to execute that play. You also need the necessary athleticism. That was still a bad decision on where to go with the ball, but it worked out. Very interesting to see if Mahomes comes out taking the snaps here to start the second half, or if Henny does. Well, I think the combination of all of his skill set is what makes him a great player. I don't think it's any one over the other. But I do agree that when he doesn't have all of them at his disposal, it does change things. So I don't know. Pat Mahomes seems to be walking plenty fine into the locker room there. Welcome to FarmersOnly.com, the TV show, starting on Fox this spring. 4 farmers are looking for love,
and these
in
girls
the
fuck.
heartland.
And all these girls fuck hard.
If you can ride a horse, you can ride a cowboy. Yeah, from Community.
Joel McHale?
Yeah. And before that, Talk Soup on E. Freaking no, that guy's been funny for a long time.
Joel McHale, he's great. He did the Tiger King follow-up. I don't know if you watched that, but did you watch
I'm
Tiger King?
familiar with Tiger King, but I didn't actually watch the
He did the follow-up
series.
thing where
Okay.
he talked to the cast
Sure.
after the show blew up.
Yep.
Yeah. He's legit, dude. How can you not like Joel McHale, dude? If you don't like Joel McHale, you're a fucking hater.
You're soft. The only way you don't like Joel
You're
McHale
soft.
is you're soft.
You're fucking
You're
soft, bro. That's funny, dude. You don't like Joel McHale. You're soft. You're fucking soft, bro.
Senor Chang. God, that show was just great, man. I mean, minus the Chevy Chase for me, but his character was great, though.
Man, the Eagles are crushing it. I don't know how I feel about this, dude.
Ultimately, the pick I locked in on right before we started was I told you I was going Eagles, but the score I locked in was 31-20 because I really liked that 50.5 Vegas points line as being pretty damn close. I was like, all right, let's keep that 51 points. Eagles by 11. That was quite the close-up of Jalen Hurts' butt.
They were looking at his cleats.
Sure they were.
I mean, his butthole looked equally wide in both.
Hey, it might only be
Pictures.
3% generally, but it's 100% of that bad.
Listen, man, I'm a butthole expert, and I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm a butthole expert, and I'm telling you.
That sentence didn't even need to end to be one of the greatest statements of all time, dude. Like, that can just end with the ... Like.
I'm a butthole expert.
That's great, man.
I'm a butthole expert, and I'll tell you what. Jalen Hurts ate a lot of spicy food last night because in the second quarter, his butthole is significantly wider and afraid of abrasion.
If you look closely, you'll see the signs of stinging here and here.
Listen, I know a thing or two about two things: football and buttholes. All right. I've experienced a lot of buttholes in my life.
I did notice the half full bottle of Chipotle away. That's a South Park reference.
That's my wife. I can't take credit for that one.
Right on.
That's my wife.
No judgment.
She's into it. Sorry, baby. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
No.
Sorry, baby. I know you're watching. I don't know what platform you're watching on because we're on 16 of them now. But I know you're watching. Teams leading by double digits at halftime are 26-1 in Super Bowl history.
Dang.
The lone loss was by the Falcons.
Sure, against the Patriots, yep.
When they led by 18.
So Mahomes and Andy Reid trying to do something very historic here in the second half.
Was at halftime, yeah. Okay. Is this a Trojan horse? Yep. I was wondering, is this a Trojan horse commercial?
I am disappointed this wasn't a condom commercial.
I think it would have worked in it.
It would have been better
effect.
if it was for Trojan condoms.
I think it would have worked in opposite effect, though.
Yeah, no, I know.
You know what I mean? People would have been
We're
like,
gonna have to change the ending.
People would have been like, I'm not buying Trojans anymore.
Yeah, we might have to send it to rewrite, but
Oh, this is the new Creed movie? I don't know what
you're
it
not
is.
even the best Michael Jordan ever. Come on.
Dude, I don't know what it is, but I used to love Michael B. Jordan. And then somewhere along the lines, recently, over the last 2-3 years, it shifted to where, like, literally I can't stand him.
So you think maybe something internally shifted maybe post Black Panther success? Possibly?
I don't know. Oh, her hair's black.
Because he was absolutely...
I won that prop bet. I said her hair would be
Yep,
black.
good job.
I won that prop bet.
Damn it, the clothes are pink, not the hair. That's why I knew something was going to be pink. I knew something was going to be pink.
Wow, look at this.
Samsonite,
Cool.
I was way off.
This is weird. They're super elevated.
Starting with...
I don't care about
what
the
song is this?
Who gives a fuck? She sucks.
I don't even know what song this is. It sounds like it should be Rude Boy, but it's
the
not.
Puppy Bowl. That's what we should have watched. We should have went to TNT and watched the Puppy Bowl.
What's stopping us?
A lot, actually.
Touche.
There's a lot of logistics preventing me from switching to the Puppy Bowl right now. Bitch better have my money. And you guys are wondering why people don't respect you. You're the height of your popularity. The way you start your Super Bowl song is, "Bitch better have my money."
Well, there is the obviousness of the audio all being pre-recorded too. Like, I mean,
so
just
so cringe.
Just saying, like that.
Honestly,
that is not a question.
Nah,
that is
dude,
not a question.
Nah,
that is an obvious.
Nah, man, is what I'm saying, dude. Is like, if people want to be treated with respect, and your claim to fame, the way you start your dynasty, you do the Super Bowl, right? So we're talking Michael Jackson, we're talking Prince.
Yep.
Your start is, "Bitch better have my money." Like, that is the epitome of your generation and why no one respects you.
Yep.
Like, this is why your generation isn't world leaders.
But
because "bitch better have my money" isn't actual principles. That's not actual ways you build.
No disagreement whatsoever, but
it's a goddamn joke.
No disagreement whatsoever, but there is an intelligence involved, at least understanding your audience and what appeals to them and how to target them and how to exploit and manipulate them. That's but not to disagree with a single word or sentiment.
Don't bitch about how you're not.
Why
aren't there more CEOs like us?
For sure.
Well, because your mantra is, "Bitch better have my money," while everybody else is putting in 80-hour weeks.
Cake and eat it too. Like these concepts go back a long time.
Grow the fuck up is my point.
Yep.
Why aren't we respected? Well, because you're still acting like teenagers.
Or at the very least, the representation is acting that way.
It's a joke, dude. The whole goddamn thing's a joke. I'll give her props, though. She's not lip syncing.
Not on this part. But cue the heavy pre-recorded vocals now, You
think they go back and forth?
Oh, absolutely. I guarantee you. Like, her microphone is on. We can hear what she does in that microphone, but there is also a completely perfect pre-recorded version of him that is simultaneously playing and being incorporated really into and out of the mix.
Slow down.
Yep.
Is it just me, or does she seem extremely lazy?
I think she looks pregnant. I think she's got a baby bump and is pregnant, and that is why she is a little less physically active than she would maybe otherwise be.
And yeah, I'm definitely comparing her to Beyonce and some of the other stars that have been out here. Yep. You might be right.
Yeah.
Because she seems like she's half-assing
But yeah,
it.
no, something about that outfit makes me believe that like she is trying to show off the fact that she is pregnant.
Bro, she is pregnant.
Yep. And I feel like that is definitely the biggest factor in her, physical interaction or presentation of the product. Because, yeah, typically speaking, she is more involved in the choreography and, physical things of that nature. So,
No, she's pregnant, dude.
yep. I wonder if she's the first pregnant artist to ever perform the
100%.
Super Bowl halftime. That's
100%.
great.
100%.
More woke there, probably, agenda. Not against this particular one at
whatever.
all. Like,
if you're
I got
pregnant
dude.
and you need to perform, I get it, whatever. But like, honestly, man, I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna change my score and compensate for the fact that she's pregnant.
Well, for sure. But I guess my point is
this is terrible.
I can respect stuff without praising it. I respect the fact that this is a woman who is pregnant, who is still going to work, doing her job.
Yeah, no, I'm not down with this. No, that's what I'm saying.
All respect and props for that.
I don't have respect for it, and I'm going to tell you why. She should be at home resting, because if she gave two fucking fucks about that baby instead of her own fucking ego, this is not what's best for that baby.
See, I don't know that there's been anything that's not good for that baby, given the way that she does seem conscious of her situation and staying in her lane.
The fucking stress, bro.
Stress is unique to each person and how they handle it and deal with it.
Stop,
Dude, it
bro.
is, man.
Stop, bro. Stop.
Dude,
bro.
you can't tell me that there is an identical amount of stress involved in headlining that Super Bowl halftime show for every single person who's ever done it.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not good for your baby.
I didn't argue that. I would never argue that.
This is not good.
I didn't argue that and would never argue that.
And she's half-assing her performance because she's pregnant.
See, no, that's a legitimate
the fucking
perspective.
pandering. It's pandering. This is the epitome of pandering. I
No
fucking
disagreement.
hate the world right now. I'm so goddamn sick of this bullshit. We could add Metallica. We could have had Metallica doing this. With her big ass forehead.
She does have a abnormally massive forehead.
And here's the thing is we're going to get roasted on Twitter because if you don't support this, then you're anti-woman. You don't support women who are pregnant. Yeah, or we just aren't into half-ass performances.
Or we're just objective and unbiased.
That baby deserves a better future than being trotted around on a Super Bowl stage right now. I'm sorry, but just this coming from the whips and chains girl, I'm just not into it. This sucks. Everything about this Super Bowl show sucks.
Back to money being the priority.
Well, and again, it comes down to the integrity of her music and what it stands for, and it's bitch better have my money, and then this song's money. It's just shallow materialism, and there's nothing great about any of this. This is fucked up. I have lost so much respect for Rihanna. I didn't have much to begin with.
I was going to say, I don't think you had a whole lot to lose.
I didn't have much to begin with, but this is actually really this is embarrassing. This is dumb.
I can't help but wondering how much each dancer is getting compensated.
$500. $500. This is terrible.
It wouldn't shock me at all if every one of those dancers was doing this for free to only be able to use on their resume to get work for
100%.
in the future.
Which I would do if I was
honestly
a dancer.
kind of half expect it.
If I was a dancer, I would do that.
Yep.
I'd take
That's what I'm saying.
$500.
That's what I'm saying.
And then I put this
That's
on
what
my
I'm
resume.
saying. What that does, yep, that's what I'm saying.
Goddamn right I do
Yep.
that shit.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But Rihanna still sucks. I'm not getting off this train. Rihanna sucks. She's always sucked. So you were saying before kickoff, you're saying black people make up 50% of the entertainment industry.
If we include all forms of entertainment, which I incorporate sports, to me sports is part of the entertainment industry. Sure. It's a branch under that umbrella. As long as we're willing to accept those terms, I don't see how the math could work out where African Americans aren't more than 50%.
Might be more than 50%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That was the point.
Here's your Umbrella song, right?
No, they still haven't done Umbrella.
I'm pretty sure this is Umbrella. Oh, you're right. We're going to run this down. The notes are the same as Umbrella. Yeah. Scotty's taking a piss, and from the other room he goes, yeah, well, she's only got 2 keys. It's Umbrella and everything else. Here's Umbrella. Nope, she just hit Umbrella. Yeah, I think she sucks, dude. I think she sucks, man. I think she's always sucked. That's the fucking comment of the night, and of course you had to be in the other room. Scotty just said she has more in common with Britney Spears than she does Beyonce. That's the comment of the night. We can end the live stream now. We don't even need to go through the second half of the game. That's it. We're out of here, guys. Have a good night. Have a good night, guys. We're done. Rihanna has more in common with Britney Spears than she does Beyonce. We're out. See you later. Thank you guys for joining us. Okay, we're kidding. We're back. She still sucks, though. I wasn't kidding about the part where I wasn't kidding about the part where Rihanna sucks. I was only kidding about the part where we're done with the stream. We got a whole second half of football to go through. I have a feeling that this is going to get really boring really fast. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, come into chat, guys. Give us some shit to talk about. Patrick on Twitter says Philly fans are pure garbage. Booing Walter Payton Man of the Year and new Hall of Fame inductees. Did they do that? Did they really do that, dude? Damn. If they really did that, that is kind of fucked up, ain't it? All right, what do you guys got for comments and concerns, questions? Tell us we're not doing a good enough job. What did that guy say last year, Scotty? That one guy said I looked like a nonce. I still don't know what a nonce looks like. I still don't know what a nonce is.
Some information to pass on to our prop bettors out there. If you had the over on Scott's first bath time drainage at 2.5
No one had
minutes,
that.
you won.
No one had that. No one did that prop bet.
I did that prop bet.
Shout out to Marlon Hernandez.
I made that prop bet.
Joining in on fucking the weird ass Facebook Live. Shout out to Amanda
nice little
Firefly.
reference there.
Shout out to Amanda Firefly, the only other person on the planet that has the balls to say the halftime show sucked. Amanda Firefly says the halftime show ... Oof. Yeah, oof is fucking right. Shout out to Claudine Douglas,
no
jumping in on
disagreement,
Facebook.
but just to share my official thoughts on the halftime show, it was something that we talked about before. For me, it was meh. It was mid. It wasn't a train
How
wreck.
old are you?
It wasn't. I'm
How old are
41.
you?
I'm 41.
And you're saying mid?
Yeah, it was meh. It was mid.
You said mid.
Both. I said
You're
both.
41 years old and you
Yep.
use the word mid?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that
Okay.
not something that can be done?
Okay.
Just trying to convey a
Okay.
thought. I'm just trying to
Okay.
convey.
I mean, I guess you're really trying to relate to the
I'm
younger
just trying.
audience.
Well, I'm just trying to actively convey thought, and I felt like it was
I'm just saying
appropriate.
it's clear that you're trying
Well,
to
I felt
relate
like
to
it was
the
appropriate.
16 to 24-year-old audience.
I
you
just
know?
feel like it's accurate
Dude,
in
you're
what I'm
a
trying to
grown-ass man
say.
and you're saying the word mid. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Because it's what I mean. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not trying to appeal to anybody. I'm just trying to be understood.
I'm just saying you're 41
I'm just
and you
trying
said
to be
mid.
understood. I'm not trying to appeal to anybody.
Peter Steele. Shout out to Peter Steele.
But-
What the
but
fuck
for
is
me,
Peter
it
Steele?
wasn't
What the
terrible,
fuck
but it
is
definitely
Peter
wasn't
Steele
impressive
doing in
or
chat?
great.
Peter, I didn't even know you liked football. What are you doing hanging out with us during the football game, dude? Peter still says still better than the Grammys.
Better than the Grammys. Probably very true. Probably very true. I love how Grammys is spelled Grammys, not Grammys like the actual name of the awards.
Technically,
But,
that's correct, though.
Well, if you were to if you were to pull,
apostrophe S is
but
possessive.
the way they advertise it is apostrophe
But
S.
that's not how you do things plurally.
I know, but if
no,
you
Peter
when you watch
Steele is correct.
no, because he's citing the name of the awards.
Right.
Which
Pluralized.
is, I could pull up the sign of that they had on the screen from the show, and it says
according to the English-
the 69th annual GRAMMY apostrophe S.
Okay.
is
Do you have
all
a-
I'm saying.
What,
you know,
what is a baby dog called?
I understand.
What
I
is a
understand
baby
how
duck?
the English language
For the
works.
sake of this
Puppy
podcast,
puppies. Puppies.
Okay, but don't assume everybody knows what we're talking about because we do have foreign listeners.
Sure.
Okay, how do you spell puppy?
Puppy.
Okay. Now, if a dog has more than one puppy, how do you spell that?
Puppies.
Enough said.
Yes. Yep.
Done.
Yep.
Done. Because that's how the English language works.
Right. But
now,
so,
if it's
so,
possessive,
so if we were talking
who does
about
this toy belong to?
So continuing down that road, if we were talking about multiple examples of the awards, that is the correct spelling.
Right.
Since we are talking about the name of the proper noun, it is apostrophe S.
No, because it's not the
Yeah, it
Grammys
is.
Awards. No.
He didn't say awards.
No.
Awards
It's
isn't
not
in
the
the
Grammys
sentence.
Awards. It's the Grammys.
Yes.
Pluralized.
Yes, but
Not
Grammys
possessive.
No, but Grammys pluralized is a form of the object, not
Which is
of
IES.
right. But we're talking about the noun of it, be the proper noun of it.
Which, unless
Is the
possessive,
context
is still IES.
Is the context? No, it's not,
Yeah, it is.
dude.
No, the Grammys has been
So
doing
you're
it
telling
wrong.
me that the Grammys graphic every year has been wrong throughout their entire history?
Is what I'm telling you is that for 20 years, until Corey Cove showed up on K-Fan, the world said the Vikings are playing at the Metrodome, and Corey Cove was like, that's wrong. It's the Vikings are playing at Metrodome. And he was right. So
Well-
it doesn't matter what everyone does or says, because the mass majority of people are often wrong. So it is not Grammys.
Yes, it is. It depends on what the context is referring to.
No,
If you're
no, dude,
referring
no,
to
no,
the
no.
show, if you're referring to the show,
Peter
it
Steele's
is
correct.
the Y. And if you're referring to the award or the trophy, it is the IES. It depends on which of the two you're referring to, what the context is. You're telling me that context doesn't matter.
Grammy a
You
person?
of all people are going to say
Is
that
Grammy
context
a
is
person
irrelevant.
or a place that can possess an award? No.
It is both. The Grammys is the name.
But the Grammys,
Grammy is the name.
but the Grammy isn't a thing that
But-
possesses or owns
but
an
so
award.
it- the-
so
so
therefore,
it
the
matters-
Grammy Awards are not the
So
Grammys
it matters
with a
if
Y
we are
apostrophe
talking
S.
if we are talking about the singular
Dog, it's
dude.
settled.
The show
Dog,
is
it's
singular. Multiple awards are plural. We're talking about the singular show.
Yeah, that's why they're the Grammy Awards. And when you say the Grammys, it's not Y apostrophe S because it's not possessive.
It is.
No, it's not.
If you're referring to the show,
No,
it
it's
is.
the plural of the
I'm
awards
telling
being
you,
given away.
Then that's what I'm saying.
You
it
can
depends
tell
on,
me all you
dude,
want, but the English language
you're
has already
not
decided
listening.
this.
You're not listening.
The English language
you're,
is decided.
You're
It's
not,
not up for
listening.
debate.
You're not listening. There's
the
two
English language
separate
is not up
things.
for
The
debate.
show and the award are two separate things. And if we're talking about the singular show or the plural awards, those are two different contextual freaking factors that make a difference on whether it's Y apostrophe S or IES. Stop trying to agree with
No.
yourself and just start trying to hear me, bro. I already
Dude,
heard
I'm not-
you and
none of this
agreed
matters.
with your point.
No, none of this matters. The only thing that matters is how the English definition works. And the English language says it's the GRAMMIES when referring to the Grammys in plural. Period. End of story.
Both the
No,
show, both.
because no one does this. When they
You
say
won't
I
let me
want
ask clarification.
No, I don't.
You're
No,
interjecting.
No. Because listen, stop.
no,
Stop.
You're not listening,
No.
so why should I listen, man?
Because the reality is this. How many Grammys did you win? How many Grammys have you won? Let's pretend you're an award-winning actor. You've won 4 Grammys. How do you spell it?
Which are the awards,
How many
not
Grammys-
property of the show?
How many Grammys have you won? Spell it. You've won 4 Grammys. Spell it. How many Grammys have you won? Spell it.
As I have already stated, when talking about multiple possessions of the object
who is
or the
Grammy?
award, it is GRAMMIES. That is the plural form of the award.
And anyone who says
When dealing with the
Y apostrophe
possessive
S is
form
wrong,
of
because
the
Grammys
show.
don't possess anything. The Grammys aren't even an organization. It's the Academy Awards, bro.
The Academy Awards is the Oscars,
No,
bro.
That's the same thing. It's the same thing.
We're talking about the Grammys.
It's the same thing.
Those are two different award shows. The Grammys and the Oscars are not the same fucking awards.
Are you 100% certain of this?
Yes. I am 100% certain of this. Are you insane? The Grammys are music and the Oscars / the Academy Awards are movies. Jesus fuck.
Oh, shit, you're right. The Grammys are music, aren't they? Oh, fuck, dude, you're right, aren't you? It's still the Grammy Awards, though. If the Grammy Awards is the singular, then Grammys has to be IES. So
if we are discussing,
you just muddied the waters.
If we are discussing the awards and not the show,
it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It
yes,
actually
it
doesn't.
Does.
No, because it really doesn't actually. The English language decided this years ago. It's not up for debate. If you win a Grammy and you have a puppy, but you have many puppies and you've won many Grammys, to try to sit around and say that you're going to spell Grammys with a Y''S is
I'm
delusional.
sorry, that just won me over. The first half of that statement just won me over, man. If you won a Grammy and have some puppies, you fucking won me at that.
Dude,
right
saying,
there,
bro.
you fucking won me at that.
Bro.
I am won over. That's it. That was it. That was everything that needed to be said. That was perfect. That was
Amanda
perfect.
shut us down. She said
was
video
perfect.
shut off.
That was
Amanda
perfect.
shut us down. It doesn't matter, dude. Amanda even called us out. She said, "This is the weirdest grammar flex I've ever heard." Last year we were debating on how good Dr. Dre was at playing piano, and this year we're arguing over the proper way to spell Grammy plural.
Consistent with the post halftime hot topics, man. Dude, if you want the hottest topic discussed with the most heat post Super Bowl halftime, it's us. It's us.
Empty.
It's us.
Empty.
We're the hottest discussion post Super Bowl halftime on the planet consistently. 2 years, 2 for 2, batting fucking 1,000, man. Batting 1,000. That is. Thank you.
Next year we need an over under as to what will be the true hot debate.
And just
Cheers,
like that, a low light
Cheers,
becomes a highlight in a matter of
brother.
seconds. I love it. Cheers, brother.
My favorite chat line all night is, "This is the weirdest grammar flex I've ever heard."
And now we're able to come back in when the game's actually interesting. Chiefs,
that's a touchdown!
Inside the 10.
Oh, you're short.
First and goal, just short at the 1.
Oh, I love it. Dude, I love sportscasting with you, bro.
Dude, for sure. Same, man.
This is what real football broadcasts need, is arguing. It's too much buddy and ass kissing.
It goes back to what you touched on and brought up way earlier at the very beginning, is honesty.
Integrity, yeah.
And how both of us have that in common. That's how we're wired and who we are as people, is we are honest. We are not concerned more with the effect of our honesty as we are the emittance of our honesty.
Isaiah Pacheco!
Yes! That just got me in some more green zones on DraftKings, I'm pretty sure.
For me,
Pretty
you know
sure.
what it got me?
No,
fully erect. It got me fully erect just now. It's super into it.
You know, now that you say that, the table does appear just slightly unlevel all of a sudden.
Just like a drastic.
Oh, man. Dude just fucking snorted. I'm sorry I had to call you out on that. Oh, man. From an entertainment value standpoint, that was the best possible opening of the second act.
Touche.
Not that everybody's in on it and it's, all WWE, whatever, man, but just saying what it is, you know.
So speaking of the script,
sure.
Are you in on the bit?
I'm familiar with the leaked script. I'm not sure about the bit.
So there's a bit going around this year. Started with Arian Foster doing a podcast.
Sure, yep.
And he was joking with the boys that the NFL is completely scripted. And they gave him a script that said he was going to score 1 touchdown this week, 3 touchdowns the next week. And it's a bit. And it's obviously a joke. And it continued on to the point where Ben Lieber was on K-Fan with Paul Allen, and they asked Ben Lieber without Paul Allen knowing, and they go, so tell us about the NFL script. And Ben Lieber starts talking about the 2009 season as if it was scripted. And Paul Allen kept coming in and go,
with Katrina in New Orleans.
And he goes, seriously, are you being serious right now, or are you joking? On the live radio. And he keeps flipping out. He goes, are you joking? And then clearly Ben does something like a body language moment where he's like, gives him a wink or whatever. Because all of a sudden PA goes, okay, you're joking. Thank God. And then shuts up and lets Ben go on.
I never heard
been going
that
on for
sides,
2-3 weeks.
I've never heard those sides of any of it. All I have ever heard on it was multiple accounts, primarily in K-Fan sports media world, giving legitimate attention to like Arian Foster said this stuff seriously, and like it's, you know, just one of multiple examples now of like alleged stuff or whatever. And like it was never ever brought up even contextually that Aaron said it jokingly in his podcast appearance or whatever. Never once even alluded to it. It was just, no, Arian Foster said this, and so it's serious. All of the multiple times I heard it on K-Fan radio. So I was completely in the dark on that side of that part of it. And then, no, I wasn't listening or didn't hear about.
It's a bit that everybody's just jumping on board with because they think it's funny and it's fun to play along with, and it's getting Twitter likes and all that. Because, then the meme came out, like, imagine what Tom Brady felt like when he read the script to that first year when he joined the Bucks. And then it's a meme of him going, woo! It's hilarious.
That's good,
dude.
man.
Like, it's hilarious, dude. It's hilarious. There's way too much being put on the line every year for this to actually be a script. But it does get harder and harder to say that the NFL isn't rigged when you see certain things happen in certain games.
There's no way to precisely script it. Like, it's impossible. You can't make a person hang on to the ball, or, you know, like, I mean, you can't have everything precisely scripted, not whatsoever. That said, I do respect the possibility that, you know, games can be somehow influenced or kind of, you know, pushed one direction or the other, based off of like the power of officials in any sport. Like, I'm not just talking NFL or anything. I'm talking like, you know, in any sport, like, just for example, giving the role and power that officials can play in the game outcome, or even just kind of the game flow, really, more than anything, you know.
Oh, by the way, apparently we're both wrong.
Shit. Second, two defensive touchdowns for the Chiefs. Holy shit. Boy, over on the points totals, just one.
What did I tell you about Jalen Hurts? What did I tell you about Jalen Hurts? That has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. This play has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. By the way, we're both wrong.
They will give this a hard look. Yeah.
By the way, we're both wrong according to her.
Cool. I will accept that.
I saw it a second ago. She already shit. So it's GRAMMYS, no apostrophe.
Sure. There you go. That's the only exception. I think that is the only exception. I think that is the most beautiful. I think that is the most beautiful and perfect full circle moment in the whole experience too. You know, so I appreciate the hell out of that.
It's the only thing I'm willing to accept as an answer that isn't what I said, because the English language dictates apostrophe S is possessive, not plural.
Yep.
Period.
Well, no, for sure, but that's where I was
So you
trying
could
to
say whose award
but that's
is that?
but that's what I was
It's
trying to
Grammy's
say
award.
is that there is like a weird contextual asterisk to this particular example where
I
the
forgot
word
about the
actually has two different associations.
Well, 'cause you kept
and
going
based
pronoun.
off of
But you kept saying
yes,
pronoun.
yes,
It's
and
not
based
pronoun.
on proper
It's proper
noun.
noun.
That's what I said. I said
Right.
proper noun.
Did you?
I said proper noun. I'm
I
pretty
wasn't
sure.
listening.
Yeah, that's
I
what
wasn't listening.
that's what I said
I was
too.
too busy- I was
also
too busy
said,
yelling. I
Yes,
was too
I know.
busy yelling.
Yes, I know.
Don't ever lecture me
Yes,
again,
I know.
Scotty.
Okay. I can't promise you that.
Don't ever do it again. You have to promise me.
It
right
is
now.
my nature.
You have to promise me right now. You'll never do
For
it again.
better or way more often than not worse.
Fuck
It
you.
is my nature.
That's a touchdown. They're calling that incomplete. It's rigged.
I knew they were going to give it a hard.
scripted. It's scripted.
See, that's what I was saying. Where like moments in games can very much be
It's scripted.
manipulated and influenced, given the power of officials. As an example,
If you can't tell, you guys, the dynamic of this podcast is that Scotty's a rational person and I'm fucking not. And I'm fucking not.
Together we make a whole. Though we're a beautifully ugly yin and yang.
We're a brain.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm the emotional side. He's the
yeah, we're the
logical
left side and right side of a brain. I like that. I like that.
I win fights. He does math.
I like that.
We make a great quarterback if you could get us into one brain, because I'll fuck you up. He'll do some geometry and some physics.
We gotta work
I
on
will
our
fuck you up.
We gotta work on our three-legged race skills.
Dude, I'm horrible in a three-legged race unless my other leg can
That's
kick people.
why we need to work on it.
No, if my other leg can't kick people, I'm not valuable.
I'm just trying to
I'm
think
a
of
violent person.
I'm just trying to think of the quickest, cheapest way to fuse the two of us.
You're
Does
the
it
right hand.
involve
You're
all
the
kind
right
of-
hand, and I'm the left hand, and we play guitar.
Does it involve some massive
That's how
science experiment, man?
How you hybrid us? It's simple. You're the right hand. I'm the left hand, and we play guitar.
Deal. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, dude.
There's your analogy, bro.
Dude.
You're the right hand. I'm the left hand, but we're playing guitar at the same time.
Absolute perfection. Genius,
Because it really
brilliance,
is that.
man.
That actually is exactly what it is, dude. Because you're counting, you're like on it. You're like, here's where the upstrokes are, and I'm like, yeah, but I feel like this right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, that might be the greatest metaphor for anything in the history of
Combining
mankind.
two
Like,
brains?
dude,
Yeah, no,
like,
that is what
and
it is.
especially ours. Like, I mean, dude, never has there been a more accurate metaphor. Well done, sir. Wow,
100%, bro.
Wow,
100%.
dude. Wow.
And that's why we butt heads, because the right hand on the guitar and left hand don't always agree with each other.
But the
when
end
they
result always
but
produces.
when they do agree with each other, it's a great riff.
But that end result, man. That end result. Got it.
Another little first down. Man, I can't believe fucking Kansas City almost just took the lead on this game. They were that close. That close,
They
man.
were. They were.
I really want to see Kansas City win.
That's real early in the game to have that very popular over-under total score bet be decided, though. Just saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just saying.
Are you
Because
just
right now
saying?
we're at 45 points. That score would have put us at 52, and the over-under is 50.5.
All right. So again,
Just saying.
podcast MVP.
Not saying.
We want
Just saying.
the votes. Podcast MVP in the chat. Podcast MVP. It's either Scotty Ball, it's Jared Singer, or it's the ice bucket. It's the fucking ice bucket. Which one is
As far
it?
as I know, the ice bucket had an early 2-0 lead. 2-0 to nothing.
me and you
2-0
both
to
voted for the
nothing.
ice bucket. That's how you know we both played sports, because neither one of us voted for ourselves.
Yeah.
If this were hip hop,
Like, nah.
oh, I'm the greatest.
Nah.
You're the greatest.
Like if I
In
lose,
real sports, it's the fucking ice bucket.
if I'm gonna lose, I don't want to lose twice. You know, if I vote
That's
for
clean,
myself,
that's clean. That's 3rd and 9. That's clean.
If I vote for myself and I lose, then I lost twice. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I lost the vote and my vote lost.
I see.
You know, so I'm hedging my bets. Fuck it.
Which Watkins is that? That's not Sammy Watkins.
Quez,
Watkins?
or Quez, however you pronounce.
Quez Watkins.
Quez, yep. Yeah, Quez.
This is an act.
Goddard lined
Amanda
up
votes for Ice
wide receiver. 3-3-0-0, far as I know.
It's either delay a game or full start. That's a first down. That's a full start then.
There's a little bit of balance.
Did they call first full
There's
start?
a little bit
delay
of
game. Hold on.
little bit of script balance there to the big break that the Eagles got a few moments ago. Try to minimize the consequences of that break, so that it's not pointed out later.
It seems like the script, right? The NFL doesn't want the Eagles to stay up by too much.
Right. There's so many examples that you have to at least give a little bit of, rational, potential credibility to some of this stuff. But
that was complete. That's
but again,
a first down.
The NFL can do nothing to make sure
Holy
if he
shit.
catches that or not.
What a catch by Goddard. Look at this.
The NFL can't do anything to decide
catch.
whether or
catch.
not he makes that amazing catch. That is an amazing catch. Is that another one, though, where he doesn't get possession until the second foot was down? And so it's only one. Oh, they got the quick snap off. And now they're trying to whistle it dead. You can't whistle the play dead after it's been snapped. Man, that's a whole lot of sketchy shit. Oh, that's a whole lot of sketchy shit. He did double catch the ball, and it's not a completion, but they got the snap off before they whistled for the review. Oh, there's all kinds of issues with that and how it's playing out and who wins out. Don't like it.
Nope, that's not
Don't
a catch.
like it. Impure.
His left foot wasn't down.
I agree with that.
Okay,
But
he has the catch, but
they need to whistle.
No, that's a catch.
They need to whistle the next play dead either way before the ball is snapped. That ball got snapped before they whistled it dead to review the play. You can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, and there's their scapegoat for everything I was just talking about. Oh, no, we've actually got a technicality rule that they violated, so that's why we were able to whistle the play dead after the snap. Wow. Good job listening to me for 30 seconds and then getting the statement out, NFL.
That's a catch.
Somebody important's tuning into us. I should say influential, not important.
It's a catch. It's a catch.
Important is not the right word.
I feel like I pulled that replay up just in time. We're going to show it again.
It definitely appears different from different angles, too, in my opinion.
Well, what I'm looking for, right, is I'm looking for the ball to no longer be moving in his hand.
Yep, that's the first thing on the checklist. I agree.
And then he has to bring 2 feet down while he has possession. And if those 3 things have happened, so here's one. Okay, the ball's not moving. He has possession.
Oh. Does that left hand coming completely off the ball?
But he never lost possession.
With both hands.
In my eyes, right? Because you can make a one-handed catch.
Right, exactly. That's where I was going with it.
He has possession the whole time.
Yep.
And then there's 2 feet down. To me, that's a catch.
Because the right hand never came off the ball, it's a catch even though the left hand did come off the ball.
To me, it's regardless. Because once the ball had been caught with both hands, even if it's with one hand, the ball never moved significantly.
Right.
Both feet came down, and then the ball moved. I don't care at that point.
The ball only needs to be secured in one hand, and it was.
Best case scenario, it's a fumble out of bounds.
Yep.
Best case scenario, it's a fumble out of bounds. Worst case scenario, it's a catch, and you're done.
No.
Either way, it ends up as the exact same
resulting play. I think that ends up being
play.
a catch.
It needs to be. I don't even want to see the Eagles win, and I'm still making that argument. That's how you know. That's how you know it's real.
Yep, exactly. Vikings fans tend to be terrible at that, in my opinion.
We're the worst.
Like, it only matters which way the call goes, not the legitimacy of the call, ever.
The most legitimate call that's ever happened in Vikings history. Commercials are member berries. Yeah, they are, aren't they, dude? All these commercials are going for 80s nostalgia. I agree.
Or maybe they'll flirt with that early to mid 90s, but mid 90s is when it stops. That's when the nostalgia value ends for current like market popularity.
Everything
totally
after
agree.
that sucked.
Yep, totally agree.
Like this is the last time we were happy as a society.
Yep. Yep.
Even
like,
during the AIDS
basically
pandemic.
like from Stranger Things time period to like when Fresh Prince was actually happening. You know, like that kind of period in time, man. Like, that's the hot nostalgia era right now.
For real,
sure.
man. For real. That's not even on some bullshit. Will you grab me a beer, bro?
Happy to.
I hate to keep asking you to do this, but I feel like you're a much quicker line to that fridge than I am.
Oh, it is
I got to go around the whole back end.
By far the most sensible thing.
It doesn't make me feel good, though, as a host. As a host, I feel like I need to be grabbing the beers or I need a producer to grab the beers for us. Man, the new spot, I'm going to get a fridge. It's a mini fridge, but it's like a full-size fridge, so it's got a freezer on top. It looks like a regular fridge. It's got a kitchenette. It's got its own bathroom, so no more pissing in a barbarian sink.
Yep, because of everything that Jared just got done saying a moment or two ago. Yep.
Yeah, he established control, and then both feet came down. So here's control. Here's control.
Because the right hand has control.
2 feet are down,
2.
and then now it's done. The play's over, and then the ball moves.
The left hand in that replay or evaluation of that play really just acts as a total distractor, an unnecessary sleight of hand. That really isn't actually relevant at all. Nothing that goes on with the left hand in that play is relevant. Just the right hand, which secured the ball with 2 feet in bounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm hoping we get this new studio, man. I got to LLC the podcast though.
Yep.
I gotta form a real company, and then I gotta get my own liability insurance in order to move into this building.
Okay.
And that's what's the problem. The problem is getting insurance as a podcast. Nobody wants to insure a podcast because there's no money in it, apparently. There's no risk, right? So they can't charge you any good money.
Oh.
But they also don't have any models for accidents, right? So they don't know how to analyze the risk, right? So it's basically like a house. Like is it going to burn down? You know what I mean? That's basically all they got.
Sure.
And I found one place that'll insure me and my producer and official employees, but they won't insure any podcast guests. And I'm like, well, how would you insure a company who does manufacturing, but their guests need to come in for quotes? And they're like, well, that just falls under basic liability. I'm like, well, why can't mine fall under basic liability?
Right.
And they're like, yeah, that's not how that works. That's now, right? This is what we were talking about earlier, like what makes sense versus how it actually works. Yeah. No,
what a stop!
He was stopped.
What a stop! What does Sirianni do here?
There's an injury, number 54. He broke his arm.
Conventional wisdom has you go for the field goal. Modern day, considering who we're dealing with, I think they go for it. Yep. There's no reason to believe that they can't get a quarterback sneak on 4th and 1 every time based off of everything that has happened.
He got it.
Yep.
Yeah, that the reason they're so good at these quarterback sneaks, by the way, there's one guy who's important. His name's Jason Kelsey.
You know it. That's what I was saying before, as someone who has played center before. It is so hard to be the low man on that play that you need to be and keep your feet moving forward while staying off of the freaking ground while you got the weight of a larger man on top of you. Yeah. Like, it's hard to do,
and
man.
They say low man wins. Yeah, that's true until he's literally on
Until
your
he's
back.
on his face, exactly. Low man wins until he's on his face.
Yeah, until you're underneath the other guy.
Once you're on the ground, low man lost.
Interception. Honestly, if you're the Kansas City Chiefs right now, this is what I'm thinking, okay? If I'm linebackers coach, if I'm DB's coach, if I'm David Merritt, okay, my boy, if I'm David Merritt, shout out to David Merritt, by the way. You're doing a great job. If I'm on the defensive coaching staff of the Kansas City Chiefs, I know what it looks like, but I'm actually extremely happy right now. Because we're keeping Jalen Hurts in the pocket.
For sure.
He's not killing us on the run. He scored 2 touchdowns on the run, which I'm pissed off about. But he's not burning us on the run.
But that's more of specifically a red zone issue and not like a ball advancement.
Is that incomplete? Did he catch that?
That's not how they're advancing the ball into that position. That's just how they're finishing drives.
That's an incomplete pass.
Good Lord.
Jason Kelce is a monster. He's retiring after today. You know that. He's putting everything he's got out on the field.
Might need to inspect what was in that protein bar. There might have been some roids in that protein bar.
He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He doesn't give a fuck. He's drinking.
I'm totally
he's
just
drinking
joking.
Fucking shark semen. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. Test me. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Test me. Everybody in the Super Bowl is
raw
high
eggs.
on roids.
Raw eggs are for babies. I drink fucking shark semen for breakfast.
Like every dude in the Super Bowl is like, I dare you to test me.
Great white shark
I
semen.
fucking dare you to test me. Like, go ahead. I'm winning the Super Bowl. You can pull me after.
If I was Jason Kelce and I heard someone describe me that way, I would just be like, okay, nobody could ever compliment me any higher than that ever. I'm done. Like,
you hear that, guys? Clip it. Fucking clip it. You guys heard it. Clip it. Make a clip for me. Record this. Clip that. Send it to Jason Kelce. You heard it.
And I meant what I said too. Like, dude,
you heard it here.
That's like the most mind-blowing compliment freaking ever.
Jason Kelce drinks fucking shark semen. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. And yes, the commercials are member berries.
Hey, member.
Empty backfield, risky play, 3rd and 11. Everybody knows it's going to be a pass. Can you get it? Nope, you can't. See, this is the problem. See, this is my deal, right? Like
more fantasy points for Gainwell.
3rd and 11, but on 3rd and 11, why would you run empty backfield? You're immediately eliminating a potential pass blocker in the backfield. You're also eliminating any possibility that there's any run whatsoever other than the quarterback. Mm-hmm. So you've now taken everything your quarterback has to offer off the table. We know there's only 2 options. It's either a pass to one of these assholes or Jalen Hurts himself is running it.
Yep. No, to me,
3rd and 11, when you go empty backfield, you're just being an arrogant asshole.
And to me, like, just my mindset, I also think of like how you just went for it on 4th and 1 from inside the red zone of your opponent. That's pretty committed to getting a touchdown.
I wish you would have done this. I wish you would have done this. Then what? I wish you would have asked me for the other option.
Why was the check down not just a jump ball in the corner to AJ that either he comes down with or nobody, as opposed to somebody 5 yards short of where you need to get?
Here's what I wish you would have asked me.
Wrong check down in that situation.
I wish you would have asked me, okay, smart ass, so you don't want to go Jalen Hurts empty backfield on that play. What do you do then? Fuck boy.
I'm sorry, I missed that, man.
That's what I wish you would ask me. But you're still right.
I missed it.
Your suggestion is actually still correct.
I missed it.
So I'm not shitting on you. I'm not shitting on you. But my answer would have been this. Honestly, Miles Sanders on a fucking draw play.
Yeah.
Or a screen.
Yeah.
like Andy Reid used to do.
Yeah.
You know how many times Andy Reid would kill you on 3rd and 15 by running a fucking screen? You allow the defense to come in because it's 3rd and 11, right? They're going to sell out to the quarterback. You allow the defense to come in, all 4 linemen plus a blitzing linebacker. You wait till they vacate the zone right behind themselves. You have your running back sneak out with a pulled offensive lineman. You dip it over the shoulder, and they have the ability to pick up. Maybe it's only 4 yards if it's perfectly covered.
Yep.
And then you still kick the field goal.
Yep.
Or you have the potential for a goddamn touchdown right then and there.
Yep.
Because if they're not expecting it and you catch them in the right moment, you're done. They're done. They're fucking over.
And one final ingredient to that, how that usually plays out that way, is you come to the line of scrimmage in a spread formation. Daring the defense to counter that by spreading. Once they are spread, that draw is such easy money.
Oh, you're
such
assuming
easy money.
You're saying spread offense with a running back.
Such easy money. Then if they stay committed, to know we're protecting the middle, then you've got an easy 3-yard comeback.
But clarify for the listeners.
Sorry.
Aren't as fast as
Sorry.
us. So what you're saying is go spread formation 4 wide. You can have trips left.
One
trips
of those
right.
guys can be tight end Goddard too.
But one of them is going to be in the backfield. Somebody's in the backfield. So you're only going 4 wide. What they did was 5 wide, empty backfield.
And what since your design is to basically fake a pass and have a successful run up the middle, the more you can get the defense.
I said draw.
Oh, right, with the draw, exactly.
The draw's not a fake, though. It's you just pause, you let the defense come in, and then you run right by.
But that first second of how the quarterback drops back does slightly sell pass.
I see what you're saying.
To the defense. That's where I'm coming from on that.
I misunderstood what you're saying.
That's where I'm coming from on that. Yep, sorry.
You're not wrong.
Sorry.
We don't disagree. Yep. I misunderstood you.
Gotcha. All good. But so since that's your what you're trying to do. If you can come out with a formation that gets the defense to fan out to the edges more, that opens up that middle of the field that you're intentionally trying to attack anyway.
Or the perimeter.
Right.
It's one of the two. You're either giving up the middle or you're giving up the perimeters.
Right.
So either I have the ability to let everybody come after me and then I go right here over the middle, or I let everybody come in after me, and then I go right over here over to the offsides.
Yep.
And then the offsides, I don't know why I said it that way, or the perimeter. Okay, so I'm either getting an actual screen or I'm getting a delayed draw. Yep. And I can do the draw with a handoff, or I can do the draw with a little pitch, a little shovel pass right over there. We see it happen all the fucking time.
Exactly.
But to go true empty backfield, it's dumb.
Yep, I agree because the defense doesn't have to respect the middle. Oh shit!
That's how Harrison Brucker broke his ankle at the beginning of the season.
Because you have to have the defense respecting the perimeter to attack the middle before you attack it. When you go empty backfield, the defense does not at all have to respect the middle. It can commit to just the perimeter for the most part. And that's it increases the offense's degree of difficulty, and
it's interesting how we look at this, right? Because so many times we disagree, but more times we agree, but we agree because we look at the game differently. And that's how I know when we're kind of actually right, is when because we don't always agree, but when we both agree, because we're looking at it from 2 different angles, that's when I know we've arrived at the truth, right?
We are.
So I'm looking at it from a quarterback position and a safety position, because those are the 2 positions I primarily played, right? I played quarterback, and then on defense I played safety, right? Because I was very athletic, but I was just ahead of the game. I understood where everybody was and what, because I looked for the green, man.
Yep.
Oh, here's the green. This is the green area. That means if my wide receiver has I didn't get to call hot routes. I'm not Peyton Manning, right? But if my receiver's route is going to be in that green area, and the pre-snap read lines up, that's where the ball's going, right? So I know here's number 1. Even if my first read's supposed to be over here, right? I'm reading it this way. You're reading things, though, as an offensive lineman.
For sure, very much so.
When those 2 things line up, we have a winning play.
Yep.
And that's what the NFL is really built on. It's what football is built on, but that's truly what the NFL is built on, is when the offensive line, because usually those are the guys calling out the blitzers, calling out coverages, calling out line assignments. We're going to shift to the left. We're going to shift to the right. Hey, make sure that we go 3-2-3 and we're triple teaming this side. We're double teaming this side and we're triple teaming this side with the tight end coming in over there. And the line in the running back pop in and over there. Otherwise, that math doesn't work out, right? But either way, you know what I'm trying to get at. And then the quarterback going, I know what he's calling out to his boys. I read it the same way. And I know that I can literally say, okay, what's supposed to be my third option, my third route, which is this slot wide receiver, I'm supposed to read this outside X, okay? My second route is supposed to be outside Z. And my literal check down route is supposed to be the Y receiver coming over the middle on a shallow crossing route. What nobody understands is that a real quarterback goes, yeah, but in this scenario, Y is my number one read.
Yep.
Now I'm going to, this is my guy.
Yep.
This is my number one read because he's supposed to be wide open.
Yep.
I'm still reading it touchdown to check down, right? So I'm still looking down here because I know my Z receiver is running that deep post route. So if that cover 2 splits wide, I have the middle of the field wide open. And if he does his job right and pulls that fucking strong safety way over there to the pylon, and he makes the right move, the correct move, and he comes back to the middle, I have a fucking deep middle touchdown pass right there. However, that's
because of the coverage.
Read.
Because of the coverage.
Right,
yep.
But that's not my first read anymore. It's what's supposed to be my first read is the X.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Z's supposed to be my second read, and Y is supposed to be my third. But because of what we just communicated in 2 seconds at the line, when I heard you call out the mic as center, I heard you call him out, and all of a sudden the 7-man box shifts to my left because the blitz is coming to the left. Now, the fucking weak side linebacker over here has to cover my slot wide receiver over here, and they're running a cover 2 deep. Everything tells me 1's covered, 2's covered, 3's going to be wide open, so 3 becomes my 1.
Yep. And that's
how quarterbacks think. And all of this is happening like this, you guys. All of this happens like this. And I literally mean this. It's that quick.
Yep.
And Scotty's perfect, my center, man. And I'm the quarterback walking up behind him. We do all of this in 1 or 2 seconds before he even grabs that football. And then all of this happens.
Right.
We already know. We already know.
Exactly.
We already know. That's elite level football.
And I don't think anybody could give better breakdown, especially on like a passing play, than you just did. So me being kind of more the offensive line side on it when it's a run play, or at least that's plan A when we get up to the line of scrimmage, is run play. We might change it before we snap the ball,
right?
Based off of what we see,
right? Maybe
but
that strong safety drops down to the
plan
box.
A coming out of the huddle, getting up to the line of scrimmage, is we're running the ball and we're running it up the middle. Okay, best way for success from my standpoint at that point. First off, get the defense as wide. Spread as wide as possible, because before we even snap the ball, that does 3 things.
Offsides.
It makes it easier for you to create a lane. It makes the lanes you have bigger, and it gives you more lanes.
Yep.
All 3 of those things are easily achieved if you can get that defense to spread out and line up a little wider from the ball than if they're all pinched in close to it, if what you're trying to do is run up the middle. And a lot of times you can do that by having a guy like a Dallas Goedert at tight end who is a legitimate enough receiving threat to line up in a slot position, but then motion in if you want him to come back in, or he can still run block, from being out a little wider.
They just did the opposite of what I just talked about. They just did the opposite of what I just talked about. So they swung this this running back out to the left and made it look like it was a design screen. Let me see if I can pull up this replay. Here it is. They made it look like it was a screen. The cornerback and the linebacker faded.
Two
back
defenders
the
bid on it,
and then they threw right over the top.
Two
of
defenders
them.
bid
That's
on it.
the opposite of what a screen is designed to do. They ran it in reverse. This is beautiful. That was a beautiful play. An absolutely beautiful, top-notch X's and O's play.
Completely agree.
That's Andy Reid, by the way. That's Andy Reid.
Yes.
I mean, you're looking at a very good offense going against arguably the best defense in the NFL. This isn't supposed to happen, right? But you've got one of the best play designers in the NFL, Andy Reid, one of the best game planners in the NFL, Andy Reid, and then you have one of the potential GOATs. Patrick Mahomes. And you start combining these things, man. Oof. I love it. I love watching this Chiefs offense. It's a real treat. It's a real treat. And then you have Travis Kelce, who basically plays quarterback from the tight end position.
It's not just the ingredients involved, but the timing of when you combine them too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just timing of like this versus that. It's also timing of decisions. I'm setting you up. It's like chess. I had a guy 100% one time back in the day, and I think I've told this before. I had a guy try to mock football to my face, a real intellectual. And I actually, at the end of this conversation, convinced him he was wrong. Genuinely. Because I told him what he doesn't understand is this is chess.
With human people. Exactly. 100%. I've always said that.
Not just human people. But it's human chess.
There's the over on your total score.
Kadarius Toney. I told you he would score a touchdown. So I told him, football is chess plus a marathon plus Russell. What's this fuck? Gladiator.
Oh, sure. Russell Crowe. Yeah,
Russell Crowe and Gladiator. Like you're fighting lions while running a marathon while playing chess. That's what football is.
And as long as chess specifically is part of the equation, I'm 100% on board, man, because I've always felt a very strong correlation between the two games. Your offensive linemen are your pawns. The quarterback is your queen. Rooks are your wide receivers out on the edge going vertically. Your running backs are primarily bishops going working the diagonal angles.
Or knights.
Right. Either or.
Wide receivers and running backs could both be referred to as knights as well.
Right. Absolutely. But the similarities and
the differences,
how there's a formation that they have to start in. Different people in different positions have different things they're allowed to do.
But here's why football's more complicated than chess. Chess is one piece
left
at a time.
Left guard can't catch a pass,
Chess is one piece at a time.
Yes, all the pieces moving simultaneously.
In harmony, like a band. And that's why I got through to him. Was because he was a musician. And I was like, everything, this gladiator, full testosterone thing, but you also have to have the fucking synchronicity of a well-oiled band. Like when you go see Metallica or Muse or whatever band you want to see, that perfect synchronization and timing and just absolute beauty. That's football, man.
And then in chess,
and I can kill you.
And then in chess, when one piece meets another piece in a certain move, piece A wins every time. Period. In football, you have the human element where that is not always the case. That's always a variable. It's always a variable. So that's just where it's this it's this beautiful human interpretation of chess, man.
The difference is all the chess pieces are moving at once, but your rook or your knight or even just a fucking pawn or a bishop, anybody has the ability to be really smart and actually, like, you plan on your queen being the most powerful, right? But in football, a random bishop can be the most powerful.
To close
in fact, Jason Kelce, the epitome of the football pawn.
Yep, exactly. And that's I compared
arguably the most
the
important
offensive
person.
line is your pawns, the quarterback is the queen. The last one I wanted to tie in that I forgot to mention, the king in chess. That's the ball. That's the ball. The king in chess is the ball.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay,
I got you. Sort of.
When you obtain possession,
It's a weird analogy.
when you get possession, when you get that from the other team, you won. Like it's the how you win the game is different. You know, like you win the game off of getting a turnover, basically in chess.
The king being the ball is a steep analogy, but I understand.
But like how you have to protect it.
It's a steep analogy.
How you have to, but how you like. But
you have to admit it's a steep analogy.
It is, but
you're not wrong.
But the purpose of the piece is not to attack; it is to be protected. You know, and so that's where I go with it. That's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming from.
Dude, the Chiefs are fucking winning, bro.
By 1 point. Damn, great game here. I'm also a firm believer that momentum is a real thing, while extremely hard to define and quantify. Momentum definitely seems to be on the Chiefs' side here, fairly strongly. You
hear the Chiefs chant going in the crowd.
I don't feel like momentum.
Wow, what a catch!
I don't think momentum has been a noticeable thing since the Eagles had it in the first half.
I don't mean to keep cutting you off, buddy,
no, I'm done. That was it.
This play is a football play. This is a football play, man. I'm all about that.
That was
play.
well read by the defender too.
That's 6 yards. I don't give a fuck.
That was both well read and well defended by the defender, and that was a phenomenal play.
If I am your tight ends coach, if I am your fucking offensive coordinator, I am blowing you up on the sideline because that's a touchdown. Damn. That's a touchdown catch right there. That's a fucking play. That's a football play. I am fired up about that one right there. I'm more fired up about that Dallas Goedert catch than I've been a lot of these plays in this game.
Sure,
that's a fucking football play, man. Wow, that was a hell of a play because it's only 6 yards. There's a lot of times guys go, but that he went up for that like that was a touchdown play right there.
That is receiving a knockdown punch.
That's do your job.
If two men were boxing, the Eagles just received a knockdown punch. That Goddard catch was them standing up, not shaken.
Good point. Good point. That's a great analogy. Incomplete.
No receiver anywhere near that.
What did I say? Make Jalen Hurts beat you as a quarterback, and he can't. This is what I've said his entire career. This guy is a runner. I've seen these guys, man. This is Michael Vick. This is Dante Culpepper. This is Colin Kaepernick. And this is what pissed me off about Colin Kaepernick, and I won't fucking stop talking about it. They were this guy, and then the NFL figured him out. And then they were like, oh, well, I want to be an activist. And the reason you're not going to let me play quarterback anymore is because you're racist. It's like, dude, most of the league is black, bro. Like, nobody cares about black quarterbacks anymore. Stop acting like this has to do with racism. This has to do with you being a distraction.
Damn. Kadarius Toney on his way to an MVP if he gets in the end zone here. That would be two touchdowns for him.
Fucking play.
One receiving and one special.
Let's go, Chiefs! Let's go, Chiefs!
Dude, if you took the value bet on Kadarius Toney being the Super Bowl MVP,
my God, did you see
the odds for that just got way better with that return.
Again. Show the girl. That girl was an absolute dime.
He's now got like the two biggest momentum difference-making plays for his team in the second half with that touchdown reception and this punt return. I got shitloads of Kadarius Toney rookie cards too, so I'm totally cool with him having a good game.
Let's go, Patty. That was a dumb play. Why would you do that?
Chiefs touchdown here definitely increases the odds on will there be a 2-point conversion attempt in this game, which was a popular prop bet that we haven't seen tonight.
Again. Scotty B showing up with the fucking Saber metrics.
Sorry.
You're like the money bug. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not talking shit. Dude, I'm complimenting you, dude.
I appreciate it.
I'm being genuine. Because you're right. You're right, because if the Chiefs score this touchdown already up by 1 and kick the field goal, it dramatically
makes it an 8-score game, which then very much with 9 minutes to go,
and now
it increases the odds.
It seems obvious, right? No one was thinking that before you said it, Scotty.
It really, just, probability shit, like that stuff swings.
That's why I said it that way. I said it that way, because now that we said it out loud, it seems obvious. But until you said it, no one was thinking that way. But you're right, because you're always thinking in that analytical point of view, dude. I'm a little bit of like a gambling odds type of junkie too. Of like, at this point in time, there was a 85% chance that X thing was going to be the outcome, but then this one moment occurred, or this one thing occurred, and that shifted that from like 85% to like 35% or some shit. It's just like, damn. That's big stuff, and I want to understand that more. Woo!
Wow.
34-27, Sky Moore!
I had Sky Moore as a phenomenal value player in most of my lineups.
Now check this out.
Prior to today.
Scotty. Now here's the question. Do you go for 2 now if you're Kansas City?
Ooh, yes. Yes. Because here's why. If you go for 1 and you're successful, it's a 1 possession game. If you go for 1 and you're not successful, if you go for 2 and you're not successful, it's a 1 possession game. So the risk reward management here says that the reward of going for 2 and being up by 2 possessions, being up 2 possessions as a reward, actually
not just 2 possessions, 2 scores.
That's what I mean. Being up 2 scores as a reward outweighs the risk of being down by 1 possession or 1 score, 1 full normal score of a touchdown and an extra point if you're unsuccessful. If you're unsuccessful going for 2, you're still up by a touchdown and an extra point. Forcing them to have to go for 2 to win it or lose it if they find themselves in that position. That's totally how you play that, man. Risk-reward management in that situation.
That's why I asked. That's why I interrupted you mid-rant for the other thing to ask you about that
dude.
one.
Risk-reward analytics in that situation says, yes, the reward of going for 2 outweighs the risk of failing going for 2 in that situation.
If you go up by 9 right there.
That's what I'm saying. Completely.
If you go up right 9, oh my gosh. If you go up by 9.
Yep, that was a potential mistake. Not saying it will be, but it could be in hindsight, depending on how, the rest of the game plays out yet. There's still quite a bit of time. Like, each team has at least a possession apiece, possibly 2 possessions apiece.
You know what I think it came down to? Again, psychologically, right? Sabermetrics be damned. Psychologically, here's what I think it came down to. I'm not worried about Jalen Hurts scoring 9 points. I'm not worried about him scoring 8 points. I don't have enough respect for Jalen Hurts to worry about that.
You got to score a touchdown first to make any of this relevant.
Score the touchdown, and even if you miss the extra point, I'm still up by 7. Kick the extra point, because I don't believe in Jalen Hurts that much. That's what that says to me.
I don't need to beat you in this moment because you can't beat us over the next 9 minutes. That I think is the philosophy.
Twice.
Right.
Twice.
That I think is the philosophy.
If you score the 2, you still only tie.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly.
In the tie.
That's a great point.
100% of the time.
That's a great point.
Tie me,
That's
bitch.
a great point.
That's what Andy Reid's
That's a
thinking.
great point.
I dare you to tie me.
Yep.
I fucking hope you tie me.
100% if the roles were reversed, Sirianni goes for 2 and doesn't kick the extra point.
100%. Dude, I'm getting drunk. I'm keeping going.
Is right for you.
Ice bucket for the MVP win.
In a landslide.
Everybody voted for the ice bucket, dude. What does that say about us?
Says that we're humble.
mean, I know that says we're humble because we voted for the ice bucket, but what does it say that everyone else voted for the ice bucket?
That they're intelligent. We're humble. We're humble and they're intelligent. Like it's, I don't know.
It's because we don't broadcast to chimps.
Quality over quantity, always.
Speaking of NFL hardcore, every time I look at that group, this is what I say in my head. NFL hardcore.
Say it right.
NFL hardcore.
It's hardcore. Say it right. That's a Simpsons reference right there for anybody who doesn't know.
Cookie dough whiskey.
Good.
Better take a little sip before you leave here.
Okay.
Or I'll never forgive you again.
Cookie number 3. You're so right for me. Fill me up with glee. Cookie number 3.
Shout out to everybody hanging out with us in chat. We love you guys. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys are dropping shit in chat. We are reading it. We are trying to hang out with you guys. This isn't a normal podcast. These sports casts are, especially when the games are good, it's less about this and it's more about this. Mm-hmm. Right? So, like, we want to watch the game and interact with y'all. And I like to talk like I'm from Springfield. And I'm in The Simpsons and I'm running for office.
Mayor Quimby. That's
Mary
right.
Quimby.
Say it right. It's chowder. Say it right.
That's exactly what I was going for. I mean, like, there was zero other reference.
No, I instantly, man. Like, dude, I was locked in instantly, man.
Slowly but surely,
with 8 minutes to go.
Slowly but surely, we will build the Minneapolis music scene surrounding sports and drinking, and we will support people who don't pay their taxes appropriately. Vote for me in your next election, because a vote for me is a vote for you.
As soon as our brand new state-of-the-art $7 billion monorail system is installed. Monorail.
We are smoking CBD on the podcast. We would never smoke illegal THC drugs on the podcast. It's 100% legal CBD.
Never.
For inflammation. I'm very inflamed. I am a poster boy for inflammation.
And I just thought it was going to go somewhere else. I thought you're going to be like, for more information on the subject, come back to a Dave Gabus. Like, fucking.
If you would like to be more inflamed on this subject.
For more information on this subject.
For more information on this subject, if you would like to be more inflamed on this subject, you can call this 1-800 number that's not on the bottom of the screen right now, but it will be maybe possibly in an edit for a future commercial.
Operators are not standing by.
Operators are not standing by. They are getting really high in the parking lot. They're fucked because this whole thing's based out of Philly, and it's a bunch of degenerates. It's not a legitimate operation. It's a scam. At all. Don't. In fact, you know what? Don't call. Don't donate. Seriously, don't donate any money. Don't do it. Just keep all your money to yourself.
Stop watching the telethon immediately. Turn to another channel.
So now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
We're so fucking old.
In case you guys aren't picking up the reference, this is what TV was about 20 years ago.
Oh my god. Oh shit! Easy money! Oh, he goes out of bounds!
But there was way more Jews. It's the same thing we were just doing now, but way more
That
Jews.
just fucked over so many fantasy football people right there. Him going out of bounds at 2-1 instead of getting his ass
rigged.
in the end zone.
It's because it's rigged.
Now
It's 'cause
everybody
the
who
script-
paid up for Hurts at quarterback is going to get another rushing touchdown
And
to help.
the script says they got to go out of bounds at the 2. Yeah, that's
Dude,
rigged. It's
Everything
rigged.
we've seen,
It's rigged. It's
they
rigged.
only need to do that QB sneak twice to get that many yards. You can lock in them getting 1 to 1.5 yards every time.
What the fuck did you just say?
I don't know. That with how far
Say-
away they were.
Say how far did they go?
I don't know, like 3 yards.
3 what?
3 yards. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. I said it wrong.
What the fuck are you saying?
I said it wrong.
Yards?
I said it wrong.
What are you saying? Are you trying to say yards?
Nah, yeah, it's on my, it's the Minnesotan on my mother's side. I'm sorry.
2-point conversion.
Boom! 2-point conversion attempt.
Boom! Before you get, dude, the boom just got me. You remind me of a clip. Here comes the reverse.
He did not. He got it. Yes, he did.
It.
Yes, he did. He did get that. I thought he did not get that.
He fumbled it. He gave the ball to the Kansas City player. It's rigged.
Oh, is this Super Bowl going to
Look at the
overtime?
owner saying boom. Look at him. Look at him saying boom. Oh, you tied it. Cute.
Oh, phenomenal job not letting the knees hit the ground there.
There. You saved yourself right at the end. You sounded like an asshole until right at the end. Right at the end, you saved yourself. You almost became a piece of shit. Almost became a piece of shit.
I don't care what they're talking about. From now on, whenever anybody doesn't sound right, I'm going to say you sound like an asshole.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. And I'm allowed to make the Jew jokes because I'm a Jew.
I don't care the
So
words
just so
that
anybody gets sensitive and says something about appropriate.
I don't
I'm a
care.
Jew. I'm a Jew. I get to say Jew things. I get to make
I don't
Jew
care
jokes.
the words that are coming out of your mouth. It's how you're saying it. It's all wrong.
I don't like your fucking tones in the
I don't
comments.
like your fucking tones.
In the comments, I can read your tone, and I don't fucking like it. I don't fucking like your tone in the comments. You need to stop using capital letters, period. Okay, no more capital letters in the fucking chat. I don't care if your capitals come at the beginning of words. You end them. And it's almost worse if your capitals are coming at the end of words.
Oh my God, that is the worst. Oh my God.
You can eat your fucking shitholes, your own shitholes, and your wife's clam holes. Eat it all together.
And this is coming from a butthole expert, ladies and gentlemen.
Butthole expert, number one. That
was the most organic
Number one.
callback in cinema history.
Callback
History.
Callback of all time. Buttholes.
That was the cabote. That was the cabote right there. The callback of all time. The cabote.
The cabote.
You guys want to discuss the goat? Whatever. Waste your time. That was the cabote right there. End of story.
The greatest callback of all time. In case you're not keeping up, it's called the cabote, and I did it just now. By the way, I'm the butthole expert. My boy Scotty B here.
Guess
right.
What?
Scotty B.
That's right.
Scotty B, not the butthole expert. Guess what? He's the expert of
regrettably.
Taints. He's the taint expert. Okay? So I got the butthole. He got the taint.
1 step, 2 step. Hey, we get there together, you know?
A lesser man would call this a disaster.
That was fucking genius, man.
A lesser man would call this a disaster. I call it a masterpiece.
Hey, I hope those logos don't fall on the kicker right now, man. That'd be some crazy shit. I don't know. I think it's the same. I think it's the same zip code thing that they got the camera on that fucked up the kick last week or whatever.
Oh, when he punted it.
Yeah,
into
2
the
weeks
thing.
ago. Yeah. When the guy kicked the
Gordon
ball.
Ramsay.
No, that was Sean Payton. I'm pretty sure.
You know Sean Payton walks like a proud black woman on the sideline. Watch Sean Payton. Google it. Google it. I want you to Google it right now. Google this. Quote. Put the quotation marks. Sean Payton walks like a proud black woman, and then end the quotation mark, and then hit enter, and you'll get a GIF. You'll get a GIF, and you'll get a good laugh, because it's real. The fucking threat is real, bro.
Hey, you know I'm related to that guy. Question,
really?
Yeah, question mark. The fucking guy on the corner that asks all the dumb fucking questions. It's like my second
Google?
fucking cousin.
You're related to Google? You're fucking related to Google. Get the fuck out,
Stingiest fucking bastard in the family.
Always trying to monetize your searches.
Oh my god,
man!
Fucking gift card for Christmas every year.
That's why I wish
motherfucking gift card.
I wish my sister would have married the Bing guy.
I get my present from the guy. I'm like, oh boy, would be great if I got a gift card for once.
At least our sisters didn't marry Mozilla.
Yeah, it's true.
He's that guy's a real pleb. He doesn't.
I never trusted that Firefox guy either.
Who names themselves Firefox?
That's what I said.
Hey, you know who he was? He was a guy who didn't
Who's
get
that?
a casino.
Oh.
I can make those jokes too, because I'm also Native American.
Dude, that guy.
I can make all the jokes except the Asian ones, because I'm a Jew, I'm Native American, I got all the other stuff. I'm just not a little Asian, so I can't make no Asian jokes.
So here's the most recent example of my problem with these commentators.
But that
okay,
Firefox guy, terrible businessman.
that Eagle guy just hit the shit out of that Chiefs guy, right?
Pacheco.
What the commentator
Pacheco.
say? He said that guy just got smashed. That guy didn't just get smashed. I just got smashed a couple fucking hours ago, man.
I'm getting smashed. I'm getting smashed. Drugs are about to be legal. Which means I'm about to go balls deep. Did you see my tweet
I gotta say, I think that's a step forward for us, really.
Did you see my tweet the other day?
Which one?
I said COVID
Probably not.
I said COVID can suck my dick.
Oh, yeah, I saw
because
that. I
if
agree.
you bang as many horses as I have, I'm immune to everything.
Yeah, that immunity.
I'm immune to everything.
Yep, that immunity. You gotta work hard
COVID
for that
can
immunity,
suck
but
my
once you
dick.
got it.
I'm the one who's making COVID stronger. Because every time it gets to me, I fuck it in its ass, and then it leaves healthier and stronger than it was before it got to me.
I'll be honest, developing that immunity fucking sucks.
I'm the CDC super spreader.
But once you got it, it's pretty sweet.
I'm the
once
CDC
you got it,
super
it's pretty
spreader.
sweet. Well, that's what she said.
What kind of weird ass fucking commercial is this? What are you guys doing?
Dude, I'm sitting over here. I'm about to ask what you're doing fucking around with the TV, man. Like we were just watching the game.
Tubi.
You fired up like the fucking app menu or some shit in the middle of the damn game. Just when it's getting good.
It looked like a remote.
Fucking confused the hell out of me, man. We all started panicking for the remote. Like, who's fucking sitting on it? What are you doing?
I was so scared. I almost
turn it back to the game, asshole.
I was so scared. I almost jerked Scotty off.
Turn it back to the game, asshole.
I almost grabbed his dick and jerked him off. That's how scared I was.
There's only two of us here, and I'm 49% sure I ain't the one doing it. So what the fuck's going on?
I'm 49% sure.
Right.
I'm 51% sure I'm definitely the one jerking someone off. Someone's getting jerked off, and I'm here.
You're here, you're queer, I'll grab you another beer.
I'm here.
Right?
I'm here. You're queer. Get used to it.
Oh. Samuel Jackson. It'll get you drunk. Samuel Jackson. It's good motherfucking beer.
Are you grabbing another beer? Oh, you still.
I'll grab you one. No, I'm good. I'm good for me, but I'll grab you one.
I'm drinking less whiskey and drinking more beer.
That's really easier that way, you know.
The East Coast accent is great, isn't it?
It involves a lot less bail money, I tell you that.
More bail money? What are you talking about?
Tomato, to each their own, eh?
Every gun I own is a felony on the East Coast.
See, that's where we complete each other, man. You go to jail off of the beer, I go to the jail off of the booze.
You mean hand jobs? You misspoke when you said hand jobs.
I did. I gotta say that might be my favorite name of all the Super Bowl players, Pacheco.
Hand jobs?
No, Pacheco.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say hand jobs.
No, Pacheco, man. That's a good name. That's a strong name. Pacheco. That's a good, strong name.
The guy runs with speed, man. He runs with speed. He can't change direction for shit. Look at him. Look at this trajectory. All right, let's look at this trajectory. Ready? Here we go. Here's your replay. Okay, he goes to the left.
That's a great seal by the line, too.
All he had to do was go to the right. You do it.
Yeah, but he tried to out-left him. He tried to out-left him when he should have tried to out-right him.
You can't out-left a guy when you're already going left.
Yeah, that's it. See? That's just science.
It's physics, but yeah.
Well, it's physics is science too, right?
Science,
all right.
It's also geometry, right? Because you're doing angles.
Yeah.
You're doing angle stuff. You're doing stuff like angles with triangles.
That's right. The science of math. I hear you.
Oh, Mahomes goes for the first down. He's gonna go all the way to the fucking 17.
Can his ankle survive another ankle tackle though?
His ankle will.
That's going to limit him to a field goal here. That's going to be the difference between 7 points and 3 points.
Listen to me. His ankle will fuck. His ankle fucks. Okay, bud. Okay, you got to understand. His ankle fucks.
Yeah, I hear that.
His ankle fucks, all right?
I hear that.
His ankle's the biggest dick in the room. Patrick Mahomes' ankle has a bigger dick than everyone else in the room. His ankle has a dick that laughs at everyone else when they take showers.
I fully trust a butthole expert to be able to accurately identify the largest dick in the room.
Don't judge me on the butthole expert thing, okay? My wife will come down and attest as to my expertise on the buttholes. I also have several whores that will show up at a phone call's notice. I am the master of buttholes, okay? I'll tell you everything you need to know about a person.
All right, master butthole.
I'm telling you, not only master butthole, call me Dr. Butthole, okay? Because I'll tell you everything you need to know about a man or a woman by looking at the butthole.
It gives all new meaning to this expression. The doctor is in.
This is what I'm saying. If you want to draft a guy, and invest $50 million a year into a Super Bowl, possibly winning quarterback, let me look at his butthole first. Because I'll tell you, if there's weird dimples in there,
the dimples are a big red flag.
He has a fear.
Big red flag.
He has a fear.
Big red flag with the dimples.
That means he stresses out and he clenches his butthole a little bit too much when things get tense.
Might even get a little verklempt.
Oh,
get a little verklempt.
Don't do that. We're not Jewish. You can't stop bringing in the Jew terms.
I'm sorry. I try to be cultural, you know.
I'm Jewish, but I'm not even that Jewish. But you're still right. You're still right. You're still right. In post-apocalypse evaluation.
You know, for me, it's more of a shout-out to white Canadian entertaining comedians from the 90s anyway. So, you know. What the fuck do I know, man? What the fuck do I know?
When we're talking about the white Canadians, you're right. You're fucking right. When you're right, you're right.
I don't want to be Jews. What can you say?
Honestly, everybody wishes they were Jewish because Jews are the true superior race.
True.
Everyone's worried about white supremacy. You need to start worrying about
me. Yeah.
You need to start worrying about me because Jewish supremacy is the truth, okay? Think about it. We get into math, we get Nobel Prizes. We get into physics, guess what? Physics, Nobel Prizes. We get
that Hollywood thing's going pretty good for you guys. That Hollywood thing's going pretty good for you guys.
We kind of do it all, right? Like we do the acting, we do the writing,
right?
We own all the studios,
right?
I'm not gonna lie, but Kanye was kind of right. We kind of run all the media stuff.
Did you see the new season premiere of South Park, season 26? South Park?
Cartman wasn't wrong.
Cupid Yee, fucking brilliant, man. Cupid Yee, fucking brilliant.
Honestly, okay.
From Cupid Me to Cupid Yee, if you know the history of Cupid Me. I'm a massive South Park fan. Love South Park.
I'm going to drop the accent for a second because something's happening to this cigar that I'm deeply offended by.
That does require the dropping of an accent.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm actually really not cool with this. Let me see if I can...
Rant disclaimer and go.
So let me see if I can get this in the camera.
You could say it's neck and neck. But Jared would probably say it's butthole and butthole.
All right, so that weird mushrooming effect, like an ugly dick, that thing is a poorly wrapped cigar.
Hey, what are you trying to say, man? I take personal offense to that.
So this cigar
what's
clearly
ugly about it?
represents-
What's ugly about it?
So clearly this cigar represents what Scotty's dick looks like in real life, because he's deeply offended out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
Why's the mushroom make it ugly, huh? Why's the mushroom make it ugly?
So in cigar terms, though, in all seriousness, jokes aside, in cigar terms, there's way too much heat being built up right here. And everybody knows, anybody with a brain who's graduated high school knows that heat makes things expand, right? So when you're looking at the cigar from this way, there's something happening in the cigar, and I'll have to talk to Marco V, the sponsor, and this isn't his cigar, by the way. This is the Traveler from Brick House.
Now, if you're the Chiefs here, you want to make sure that clock
So
keeps
this is a
running on this
$10
play,
cigar.
whether you get the first down or not, because you definitely want to be treating that clock like Bessie.
Let me finish my rant. This is Super Bowl aside.
That's no good.
So this cigar comes in a tube. It costs $10. It's supposed to be high quality control. And I have an absolute mushroom cloud happening in my cigar. This is a poorly wrapped cigar. And I don't know what's happening inside the cigar. I'll probably have to talk to Marco V. And he might have to talk to his people to figure out exactly why this is happening, because it didn't happen out here.
Ouch.
It didn't happen here. It's only happening right here.
Got the jersey multiple
times. This is blasphemy. This is blasphemy in cigar. This should never happen to a $10 cigar. You should never, ever, ever. So Brick House, don't tell me I don't know how to smoke a cigar. Don't come at me. This cigar, the quality control in your product, it's subpar. It's not worth $10 anymore. When this happens to your cigars, this is a $6 cigar, not a $10 cigar. Get your shit together.
Wow. He could have got that touchdown. They chose to stay in bounds, keep the clock running, but the clock's not running.
Yeah, it is.
So either somebody took a timeout.
Yeah,
no, the play clock was running. Okay.
They took a timeout.
Like, that's a touchdown.
Yeah, they did that on purpose.
No, I know. I'm just pointing out that, like,
I know they did it on purpose, but what I'm saying is, like,
I'm just speaking to the intrigue of that deliberate strategy.
There's a hole
that's all.
there.
They called that. That's what got them to that's what got them down there. That they stopped him on third down while you were cigar ranting, but there was a penalty, so it got him a free first down set of downs.
Was legit.
And that was the first down play there.
It was subtle as fuck, but that was a legit.
He got him with the jersey twice. I felt like in that, like, yeah, it was small, but it was legit.
Well, and the big key here is that the Philadelphia Eagles, in case anybody's not keeping up, don't have any timeouts.
Exactly, and to me, that's what makes the choice to stay in bounds, play for the game-winning field goal extremely smart. Deny the other team possession of the ball and an opportunity over more points. Because it doesn't matter how many more points you have than the other team at the end of the game. It just matters that you have more points.
I'm super fucking pissed off about this cigar, though. I'm actually irate at this point.
When the clock hits 0, it makes no difference if you have 1 more point than the other team or 20 more points than the other team. The win counts the same either way. And so that's what the Chiefs are playing here for.
It's not fucking cool, Brick House. It's not fucking cool, man.
Butker has already missed a field goal. But this is going to be this is going to be easier than an extra point attempt, I want to say.
Yeah, which actually makes me nervous as a fan.
Well, I feel like it's probably practiced a lot less now, given the moving back of the extra point.
Right.
You know, that's where I would come from on something like that, where, like, yeah, theoretically by degree of difficulty it should be easier, but given what you're actually working on and getting your reps in on, it might be less familiar to you as well. And, you know,
well, and what this is telling me is the opposite of what I said earlier, right? Where I said I don't have any respect for Jalen Hurts. Come back, score a touchdown.
You tied it up all right. You earned my respect. You earned my respect.
Now Andy Reid's going, okay,
and this is how I have to play it.
I respect
100%, dude. Bingo, man.
So now
fucking bullseye, bro.
I'm gonna back off that crazy claim,
bullseye,
and I'm
bro.
gonna say, let's do time clock management, classic football, like it's 1982.
Fucking bullseye.
That's what they're doing.
Fucking bullseye.
It's interesting, and that's why I think what makes an Andy Reid is his ability to do that mid-game.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-drive, mid-half,
and
mid-quarter.
No,
this isn't working. We're doing something different now.
The fluidity of how
apart.
those things impact the course of the game and their ability to turn around on a dime, like that fascinates me as someone who's trying to figure out how to more often correctly predict who's going to win or what fantasy player.
I'm going to do something. Hold on.
Or what fantasy player is going to get the most points, stuff like that. Like,
all right, hold on. I'm doing this. All right, this cigar, this is a $3 Marco V cigar. This is Marco V. He sponsors the podcast. Links in the description. This cigar costs $3. Okay, see how perfectly smooth this is, including the end where I stopped smoking it. See how flat everything is? See that? Everything's beautiful and smooth. Okay? Now, this is a $10 cigar that came in a plastic fucking tube or an aluminum tube because it's so perfect. It's fucking bullshit. That's why Marco V's elite. And the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl! The kick was good. 38-35.
Chiefs by 3. That was the leaked, game script. Granted, there's a lot more total points than were in that, but still, the winner and win margin remained the same in the, far as what the Sharks were tending to put their money on in Vegas and the last minute, stuff coming in.
Well, and this year we chose to last year we both picked the Rams. But when we looked at the script this year, we decided it was better if we both picked two different teams.
For sure.
We thought when we looked at the script, we said, okay, even though the Chiefs are going to win, it's a way better podcast if we don't both pick the winner this year.
Mm-hmm.
We did that last year, and it was cool. But we thought this year it would be a better podcast if we each picked a different team.
And so absolutely, and like,
Scotty let me pick the winner this year. And next year I'm gonna give him the winner when we get the script.
As a big probability nerd, I always saw the Chiefs winning by 3 as a high probability choice. That said, I felt like it was about a 33% chance. And the Eagles winning by 3 or the Eagles winning by 8 or more, we're up there too. A couple key moments.
I just want to say I'm still the king and know everything about football, and everyone who disagrees with me is an idiot.
Just like to get to the point of how big just one moment in any point in the game can be or make. Fumble recovery touchdown returns.
I feel so fucking vindicated right now.
Fumble recovery touchdown returns are pretty fucking rare.
I feel so fucking vindicated. I don't give a fuck, dude.
I would say that the average at which a fumble gets returned for a touchdown in an NFL game is like 0.1, 0.25. So the Chiefs getting that fumble recovery touchdown that they got in the first half is a huge factor in how we ended up at 38-35. I'm not saying it's the factor, but it is a factor, a significant one.
I was right once
Congratulations,
again.
Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid.
Once again, I'm going to take all the credit.
You know what the NFL loves about this script?
Because every year I'm fucking right. And that's why you need to subscribe to this podcast and pay attention to my sports coverage. Because every fucking year, I am goddamn right. Every fucking year. And if I'm not right, Scotty's fucking right.
One of the two of us will be right. You're
answer.
guaranteed one of the two of us will be right. The NFL loves this too, from a script standpoint. Brady just retired. Mahomes is the guy who's already, in the GOAT conversation if things continue to go a certain way. Now the torch has been passed. The torch was just officially passed in the league from Brady to Mahomes. Now,
No, it wasn't.
how long?
No, it wasn't.
How long
Don't do
Mahomes
that.
is able to keep that torch away from Joe Burrow is going to be fascinating to watch, and I can't wait to fucking watch.
The torch has not been passed, and I'm going to make this argument. The
Okay.
torch has not been passed, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes is officially 2-1 in the Super Bowl. That does not compare to 7-3.
Oh, I'm not saying like he's. I'm just
Is
saying
he
like
7-2 or 7-3? Brady.
I'm just saying
Is
it's like
Brady 7-2 or 7-3?
the torch of
7-3, right?
the torch of being the current number one quarterback in the NFL.
Brady
Not
is-
not a torch historical, not a historical torch, just the current torch of I'm the guy in the number one position in the league as a player, as the top quarterback, which is the top position.
Got you. Okay.
I'm the guy. Pat Mahomes now with win number 2 in the Super Bowl and Brady being ratired, you can now be that guy until you lose it, which could be in a year or two.
If that's how we're going to define it, I can't even argue with that. And honestly, if we're going to make great podcasting, it's built on disagreements. Like great podcasting is not us agreeing with each other.
We don't
right?
disagree intentionally. We disagree genuinely.
Right, but
So
even
we have
if
to agree genuinely too.
But even if we did disagree disgenuously, right? If we plotted this and scripted this like we've been joking about all night.
Oh, you mean like the NFL does its games? No.
I mean like ESPN does, like CNN does, like
Right, no,
Fox
I
News
know
does,
exactly
right? Like you
what-
take a position
Yep.
whether you agree
Yep.
with it or not.
Yep.
Like, that's what makes
Yep.
great podcasting. And honestly, at the end of the day, like I have to agree. If that's the definition we're using, GOAT is not the right term we
No,
use.
no,
though.
no, right. Not goat.
We need to get rid of GOAT.
Not goat.
It's greatest of this generation.
Ganow, greatest of now or something.
Greatest
I don't know.
of this generation.
Yeah. Generation
And
era.
it is Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And it is Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And it's going to be Patrick Mahomes until Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl.
Well, and sometimes that torch gets passed on within the same generation. Like that torch will go from Brady to Rodgers for like 2 or 3 years or something. Not saying it is or will, but just say like in the past, if we were to use different player examples. Sometimes, not always.
that final
not
shot.
always.
Hold on. That final shot that Fox just showed was the Kelsey brothers.
Not always
And
does.
hold on.
Yep. Sorry.
Let me see.
I'm sorry.
The final shot on the Fox Super Bowl coverage was the Kelsey brothers embracing. And Jason Kelsey was smiling. But
Yeah.
the look in his face also said, I'm happy for you, but get the fuck away from me.
Yep.
Which is actually not good for Jason Kelsey's future career. Jason Kelsey needs to retire. Jason Kelsey, dude, you have been the best center since you've been in the NFL. You've won a Super Bowl. You've been to 2. You're 1-1. You're a first ballot Hall of Famer if you leave now. If you go for another year or 2 because you think you can win one more, that's how you tarnish your career. Jason Kelsey, bro, I'm your biggest fan. I hate the Eagles because of what they did to the Vikings. And I'm Jason Kelsey. I'm telling you, I'm your biggest fan, man. I'm your biggest fan. Retire now, bro. Just go out on top. Because your podcast with Travis, New Heights, that shit is the best.
If legacy is what
Have
it
you
is,
watched that podcast?
I have not. I love
You
everything
haven't
you
watched
said.
the New Heights podcast?
No. I
Travis
love everything
Kelce
you
and
said,
Jason
though.
Kelce started a
I've
podcast
watched
together.
like clips of it. I've seen clips of it,
It's
but
the
I've never
best.
watched the actual
It's the
podcast.
best.
I haven't watched an
It's the
actual
best.
episode of the podcast. I don't doubt that. Based off the clips I've seen, I don't doubt that. But like to me, every individual is different, and if any individual values their legacy at the top of their list, then they should totally go with your advice. If, on the other hand, we happen to be dealing with an individual who values the experience or the journey or the chase or the hunt more than legacy, then I would probably say for that person, I probably wouldn't go with Jared's advice on that. But I don't know Jason Kelce personally, what type of dude he is, so I can't really give advice on what would be best for him. But I can say what I would do if I were in his position based off of what I know of myself. If I were him, it'd be really hard given how talented the team is top to bottom that I'm currently on. As long as this offseason goes well and we're able to run it back, I kind of want to go the unfinished business at least one more year route. Let's try to get a ring next year and then I'll retire. But I would wait to see how the offseason plays, what happens with free agency, contracts, draft picks, stuff like that before really, committing one way or the other probably. Because the team might be looking to just get younger overall too, it might change things a little bit, or they might lose a key cog or two on the defense. That's the difference next year between them getting to the NFC Championship game or getting to the Super Bowl. Little things can be the difference when you get that close to the finish line and your competition is that good. So I don't know. I would not blame him at all if he went out now. Wouldn't blame him at all.
I think that's the way to go, dude.
But again, for me, ultimately, only he knows what he values most and what'll,
But I'm thinking as an athlete, right? As the guy who's actually out there putting his body on the line, dude, okay, you've literally secured yourself as a first ballot Hall of Famer. You've made the money.
Yep.
And you still have a chance to walk away with some semblance of your body. Do it. Unless you're desperate for money.
Maybe he enjoys playing the game more than being healthy.
Then become a coach.
Older,
dude. I don't want to hear it.
Sure.
I don't want to hear it. At this point, you've done it
and
all.
I'm not arguing for the other side. I'm just,
Well, and the reason we're bringing this up, just in case anybody's confused, is because he has publicly said he'll contemplate retiring after this season. That's why I'm immediately pivoting.
There's a lot of grays
right?
in that beard already, man.
But he's the only one out of any of these teams worth talking about that's contemplating retirement. That's the only reason I'm bringing this up.
Yep.
And dude, you've done it.
Or maybe Andy Reid, but we can't confirm or deny that. We can't confirm or deny that.
Andy Reid has at least 10 years left in him.
That's very possible. But is also possible, given that he's in his 70s and has won again, that he wants to go out on top and enjoy the rest of his life. Hand the reins over to the heir who's been waiting for quite a while, Eric Bieniemy, who is not going to be as good as Andy.
Right,
just acknowledging that as a possibility, a reasonable possibility.
I don't want to seem like I'm dismissing you.
Where I think that falls on the probability chart, no comment. But possibility, it registers on the possibility chart, in my opinion. But
shout out to Alexander Johnson. Joined in on the
but
Twitter
back
chat.
to what you said, it was made public knowledge that was Kelce's mindset or frame of mind, that he has been thinking about that and contemplating it.
Well, and I believe if you're a guy who has the chance to join the Hall of Fame and monetize your personality and get out of the NFL with a version of your body intact, do it.
Absolutely.
And don't even think twice.
If it were me, I agree.
Dude, my body is so fucked up from being a road musician. Dude, my hips and lower back are so fucked. And I'm not even 40, bro. And I didn't compete in a gladiator sport until I was fucking 37.
I have major lower back issues.
I competed in a gladiator sport until I was 17. I got in a bunch of fights.
Yep.
A lot of fights.
Yep.
And then I toured the country as a touring musician lifting heavy gear because I wasn't famous and rich. until I was 28. 28. Dude, by the time I met my wife, it was the day I met my wife was the day before my 31st birthday. And I had already had, literally that night, we talked about it. She's like, so what do you want to do with music? And I was like, I don't know if I want to like tour ever again. Like, I'll tour. I'll go on tour. But unless I'm making like Paramore money, like Metallica money, like, unless I'm making like, let's do this for 4 years and retire money, I don't know that I'm willing to do this anymore because the wear and tear on my body and my psyche, like, and this is why I talk to local musicians.
It's hard for anyone to comprehend who hasn't experienced it.
And this is why I talk to people on this podcast, the young musicians who go, and I go, why are you doing this? And they go, well, I'm doing it for the art. And I'm like, you're stupid. Like, listen to me, man. That is not why you do this. You're doing this for one of 3 reasons. You're doing this for money, you're doing this for fame, or you're doing this to get some pussy. Okay? Just admit that, and then we can start figuring out the actual strategy. Because the one reason that's worth it isn't fame, it's not pussy, it's money. And the reason it's worth doing it for money is because if you do it right, you can do it like me and a bunch of my boys, where we didn't make it famous, but we made enough money doing it to where by the time I met my wife, I bought my house cash. By the time I met my wife, even though I had a little bit of credit card debt, it wasn't an obstacle for us to take that next step in our future. I want more young musicians to understand that money is important in order to secure their future, but there's too many musicians that think, including in this town, guys our age, that think talking about money and making music is somehow diseased, and it makes them less of an artist. That's not fucking true, and it makes me goddamn angry.
That's where I was gonna
Scotty.
go.
It makes me angry. It makes me fucking angry to the point where I'm willing to fight people.
Almost
figuratively.
Almost everything that almost everyone does is primarily for money, first and foremost. Okay, so let's just get that out of the way there. Secondly, I do think that, like, from a cerebral wiring standpoint, to try and say it in a fancy way, that artists are more prone, designed, susceptible to prioritize the work over the compensation for whatever reason. I would think of it maybe as like Van Gogh syndrome, where like this is fairly unanimously, this is the greatest artist of his kind of art in the history of mankind.
No disagreements here.
Just so far, just to try to get my point across. However, that said, he enjoyed or experienced little to no appreciation or success for his work throughout his entire lifetime. It was only 50 to 100 years after that fucking crazy son of a bitch killed himself that people started to actually pay attention to his work and draw the massive value out of it that culturally and globally we have decided to.
Is he the one who
cut
did
off his ear? No, that's Da Vinci.
Okay,
that's
so
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci is a similar story.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
In fact, it was in the version I heard of this was actually in the TV show Lost, and I found the scene in Lost, the show Lost. I found it to be so profound, I had to go look it up, and it's actually true. But Da Vinci, which I couldn't remember whether it was Da Vinci or Michelangelo. It didn't really matter, right?
Sure.
But a guy. And it's actually, I feel like it's more powerful if you just say it's someone rather than a profound artist, right?
Yeah.
And he went to work every day. He was hired to sculpt this giant chunk of marble. It's like fucking 14 feet, 20 feet high, something crazy. 14 feet wide, 20 feet high, 14 feet wide, whatever. And he goes to work for months after months after months after months, like 9 months, 18 months, however long it was. I don't remember the conversation in detail, but the concept is sound.
Yes, that's what matters.
He just keeps showing up, and he keeps showing up, and he keeps showing up. And
Chiseling.
He sits. No, he doesn't chisel. He
Oh,
sits
okay,
there and he
okay.
stares at this slab of marble
Okay.
for months and months and months and months and months, and then
Mentally chiseling away at the
And then
vision.
he sits there and he eats a sandwich. He eats his sandwich, for lunch. Which takes me back and thinks about Renaissance time, right? Like they brought their lunch to work too, just like we do, right? Right? Makes it a little relatable.
Yeah,
And
love
then,
it.
And then somebody comes in and they go, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" And they go, "You come here every day and you sit here for 4 hours and then you eat your fucking sandwich. I see you sitting on your fucking ass eating your sandwich. And then you sit here after another fucking 4 hours and you don't do a goddamn thing. And then you go fucking home and you've been here for fucking 18 months, whatever it was, right?" And he goes, "I'm working." And then 3 months later, he sculpted the statue of David. In his mind, he was doing all that work.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
very
why I said
similar.
mentally chiseling at the vision.
Which is
You know?
extremely similar to what we do as musicians.
Yep.
That's what that's the point of this conversation, is that honestly, I watched that TV show. It was Lost. That stupid TV show that ended horribly. And I was a teenager. I was fucking 16, 17 years old. And that little monologue was so impactful and profound to me. Like, I was taken aback. The whatever the fucking episode was about was irrelevant at that point. As soon as that point was made, I mentally checked out and started doing metaphorical analogies against my own life and my own creativity. And what am I doing?
Yep.
Man, I went and looked that story up, and that is basically, I mean, they kind of intellectualized it to make it a better story, but it's pretty much what happened. And man, did that fucking really change me and how I approach my art and even my regular day job, whatever it happened to be at the time. It really made me understand that, like, that old John Madden thing. 90% of the job is 50% mental, or what was it? 50% of the job is 90% mental.
Yeah, right.
Whatever the fuck he
his
said.
saying,
I started the podcast with this phrase, and I didn't remember what it was then, and I don't remember what it was now, but it doesn't fucking matter. Is what we're really talking about, and what builds a champion, right? Whether what builds a great musician.
Yep.
It's a mental focus.
Same cornerstones.
And how I talk to people is I talk about priorities. So when my boy, Kyle Glidden, shout out to Kyle Glidden. It was like 2 years ago, trying to get him to come on the podcast. He was like, "Bro, I really want to, but. And I was like, "Dude, it's cool. This isn't a priority to you. You have more important things going on." And he got really mad at me. He was like, "No, dude, this is a priority." And I was like, "No, it's not. And that's okay."
Yep.
What's important is that we communicate with each other. Like, you have way more important things going on. That means I can wait, and I can feel good about waiting. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand?
I do.
Because
I do.
If Scotty has something so important, like his wife is in the hospital, I don't feel bad about him not being able to come to rehearsal. Or I'm talking like we're in a band together, but we're not in a band together, right? But if you say, "It's my wife's birthday," even though her actual birthday is Saturday and we rehearse on Thursdays, and you're trying to say you can't come to rehearsal, bro, now is what you're saying is that our band and rehearsal isn't a priority.
Right. I agreed. Totally agreed.
This is what matters. Is how do you rank things? And you should be doing this inventory on a day-to-day basis, on a week-to-week basis, on a month-to-month basis, on a year-to-year basis. You should, as a real man, you should have some trajectory. And yes, you need to be able to pivot and change things.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you have a fucking trajectory. And the guys who don't are the guys who are failures. It doesn't come down to whether you're tough or not. It doesn't come down to whether you're focused or not. None of that matters. Is what comes down to is, do you know how to prioritize your time? This is what I've come to the conclusion of. this is the end game for me right now. This is where I'm at. Is it comes down to prioritizing your time. Where do I want to spend it? With my wife, that's number one, right? But I also have to look at the long term with my wife. So that means I might have to sacrifice a little short term to make sure that I have 20 years with her after we're retired.
Sure. Yep.
You see what I'm getting to?
I totally
could spend all the time with her right now.
I totally get it.
But then when we're 75 and we're broke and we're homeless, is that the life we want to live?
I do feel that, like,
do you see what I'm getting at, though?
No, I do. I feel like,
because I'm bringing it back to the Super Bowl.
I feel exactly. I feel like a lot of what we're doing is pointing out both the commonalities and differences based off of the concept of, like, legacy or the valuing of legacy and place in history between artists and athletes.
Versus excuses.
Right.
That's
but
what it
also
boils down
recognizing that each person kind of has their own unique priority list of what means more to them than something else.
Right.
You know, but that said,
so if you
trying
make
to kind of
so hold on, let's give them an example for the listeners. If Jalen Hurts makes $50 million for 3 years and he invests that money properly and he's able to provide generational wealth to 180 people over the next 30 generations, that is a success to him.
Yep. And we're
even if
right,
we look at
100%.
him
No, 100%.
20 years from now,
100%.
20 years from now, we go, Jalen Hurts was a bum.
100%.
Doesn't matter. That
everything you're saying, 100%.
That doesn't matter.
Everything you're saying, 100%.
Bro took care of generations.
But I do feel that that's a common difference between athletes and artists. Is athletes are better at realizing and practicing that the best way to be relevant in the future is to be relevant in the now. Whereas musical and visual and other types of and cinematic art, a bunch of other type of artists have a little bit more of a Van Gogh complex, as I think of it or refer to it, where they have examples of the art outliving the life of the artist and out exceeding its successes and its relevance from the lifetime of the artist and its creation to the post life that it experiences, and that if you know that is its own reward and like super admirable and covetable, and that it's better somehow, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. To have your work make the world a better place and you're not successful, whereas like, your work only made the world a little bit better place, but you were really successful, reaped a lot of benefits out of it. I think just for whatever reason, a lot of artistic people are just, they're more of that mindset, whereas athletes tend to, like I said, better comprehend and practice the idea that the best chance of being relevant in the future is to be relevant in the now. And athletes seem to get that when it comes to legacy better than other artists of other forms of entertainment too. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're right. So then to me is what it comes down to is like, because we deal with this as musicians, right? So you have a agent, which is the real arbiter of what we're talking about, right? And these motherfuckers help you stay relevant now. They help you get big contracts now, right? But like a real manager, a great manager, and I wonder if we need to start having conversations about this. Before I even finish the sentence, I'm like suddenly questioning myself. We need to start asking ourselves as musicians, as athletes, wow, I'm really holy shit, my brain, dude. I don't know if the viewers can see this on camera, but like
I can see it.
I'm having a hard time even like
run from your forehead to your eyes through the rest of your face. I can see the gears turning.
Dude, there's levels, bro. There's levels to this. I can't even say this out loud because as I'm thinking each step out, I'm like, what is an agent? Immediately, I go, well, number one, and then before I can even finish the answer for number one, I see an A, B, and C. And then I go, number two, A, B, and C. Number three, and then all of a sudden I'm like, fuck, I'm already at like number 6, A, B, and C. Dude, that's a lot of fucking things. So suddenly I'm going, okay, slow down. Okay. So if you're a new musician, right, you're like a baby. And you're just trying to get a job.
Yep. Industry infant.
What you need in regards to representation is significantly different than what I needed at 26 when I was the shit as an original musician. And I was like begging for a job to become a jobber, like to go on tour and play other people's music, not a cover band.
No, I got you.
And you have a different experience, right? Because you're an original musician and then a cover musician, right? I was never a cover
simultaneously.
musician. I was never a cover musician, right? So we have different agents. I'm suddenly like this. Oh my god, dude! I've never really actually. This is what music podcasting is about. Okay, so I think oh man, we really need to break this down. Like not tonight. This is not going to happen tonight.
Sure.
But let's at least try to define the difference. If we're going to use a Minnesota fishing analogy, right? Like you can fish close to the shores with rocks. You can fish close to the shores with lily pads. You can fish in the fucking 180 feet depths of Mille Lacs Lake, right? Like these are all different vibes. They're all fishing, but none of them are related. They're really not. You need different baits. You need different techniques. You're fishing for different fish.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're a baby and you're just starting out 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, your needs are drastically different than mine when I was killing it as an original musician, but I wasn't able to pay my bills. So the agent I needed wasn't going to put me into a cover band or get me those type of gigs. They were going to get me jobber gigs on the road where I didn't know anybody. Nobody knew me.
I've got you 5 weeks with so-and-so. Here's when your first practice is. Here's when you need all of the material to be ready to run by. Here's all the material you need to be ready to run. Go. And I was really fucking good at that. I was so good at that, dude. I was incredibly good at that. I made a lot of fucking money doing that, dude. And I bridged a lot of fucking financial gaps doing that job. Mostly in the Midwest, playing for country acts that no one's ever heard of because they never made it. They were up and coming. I called them testers because I figured out what was going on. These were young women, mostly women, pretty blonde girls from Nashville who had a quote-unquote record contract, right? And they have the
label,
image,
the quote-unquote label. Most of these labels were bullshit, by the way, but the quote-unquote label was putting them out on the road to see what they were made of. None of these bitches
the
made
packaging is perfect, but we don't know if the product can hold up or not.
Right, or the boat looks pretty, but we don't know if it can hold water. And they didn't hold water. None of those boats, not a single of these boats held water. Every single person, and many of them were men, most of them were women, but many of them were men. Not a single one of them has a name that even I remember. And some of them are on that record shelf right now. Because I got a CD from every fucking one of them back in the day. They're all up there. You wouldn't reckon, and some of them are really good.
I'm sure.
Like, incredibly fucking good. Like, holy shit, this is going to be a big deal. I remember this one kid. I can't remember his name, but I was like, this kid's like Garth Brooks. Every fucking song on this record is a hit. We played 3 shows. And he quit. He quit the tour. The lead singer of the band quit the tour. 3 songs in. I only had 5 dates. I got paid very well. It was crazy, dude.
Still, though, that calls back to, the stress levels of that job, that lifestyle, how it's not for everybody.
It's not
type of thing that you brought up earlier too. Like, I mean, that totally supports, where that perspective comes from.
Yeah,
man.
so
like,
let's
comes
bring
from
it back to sports because it is a Super Bowl podcast, right?
Yep,
it's a Super Bowl.
Yep.
So let's bring it back to sports. Okay, you're talented enough to be the lead singer. You're talented enough to be the quarterback. However, when it comes to the grit, you're not able to be in this spot. You should be a running back or a wide receiver. You should be a guitar player or a bass player doing backing vocals. I understand that you have the talent to be the guy, but you're not the guy or girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're really talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got the hiccups. All right. So where I'm going with this is when we bring this into like modern day NFL bullshit, right? Modern day NFL bullshit says Jalen Hurts 3 years from now will have been exposed because he has all the talent to play quarterback, but he's not the guy. I don't agree that I actually saw that tonight. I actually think I might have been, and I said this on a podcast with you and Anwar a while back. I said I rarely miss on quarterbacks, and I mean rarely miss. But when I miss big, meaning I missed on fucking Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I still to this day am not sold on Jalen Hurts.
I
I've
think
never been sold, and I'm on podcast, so go back and look. We used to call them football frenzies. We then eventually called them something else, and then something else, and now they're called sportscasts. But I said Kyler Murray's a bum. I said that before anybody thought that was a cool take. I single-handed, in fact, you challenged me. You said something where I was talking about how much of a bust Justin Fields was, and you said it was either you or Anwar.
I think it was Anwar. I think it was Anwar, but it might have been me.
I think it was you.
Because I was never a big Justin Fields guy.
Are you calling him Bustin' Fields? And I said,
that's
goddamn right.
Maybe, because that's not contradictory or supportive in either way.
But
I've always been pretty.
I went out of my way.
I've always leaned towards bust with Justin Fields, but with acceptance that he's still athletic enough where he might have 3 to 5 years in the sun. But like Lamar or like Cam.
But this is on record where I went out of my way to say Justin Fields and Trey Lance. The season hadn't even ended yet.
Yep.
The season hadn't even ended yet. And I just said, I want to go out on a limb and I just want to get my shit out in front because I don't want to be a bandwagon jumper. And I said, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, bums. And I broke down why. I said, Justin Fields throws to fucking open receivers that are schemed open because of fucking what they're doing at Ohio State. I broke down Trey Lance. I did the whole thing. The fucking bum. No one listened. No one fucking listened, dude. We're going to get after this, and we're going to keep doing this slowly but surely every fucking year, and we're going to gain more and more credit because your claim to fame is offensive line.
Well, and
you have been more right than any offensive line analyst that I have ever listened to. And even Josh Siegel gives you that advice. I'm a little salty. I'm a little salty because you get more credit than I do, even though I'm as right as you are on different positions. But
and I'm as much of an asshole as you are.
Nobody remembers my takes on quarterbacks or wide receivers when I flipped out and did a whole fucking Instagram live on how great Justin Jefferson was going to be. I called you and I fucking said, this is the guy. I called Anwar and I said, this is the fucking guy. And both of you.
I remember that.
Both of you said, I don't know, man. Like what I'm seeing says he's more of a slot guy. And I said, you're not listening.
I said the first half. I never said the second half. I never bought into Justin Jefferson being the slot only guy.
Fair.
But I might be
meddling you too.
I had my
regardless.
reservations
That shit
on what
pissed
his
me off.
ceiling
That
was.
shit pissed me off. Not to you, but it pissed me off as
My
like,
biggest error in analyzing Justin Jefferson coming out of the draft and
nailed that
going into the
motherfucker.
league.
Hold on.
My
Before
biggest error in him.
This isn't about attacking you.
No.
This is about giving me props right now.
Absolutely.
Did I or did I not
You did.
on draft night say, quote, I'm not going to say he is Randy Moss, but this is the greatest draft pick since Randy Moss.
Yep, you did.
I called everyone in my phone. And I said, I don't think you guys understand what we just got tonight. No one believed me. And then I got emotional and it dropped him 2 weeks into the fucking rookie season on fantasy.
What I misidentified scouting Justin Jefferson was his ceiling. I had a very accurate understanding of what his floor was and where he was at right now. What I did not have an accurate analysis of was what could this guy become yet?
And even
what
in
could
his
he
rookie
improve
season,
to yet?
do you remember me calling you?
That was where I was way wrong in my assessment of that guy.
You halfway through the rookie season, and I said, "Do you want to know why Justin Jefferson is this good?" And you said, "No, I don't know why, but I want to know why." And I said, "Watch his hips."
Do
you remember that phone call?
And
I said his hips don't move.
When we were talking about him before the draft,
his hips like move left
when
and
we
right.
were talking about him before the draft, I gave him respect on the route running specifically.
But it's his hips.
That
dude.
showed up on tape consistently in college already. His hips are a huge part of his route running. I termed it differently or broadened what I was looking at where you were really honing in on the core.
There's specific things,
you know?
and it's
but
honestly,
I knew his route running ability from the get-go, but I did not. I definitely underestimated his big play ability, his ability to win the jump balls consistently the way he has.
I didn't even see
yards after catch never surprised me because when you can get that kind of separation with your route running, it makes yards after catch so much easier. Because the defender's 2 fucking yards away from you instead of 2 fucking feet away from you.
That's a great point.
So that was no surprise to me whatsoever. But his ability to come down with the ball when it's a jump ball, like 9 times out of 10, that I didn't catch that. That totally caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
So his ceiling, I was off on his ceiling. I had him at a lower ceiling.
I knew he was special. What I saw,
but I knew he was damn good.
I
just didn't know he was great.
When I measure wide receivers, it's almost identical, and I mean identical, like verbatim, like however you want to phrase identical, right?
Yep.
It's from the ground up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The same way I evaluate quarterbacks. I'm looking at where are your feet?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How far do your knees move outside of your feet? Right?
If your body control.
If your knees move really
as well as technique.
If your knees move crazy weird outside of your ankles, it's unnatural and it's not
big red
sustainable.
Flag. Yep.
Okay. Then the third level is your hips. And that's what the most important 3 levels of my evaluation are, specifically at the quarterback position and the wide receiver position, because those are the things that dictate everything else you do.
And honestly, that's something that almost every position has in common is the most of what the result comes from is the waist down.
True. I'm just,
with exception of this,
I'm just better at looking
what's
at
in between
those
the ears.
2 positions on offense, and I'm not talking about defense. I'm just talking about offense. I'm just better at looking at those 2 positions on offense, and then evaluating where they're at on the spectrum.
Yes,
versus other positions on the offense, right? Like tight end, I might get duped a little bit. Like I might think this dude is like exceptional at hip movement, but he's just the greatest athlete on the field. Like, oh, so his technique is shit, but like I might get duped a little bit because I think this is the way the tight end position works this way. But wide receiver, that's not happening. And quarterback, that's not happening. Because quarterback is basically the same thing as an MLB pitcher. And I was trained by a guy, and I won state championship as a fucking pitcher by a guy who basically should have been and would have been an MLB pitching coach if he wouldn't have been a criminal. But he was goddamn good at his job.
Well, there's that.
And he taught me how to be a state championship winning pitcher. Like in fact, when the state championship came down, he picked me to start that game. And yeah, when I left that game, we were losing, but we weren't losing by much. And I want to have that guy on a podcast so fucking bad because I want to get into his head. Because I want to know what he was thinking. Like, why would you pick me?
And it's all relative to the other options, though, too.
But this
so
is what
you
we're
came
talking-
out of the
let me
game and
finish
you were
this thing.
losing by a little. Anybody else, in my opinion, we're losing by a lot when they come out.
But let me finish this rant, right? Like, I'm sure because of my strategic sports mind, he said, yeah, but cute. Okay, cute. You're up by 2, but now I'm going to have all my best pitchers come in relief. Instead of starting them and trying to start the game strong, I'm going to end strong, right? But I also know through being competitive and being in sports and kicking the shit out of people way bigger than me in martial arts and all these things I've been through, I also know that he definitely saw something in me. And he said, if I'm going to start a 12-year-old instead of a 14-year-old, it's going to be this kid. Because there was something about the way I went about my deal. I know this. I know this in retrospect, right? Like I would never say this about myself.
Again, it was probably risk-reward management. He's looking at that situation. He's looking at that situation and he's going, worst case scenario with you is better than worst case scenario with option B, C, and D.
Well, and I believe
it could be something that simple. I'm not saying it's just that or anything, but like,
right. You're probably right. But here's what I believe it was. 30 years later, right? I believe it was as simple as this. This kid is not actually very good, but this motherfucker is cold-blooded. He doesn't get upset.
Nope.
He doesn't get riled up.
Nope.
He's fired up. Like, he comes into this game like, I'm going to murder I'm the best pitcher in this fucking game. Even though he's not, and he knows he's not.
There's no chance that things are already going to be unraveled by the time you come out. There is a good chance that things could already be unraveled by the time these other guys come out.
And he knew he could get 2, if not 3 rotations through the lineup with me. And we were still going to be in that game. And that's what my fucking job was. My job was to become, and this is when I realized I was Brad Radke. This is what I understood. I was not Francisco Liriano. I was not Johan Santana. No, I was Brad Radke. I was Mr. Reliable. It took me 20 years.
Just don't give up a home run in the first inning and we are good.
Which I did not do.
Just speaking to Radke.
I gave up 1 run every other inning. That's what I gave you.
Nice.
I gave you 4 earned runs. That wasn't my ERA, but I gave you 4 earned runs. And they were earned. They were all ground ball. This took me years to
manufactured.
Figure out. Dude, this took me years to figure out. Why would this guy pick me? It's one of the greatest moments in my life where most people would just go, I was the man. Yay for me. And instead, ever since then, I've gone, why did he pick me? The state championship. The game's on the line. We had to win a double elimination
I don't know
tournament.
that I would have picked me.
I don't know if I would have picked me.
Maybe I would have. Maybe I wouldn't have.
And just so you know, we had to win 2 games in a row against Golden Valley. So we had to beat them once because it was a double elimination tournament, and we lost to Golden Valley earlier. So they knocked us to the losers bracket.
Yep.
And then we came all the way back to the state championship and faced them again. So we had to beat them twice in a row.
Yep.
We beat him once, and then we had to beat him one more time, and he picked me. Now, most people would say, I'm the man. That's why he picked me. I've never thought that. my entire life, all I've ever thought, over and over again, like every 6 months, I go, but why did he pick me? And every time I come to a conclusion, like I'm pretending I've come to on this podcast, 6 months from now, I will still go, yeah, but why did he pick me?
There's nothing wrong with regular inventory.
I will never be settled on this until I talk to him on a podcast like this, where I can grab Rich Anderson out of prison, because he went to jail for embezzling money from the Little League. It didn't end well for him.
Okay.
But we won the state championship.
That's
baby.
what matters. That's what matters.
But I need to know. I need to know, why did you pick me that day? Everything was on your career was on the line, man, and you picked me. Why? I need to know. I need to know. I have to know. And I'll never be satisfied. I can think of every option.
But they're still just options until you hear it from him.
Exactly. And I think I know the answer. Is he goes, because you're Mr. Reliable. I knew you would go out there and give me 4 to 6 good innings, and you would only give up 4 runs. Because that's what Jared did.
Yep.
Jared went out there.
We'd either be winning or we'd still be in the game. We'd either be winning or we'd still be in the game.
And they call that nowadays, they call that a quality start.
Yep.
And then I could and then he could even humiliate me. He could even embarrass me and go, and then I could bring out my good pitchers. And I would still be okay with that. Because I still started the national championship and won that motherfucker, the state championship, not national championship, the state championship. And I could still take pride in knowing that.
What you brought to the table was an asset.
Dude, and I was like a foot shorter than
maybe what you bring to the table from some perspectives pales in comparison to others, but what you bring to the table was still valuable enough of an asset to the person who it matters most to let that be the difference. You know?
Yeah, it was crazy, dude. It was crazy, man. But I never have forgotten that.
There's a time and a place for everything.
And this was 4th to 6th grade, this Little League in Coon Rapids. You know, and this team, half of my team, we were so good. Half of my team and the rest of the Golden Valley team went to become the Little League World Series team. Like, out of all the Midwest, all of Minnesota, it was these 2 teams. It was my team, the fucking Coon Rapids Dodgers, and the Golden Valley, whatever the fuck they were called. Dude, and we almost made it. I remember watching my boys on fucking Sports Center. I remember this, dude. And I'll never forget this, dude. I didn't make that all-star team. I was delusional enough to think I could. You know? Like when the all-star team came out, I actually went to the clubhouse. I think given
your age,
to see if I was on it.
I think given your age and place in life, naive might be a more accurate word than delusional, but not that delusional's wrong.
I was so good defensively, though. I was elite defensively. Like, dude, you couldn't hit a baseball within 6 feet of me. I was catching that motherfucker. And especially at 12 years old, 6 feet is a big distance. Bro, it wasn't happening. So I legitimately thought I should have made that team at least as a backup. I was heartbroken when I didn't. But that was my first moment where I was like, no, you're not the man. You didn't make the all-star team. Yeah, you won state championship, but you're still not good enough to be on the all-star team. I was like, oh, fuck. There's layers to this thing.
Yeah.
There's layers. Like, I may be the man. I started, because that's what gave me the confidence is I was like, but I started the state championship and we won. That doesn't fucking matter, dude. Right. You dumb fuck. You think because you started the World Series, you matter? No, we're trying to put together the best team, and you're not on it. That was when I realized, like, oh, the world doesn't revolve. I was 12, and I was like, oh, the world doesn't revolve around me.
Yep.
Delusional.
Just naive.
Delusional.
Just naive.
Delusional, dude.
Just naive.
I thought everything.
Just naive.
I thought I was the greatest. And I just continued, including starting the state championship. I was like, oh, I'm the man.
Hmm.
No, I wasn't the man. I was just a part of a machine.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back, greatest feeling of all time.
Mhm.
Like, dude, being part of something bigger than yourself is like the
Mhm.
greatest thing you could ever experience. But too
Coming-
many people right now, nowadays, want to be the man. And
Coming
it's
out of the
delusional.
Metrodome tunnel to play football for a championship that I was starting on one side of the ball in was like as big of a fucking adrenaline rush as I've ever had, and I've sang in front of over 10,000 fucking people. So like, I mean, I've had my fair share of worthy adrenaline fucking moments and shit. But it's hard to consider any of them better than second best to that moment, man. Like, I don't know, just something about the energy coursing through your veins is different. You know,
It is weird, right?
when there's that element of competition involved, I think that's part of the reason that that's heightened. Whereas, like, if you're headlining a rock concert for 100,000 people, well, you're not in danger of losing to anybody. You know, unless you go out
yourself.
there. Right, exactly. You can go out there, lay a total turd, lose to yourself, lose fans in hindsight or post game, but like, you already won that event just by there being that many fucking people there that you're headlining, you know? Like, I mean, you know, but everything from here can still suffer or whatever. But like,
I think the direct analogy there is like, and anybody who's dated us while we've made that climb from nobody to big crowds, because I dated a few girls who watched that happen.
Yep.
And they would always be kind of perplexed by how much pressure I put on myself, right? And it was, to me, pretty obvious why you would do such a thing. It was, well, I know there's going to be a big crowd out there tonight, and I don't care if 10 of them or 10,000 of them paid to see me. Could be 10 people.
Yep.
9,990 people could have paid for the headliner. 10 of them paid to see me tonight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or it could be the other way around.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I'm not going to say their name because I'm not trying to fucking brag, but this happened more than once, actually, where a legitimate big name band couldn't sell out a venue all of a sudden. So our owner or the club owner called us.
Locals,
and they said,
yep, come bail us
hey,
out.
man, dude, this isn't going well. And they give us
Yep,
a
I
direct
need you to
support
bring your
slot.
50 regulars. Yep.
Oh, 50? No,
Well,
no. It was much
I
more
need you to
than
bring
that.
your 200 regulars. You know, whatever,
Or
like,
500 or
right,
1,500, whatever it may be
Yep.
at that time.
Right. Just trying to throw out a number. Yeah.
Point is like this suddenly legit band isn't legit anymore, and they need your help, so they call us. Well, it doesn't matter, dude. Now all of a sudden I'm the fucking 21-year-old kid who thinks this is my shot. You know, like I don't know who's in that crowd of
Yep.
1,500
Yep.
people or 15,000 people.
Hmm.
Doesn't matter, dude. Like, anybody could be out there. They could be looking for the next thing. So you better fucking bring it.
You better bring it. Exactly. That's the end result of all of this. You better fucking bring it.
But what does
Yep.
that mean? What does that mean to bring it, right? To me, it was very simple. It means 3 weeks before this, you have better been ready for this. That means you better be jogging. You better be swimming. You better have your cardio on shape. Like, you better fucking know every double stroke on your drums, or if I'm a vocalist.
Preparedness,
like,
whatever that all entails.
dude,
Yep.
I used to swim and sing underwater while I was swimming. Because if I could hit those notes while swimming underwater, unable to take a breath, I could probably do it on stage, right?
Exactly. It's simulation stuff, you know. And if you can execute under those circumstances, there's no reason to believe that you won't experience you will experience any circumstances that you can't execute
Correct.
normally.
Right.
You know. No, I totally get it. I totally get it.
Except, so what my mantra right now is in my life and everything I'm going through is accept the challenge, explore the darkness. And that's exactly what it's talking about, right?
Dig the fuck out of that, man.
Like,
I
accept the
that.
challenge. Okay. Oh,
No?
and then, it's getting dark, man. I'm fucking, Okay, explore that darkness.
Dude, I love
Accept
that, man.
the
I love
challenge
it.
and explore the darkness. That's what my mantra has been for at least 6 months now. And dude,
maybe that's the purpose of darkness.
Yeah,
is to be explored and contain enlightenment and answers that can't simply be found and obtained in the light.
well, and it's learn to fucking navigate the stress. Really, is what it means. Like
love the navigate word too, man.
Like 100 years ago, man, we were fucking dodging cheetahs, and bears, and fucking coyotes, and we were struggling to grow crops in the backyard, dude, so we could survive the winter. Now we're struggling to survive social media and societal pressures, and either way, it's still a challenge. Like life is a challenge.
Always.
Making
it will
this
always
world
be. That is a
challenge.
constant. Yep.
Like shit ain't easy.
That's
it's
a
never
constant.
been easy. It's never gonna be easy.
No matter what, that will always be a constant.
If you're expecting easy, you oh shit, bro. I'm about to make up a phrase. If you're expecting easy, you're accepting defeat.
Oh, that's beautiful.
If you're expecting easy, you're accepting defeat. That's a champion motherfucking phrase right there.
That's a motto in the locker room of champions.
If you're expecting
on the
easy,
wall
you're
above the doorway.
accepting defeat.
Boom. Boom.
That's reality right there, man. That's the reality we live in.
That's deep shit that you can only get, 4
On this
hours
podcast.
into this
On this
podcast.
podcast.
For real, bro. Fucking gold,
I think
man.
that's where we need to wrap
gold.
this up.
That works, dude.
If you're expecting easy, you're accepting defeat. That's my second mantra.
God damn, that's good. Oh, fuck. It's gold, Jerry. Gold.
Accept the challenge. Explore the darkness. If you're expecting easy, you're accepting defeat. That's how we're wrapping this up,
fucking
baby.
amen.
That's how we're wrapping this up. Holy shit, that was what a brilliant coincidence. I love it, man.
I hope people who tuned in enjoyed it, man. And if not, oh well, because I did. So.
Nah, this was awesome, dude. I love you, buddy.
I love you too, buddy.
All right, we're checking out. I don't know how I'm going to mute this, though.
Chiefs by 3. Nice job, Facebook user.
School buses are yellow.
I don't know, man. They're a little more orange to me. No.